Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should
Crow,
own perhaps at least one half of this
book
asset.
smart,
The
street
revenues
friendly,
generated because of it.
course like philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
big
You
book,
saw
I don't know what it
full
was,
in the
but
rain.
the thing is
Talking a
that
plastic crown.
if you
Street
ever
said,
go and
prove
you
it
kind of
easy,
read
look
these
back
people's
down, thinking
biographies,
his head, fearing his shoes, library brave.
whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President.
Oh, I'm
You
Stanley
get
Cross,
MAGA
and my
blacks
life is
who
doomed.
will put,
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
and then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I know.
I'm Stanley, bitch.
All right. Hey, everyone. It's me, Sam Stein, managing editor at The Bulwark, and I am here with Joshua Doss. Joshua is a senior research manager at Hit Strategies, kind of an expert, up-and-coming expert. I don't want to give away how young you are on all things about democratic strategy, but he's written and talked extensively about the black vote and what's motivating black voters in the modern political age. And there's some fascinating stuff that he had in a lecture that I watched that he gave at Harvard, and also that he talked about in some recent interviews. Look, I want to start with sort of what's happening right now, which is redistricting. And you're a pollster, you're a political strategist. You've done a lot of commentary on this and research into this. And after the Supreme Court basically gutted the Voting Rights Act, a bunch of southern states moved with incredible speed to just get rid of their majority black districts. I don't know if I should have been surprised by how rapidly it happened, but someone who's been observing this stuff, were you taken aback at all by how rapidly it happened?
No, not at all.
Okay. You didn't think there was any moment where they'd be like, okay, we're gonna we're in some cases we've already had like votes happen and we need to like hit the pause button? Or
Yeah, I guess you're right. Louisiana surprised me because they already had the election, and I'll also say South Carolina did surprise me because Jim Clyburn is like a legend in that state. And you did have a couple of Republicans in the state Senate that came out and said, no, we shouldn't do this. But the state house is under a lot of pressure. They don't want to happen to them what just happened in Indiana, where Trump kind of comes in and primaries a bunch of them. And as of yesterday, it sounds like they're calling a special session to get rid of his seat. So that did surprise me. Yeah.
Yeah. Just for the context, we're recording this on Thursday, May 14th. It's like noon. And it is true the South Carolina State House does appear to be calling a special session where they just need a majority vote to cut his district out, Clyburn's district out. Obviously, this is like crass politics. They just want as many House seats as humanly possible. What do you think it means, obviously, beyond the sort of political outcomes, but in terms of like the sort of emotional, mental outcomes for the black voters in these states, right? I mean, on one hand, it could be enraging, and on the other hand, it could be dispiriting. I imagine it's going to be a bit of both.
I think it'll be a lot of both. President Trump and his administration already were deeply unpopular, not just with Black Americans, but with everybody. And I think that they already probably had a little bit of an incentive with gas being up 40%, right? Average over $4. But now there's just like really good messaging for anybody who wanted to mobilize them to say they are literally taking away your access to resources by way of your vote. And so.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Happy Friday. If you are wandering into the show, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're hearing this on replay, please make sure you hit the like button and leave any comments that you may want to leave. Also, pretty much all the videos and stuff that we'll go through today are in the show notes. This is an excellent point, and I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, then come back to this video. This is something, it's possible that the Republicans are sealing their own fate. Um, and the fate might already be sealed. Maybe it's wishful thinking on my part, but getting rid of Jim Clyburn's seat uh, in the South Carolina uh, House. Jim Clyburn is popular even with Republicans in that state. And similarly, in Tennessee, they've already gotten rid of their single Democratic district, which was centered around Memphis. So Steve Cohen, a Democrat, he's been in the House since almost 20 years. He's retiring. He's basically, they got rid of his district, the district he was representing, and he's just decided, you know what, he's had enough. Now, the positive thing about it is he's getting long in the tooth in Justin Pearson. And for those of you kind of follow politics, he was the young black state representative who got in hot water with two other state senators. I don't even remember what they were protesting. It was some gun law or something. And he protested, basically organized a protest or something, got in hot water, and they tossed him. They expelled him and two others from the Tennessee State House, which triggered a special election, and he just got reelected. So he's back in the House. Well, his district may be gone as well. But the point is he is young, and he's going to run in spite of that particular congressional district being eliminated. So he's basically going to be running as a Democrat in a newly created district that is going to have a Republican leaning. However, Trump is that unpopular. Okay, it could very well be that whatever district Justin Pearson runs in, he winds up winning anyway. Now, that's a long shot in Tennessee, but I don't think I think Republicans do know how unpopular they are right now. That's why they're trying to basically break president or Democratic norms to try and remain in power. But the thing is, this is a naked power grab in the face of Republicans being unpopular. And I'm not so sure how well American voters are going to take a party not responding to voter concerns, but just saying, screw you, we're going to figure out a way to stay in power, even if we're unpopular. That is about as anti-democratic a thing. This might be the most anti-democratic thing in the history that I know of. Now, I know there have been dirty tricks and stuff like that. This could come back and haunt Republicans. I think Trump is going to end MAGA. Only he can lead this this political movement. Once Trump is out of the picture, MAGA is over. Now, it may reincarnate as something else, but Republicans, they're playing with fire here. You don't want to piss off your base. And there are plenty of people who are like, yeah, do whatever it takes to win. But then they get to the gas pump or look at their grocery bill. One of the core tenets of Donald Trump's campaign that won in 2024 is the price of eggs. And, the price of eggs came down, not because of anything Trump did, but grocery prices are still rising. Inflation is rising because of something Donald Trump did that didn't need to be done, namely this Iraq war. And even with all this redistricting, it's still going to be close. So I wonder if the Republicans actually aren't sealing their own or sowing the seeds of their own demise.
I think it actually will have an effect that will end up with more people being mobilized, registering to vote, and the like. The question is, what districts are they voting in?
Yeah.
Does it matter?
I was gonna say, like, if it's an R+15 district, like, does it matter?
Does it matter?
And that's the real question. Some of these, I was talking to a buddy of mine who works in the Florida state legislature, and he thinks I'm crazy. Okay. Some of these new districts, I think, are more competitive than the Republicans think, though. Sure. Like some of them, I'm like,
that's all relative, right? Of course, they're more competitive, but you need to be like within a certain margin for it to be realistic.
Yeah, I mean, some of them are completely out of reach.
Sure.
Some of them I don't think are as far out of reach as some folks might think, especially when you look at, where the angst and the anger towards the Republican Party already is, where that baseline generic vote is. Trump has lowered that for the generic Republican. And then we have candidate effects. Candidate effects are usually like plus or minus three percentage points, meaning like the world's greatest Republican is only going to perform either 3 percentage points better or worse than where generic Republican is, because midterms are really nationalized elections. And then I'm looking at some of these districts and I'm like, I see they drew this new area, but there's still a lot of Democrats and Black people in Florida. So I don't think it's going to be enough to like undo all the damage, but some of them might be still pretty competitive.
You're going to Alabama, right?
I am. Yeah.
Why?
I'm going to Alabama because I was talking to Representative Justin Pearson from Tennessee, and he said a phrase that I think changed my whole perspective. He said, whatever you think you would have been doing during the civil rights movement, look at what you're doing now. That's what you would have been doing back then. And I was like, I gotta go. I gotta go. I got a bunch of stuff going on, but I was like, yeah, we like to look back at the history books and say, I would have been. We're in it now. They're bringing back Jim Crow style legislation and governance. I mean, so that's where I'm going.
It does kind of get to something that, and I don't know any of this shit because I'm not in it, but like mass mobilization around these types of stuff, these types of moments, can you have a version of what took place in the 60s right now in this modern political climate? And we're going to get into it more because I really was sort of moved by how you kind of had 4 different buckets of voters and voter approaches in your Harvard lecture. And we'll get into that. But I just on the sort of larger question of, are mass mobilization movements, mass demonstration movements possible in this modern era? What is your sort of initial take? I guess you're going to have to find out when you go to Alabama, but what's your initial take?
I think they're very possible. I think we just have to be organized, and I think that globalization and the introduction of, this mass distribution of videos and media in our pockets, I think provides some help, and it also provides some barriers. Right. Like, I think it is easier to coalesce around a singular voice, maybe, when you don't have that thing in your hand telling you should listen to this person, that person, that person, that person, that person, that person. But also, distribution can be quick and it can be, fast. Like we saw during the Black Lives Matter movement, people were protesting in different countries as a result of what they were able to see on their phones. So I think that we're going to have to fight the technosphere, but I think it's very possible.
Yeah, and there's already talks about, can you do sort of targeted boycotting? I saw it going around virally, like black athletes shouldn't be, going to SEC schools.
I've been on that one.
Is
for
that
a while.
real? You've been on that one?
I've been saying that one since since Dobbs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make your case. Make your case.
Well, actually, it started about abortion. I was just saying, like, I wonder if young women who are entering college, where these are the time periods where they become more exploratory with their, relationship with sex.
You can say they're having sex. Yes,
they're having sex, or they're going to start having sex and they're going to explore there. Man. Okay. Let me. I'm like, will they want to go to schools in red states? Like, as a pollster, I'm frequently studying public opinion. So I started asking those questions in my surveys and my focus groups. Like, does the Dobbs decision make you not want to go to Alabama? Right. And then that kind of morphed into me being like, these black athletes should just stop going to SEC schools. Right. And so I don't think it's going to happen, but I've been on it from the perspective of it should happen.
Well, it's not going to happen because Lane Kiffin's out there being like, LSU is the beacon of civil rights progress. Yeah. Baton Rouge, this is where it all happens.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do in Alabama?
I have been told I have a speech. I don't know how long it will be, but apparently that'll be on Saturday. And then, there's going to be lots of conversations about what it means for us to move forward in this era. I think there's going to be a prayer. I think we're going to march, engage in some civil disobedience, and hopefully, make some noise.
Let's say some, persons out there and, a political agnostic person in the South, maybe it's Alabama.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I may talk about that tomorrow. This thing, about, especially at SEC schools, basically Southeastern Conference schools like University of Georgia, Florida, Alabama, black athletes just, basically saying, nope, we're not going to these state schools because y'all are racist. So the problem is those schools have all the money and scholarships. But Knightish salute, good to see you. Knightish being here just reminded me that I need to do the commercial. It's Friday, folks. There will be a Saturday show tomorrow. And I may change what we talk about, at least for part of the show. But support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open for the weekend. So don't be shy. Let's invest in a Saturday show. And so far, we have one executive producer for Saturday's show. Yeah, here it is. Thank you to the CKJ3. So kind of you. And he reminded me, CKJ3 did, that he used to be, titled. He used to have a title on this show, executive producer. So we're going to revive that. And then maybe tomorrow I will talk a little bit more about my thoughts on tiers of support. To me, it's just too much to keep up with. I'm not a bean counter, but thank you anyway. And here is the information. By the way, contributing show ideas is contributing to the show as well. And for the foreigners out there, I even have PayPal now. So send me your pesos, send me your lira. We are multi-currency as far as our appreciation of support. And with that, let us get back to this video. By the way, the link is posted for those of us who dare to come up on this fine Friday.
Was watching this, and they're upset by what the State House has done, and they're upset by the Supreme Court decision. And they're just looking for some concrete actions to take. What do they do?
I do not know.
Isn't that the problem?
That is the problem.
Right? It feels a little hopeless, right?
It feels very hopeless. And that's not something I say lightly. As a person who works in this and studies this, I would love to know the answers to that. And even preparing to talk to you, I'm like, there are so many dead ends right now. It becomes difficult to even sound uplifting and persuasive. I don't know the answer to that question.
It kind of gets to the point you're making in some of these speeches and articles that you've done, which is there's not really political power. There's just power, right? And can you just unpack that and what you meant by that?
This perspective comes from a lot of what people in the politics world would call disaffected Black voters, low information Black voters. We spend time thinking about ways to market political power to them. But from what they've told me and others in focus groups is that political outcomes are not a consequence of political power. Political power is a consequence of power. Donald Trump was powerful first, and then he chose politics. J.B. Pritzker was powerful first, and he chose politics. Why is that important? It means that in their worldview, much of what we're talking about as it pertains to political power is top down and not bottom up. Now, I want it to be clear to say that is not necessarily the case, but that is how they see it in most cases. And so for us to have...
Let's think,
go ahead.
Can we linger on that? Like, what's the most recent bottom-up exercise of political power that they may have witnessed, right?
Yeah. I said this...
Could you name it? I don't know. It's like...
No, I said this in the speech. I was like, are they so wrong?
Well, I'm trying to think about Obama. Like, I'm not... Maybe because it was grassroots oriented, but even then he was a sitting U.S. senator and president of Harvard Law Review. Like he definitely had endorsements from high up.
Yeah. And what's more is even outside of any particular candidate, you and I, people who work in this realm, we know how much of politics is bought and sold, bought and paid for. We know what money is doing in politics. And so there are moments when we're trying to mobilize people to vote and they're pointing at something that they know is happening. And for a second, we pretend like it's not. We're like, no, you can vote your way out of this problem. And they're like, stop lying to me.
Right.
I see it just like you see it. And I think that our messages have to incorporate that factor as well.
But that suggests that they have to be convinced on a fundamental level that there is power in organizing, that there is power in collective action, and that they don't see it yet.
Yes, it does. And that is why in that research, we segmented Black voters by the different ways that they see power.
Let's go through it. Okay. You set it up perfectly. So there's 4 buckets. Why don't you go through them?
Yes. So first we had the legacy civil rights voter. They're kind of the voter that we think about. They, for the most part, do see power as something that exists, like from within in their vote. The majority of them are a bit older. And so when you tell them that their vote is in their power, they believe it and they act. And they're mostly Black seniors. They turn out to vote. And we know who they're going to vote for, right? They're very highly reliable. Then we have 12% of America, of Black America, which kind of fits into a segment we call the secular progressive. And the majority of them are Black women. And they see power as a shield. They have had to operate autonomously under the patriarchal systems and racism. And so they don't have the luxury of believing that any of these systems are going to propel them in life. But what power looks like is something that can shield them as they propel themselves.
Like, what's an example of that?
All of the examples are the same. We have the same laws, the same legislation. All of these things are very popular. We're just talking about how we market them to people, right? And so by that, maybe coverage by way of, legislation that protects them in their bodies, coverage by way of increasing their wages. All of these things have to be told to them as a shield so that they can be there's a lot of autonomy that they want to have in their experience with power. You are the person that can push yourself, propel yourself forward. But what power looks like is something that protects you as you do that for yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's interesting because oftentimes Democrats talk about legislation as things that enable you to do something bigger or better. And you're kind of framing it differently, which is something that allows you to be autonomous, protects you from some outside forces.
I think that this is something that the Republican right does really well, actually. They talk about agency and autonomy.
I was going to get into that too. Let's go through the last two buckets.
Well, I mean, like, I'm curious to see your thoughts because, like, this is something that we've kind of in a vacuum.
Autonomy and agency is incredibly important, and individualism, I feel like, gets lost here. But we got two more buckets. Next generation traditionalists. Let's do that one.
Yes. So our next generation traditionalists, they're extremely high in religiosity, extremely high. And so a lot of times when we're trying to market to them, people think that the group that performs religion will win them over. But what we found in our focus groups is that it's actually not so much religion that they connect to. It is their relationship with order. They like the order and the neatness that the religious hierarchies give them, right? And there's even a predictability in religion that they resonate with.
There is this kind of misconception around like criminal justice reform, for instance. And I talked to Clyburn about this because I remember talking to Clyburn about the 94 crime bill. And he's like, I was for it. He's like, I wanted the order. I wanted the police on the streets. And a lot of Black voters were very supportive of more cops.
Yes.
The sentencing laws were maybe an issue, but like we wanted it. And I wonder if that's what we're talking about, kind of a version of that with next generation traditionalists. They like the order. They don't want the chaos. They're comfortable with maybe a little bit more firm hand from the state because it gives them some structure.
Everything but that. Even the last part, I guess. You know what? I would agree with that last part. First of all, we have had a collective amnesia about how the 94 crime bill came about. Like, we have not been talking as much about how some legacy Black organizations supported it, right? And so that's a fair conversation, and I'm Clyburn being honest in that regard. But yes, it is exactly that. It's the idea that there is, and look, this even goes into how they see gender and sexuality, right? They are people who particularly will vote for a Democrat, but if you start asking them about non-binary folks, transgender folks, these things don't feel orderly to them. And so when their brains begin to reject that and they speak out loud, you have a left side of the aisle that says, like, are you not on our side, actually? And they're like, there's not order in this. And so anytime somebody can present something, a policy piece, under the guise of it will increase order, it will make their lives more orderly, they're more likely to support it, even if it's something that's kind of like right-leaning.
Whereas the secular progressive crew would be more comfortable with the non-binary crowd.
For sure. For sure. Yes. I'll also say that the secular progressive group is the most educated group. They're the most likely to be degree educated. And we kind of see how progressive academic spaces can stretch people's brains in that manner. And then we have
my favorite group.
Is this actually your favorite group?
I'm fucking with you.
Well, actually, the rightfully cynical. So the rightfully cynical, they actually are my favorite group.
Why?
They don't vote, and they don't like politics. They're Stephen A. Smith. That's what Stephen A. sounds like when a rightfully cynical person.
They just might run for president,
They just might run for president if they get enough prominence in their voice. Like when a rightfully cynical person gets introduced to politics, they sound like Stephen A. Smith. They can be convinced.
We should pause for a second and just let the viewers know that you were just on, or not just on, a couple months ago on Stephen A. Smith. Go watch. It's on YouTube.
It was a time. Yes, I think. Yeah. Anyway, but no, they really are my favorite group because they remind me so much of my family. Honestly, my brothers, and in their perspective, they are where that whole thought kind of comes from of power. Power begets power. Power is power. They are the quickest to try to see through institutions. They're the furthest from trusting institutions, and they're also the hardest to reach. But when you do reach them, they are of the most loyal once they have the information.
how do you reach them then? Because if they're so cynical about, they're like, the franchise doesn't matter. It doesn't, who cares if I vote? Everything's going to be the same. We always get these promises. No one ever delivers. Like, how do you possibly reach someone like that?
The first problem is that people aren't even, in the world of technology, people aren't even on like in the right places of the algorithms to reach them online.
They're not going to be fed political content.
No. And so the first thing you have to do is be culture first to reach them.
Okay.
You reach them. And this is what the right is doing through a lot of like sports betting and like all these other like auxiliary fields that young men are really interested in. This is the Joe Rogan like group of people who, I kind of watched the left like misdiagnose Joe Rogan. They were like, oh, people are on there to hear about politics. It's like, no, they're not. They're on there to listen to Joe Rogan talk about what if a lion fought a gorilla in the jungle, and then they're going to catch some misinformation about abortion on the way there, right? Like,
it's a 3-hour podcast, yeah. So you're not there for the politics. You're there.
Oh, have you seen? Have you been watching Joe Rogan?
I watch Rogan for sure. I watch it on 2 times speed because I don't have 3 hours to spare. So.
You actually can learn a lot. I mean, like, I think they've done a better job of communicating with young men than like any other group in the last like 5-6 years.
Well, my big thing, and so I'm probably giving away the star too much here, but like at the Bulwark, we're constantly thinking about ways that we can try to reach non-political audiences, right?
Yeah.
And people just, the assumption is that they'd be fine with political news if we gave it to them, but you can't give them the news through like a political lens. You have to reach them through a cultural lens. So we're like obsessed. We've been talking about, we want to do a food show because I just feel like people like food content a lot.
Yeah.
So we want to do a show where people are cooking and like eating shit, and they'll go there for the recipes and for the like history of the restaurant and things like that.
Aries, Stephen A. Smith has a podcast or YouTube show or something. I think that's where I think that's the platform they're talking about.
And when you get them into the show, then you can have a political conversation.
Yes.
You got to get them in.
Got to be culture first, for sure. Yes, I agree. And so the only other thing I'll say about this group, and this is the part that makes them my favorite, and honestly, Zoran Mamdani kind of hit this message really well, is...
Can I just say, Zoran did a lot of food content. He went around New York. Oh my God. He went around New York City eating all this different ethnic food. That was his thing. He did the halal food truck.
I remember,
The reason people liked it is because they wanted to see the halal food. And then they were talking about how much it cost.
This is a good. I never. We got to start doing some of these in focus groups. But the one thing I was going to say about them that permeates throughout all of the segments, and probably is permeating throughout all of like the bottom half of millennials and all of Gen Z, is the center of their politics. They believe not that, and what we've been saying for a long time is the system is broken. We need to fix it.
Right.
They believe the system is working exactly as intended, and we need to break it.
Okay.
And when you start talking to them about breaking things, you get them. They're here for that. They're here to talk about what needs to be broken. Once again, are they so wrong? We watch the legislative systems uphold things like Jim Crow and the war on drugs and all this stuff, right? And so as long as we're talking about building as we're breaking, you can kind of catch them. And that's true about almost all of the segments.
All right, so let's apply this to the modern moment where it's like, how do you get back at the predominantly southern states that are doing this type of redistricting? Now, I know there's definitely blue states that are doing their version of it, but I'm just trying to narrow focus on what's happening in the South for a moment. And it seems like there's not a unifying message to get all 4 of these groups, because you can tell the legacy civil rights movers, hey, like, you need to demonstrate and organize. You can tell the secular progressives, hey, like, you need to like get to the ballot box and vote. And you could tell the next generation traditionalists, I don't know what you would tell them, but the rightfully cynical people, you would have to be like, the system needs to be absolutely torn down. And that might motivate them. But those are just, right?
Yeah. Well, that's why I like that last one, the system down, because it kind of permeates throughout all of the other groups. Like it's the one mindset that all of with the legacy civil rights voters were the last one that we could get to kind of hop on board with that. Mm-hmm. But they do come from people who broke rules, right? They come from a generation that had to break rules. And so it's in there. But yeah, I mean, I know you talked a little bit about the blue states that are trying to do the same thing. I would imagine, I haven't done research on this with the segments, but I would imagine those are the type of things that would really rile them up. As like us start talking about a 52-0 California map. I don't know how many.
I think it's roughly that. Yeah.
52-0, like a 15-0 Illinois. Like, let's play ball. That type of message, I think, would work well with all of these groups right now.
Okay, I want to close on this idea of autonomy and individualism. I read your Dean magazine piece from July 2023. Okay, and I just want to read a portion of it because you're talking about how to reach working class voters. You write this. So how do we reconnect with these working class voters? We must begin by highlighting all the ways our policies respect and reward hard work and contribution. Democrats have been terrified to talk about hard work due to the outstanding job Republicans have done radicalizing the conversation. For years, Republicans have tried to make hard work about competitive individualism, zero-sum games, and bootstrapism, all while creating tax cuts that allow the richest Americans to compound their wealth. Yes, that last part is true, and extracted from working class labor. But that is true. I mean, it is about, hey, work hard, play by the rules, you'll be fine. And Democrats don't really talk in those terms. And maybe that's the big problem here.
I think that's a massive problem. A big study with the Winning Jobs Narrative Group, Bobby Clark is a great researcher. He led it. I was a part of it. And that is what we wanted to dissect, is people's relationship with hard work. And we learned that, like, that was the left's hesitancy to talk about it was leaving that very core and central value vulnerable to be weaponized by the right. People are willing to hear stories about competitive individualism and bootstrapism, but that is not necessarily how they default see it. What we were seeing in the focus groups is a lot of folks just see hard work as a love language. That's how they tell their kids that they love them. That's how they tell their family that they're willing to provide for them because they're going to get up early and put that work in. And we are talking about all the ways that government can reward hard work, be that, social safety net programs, be that, lowering costs, increasing the minimum wage. You can reach a lot of the working class people that we lost in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Do you think that it's achievable when, like we were talking about? I mean, I think one of the problem here is you can have a great message, and I think you can have a finely tailored message, you can have a focus group message, but it's really hard to reach people in a sort of effective way these days, especially with how social media has kind of bifurcated our media consumption habits. So, like, what's the best way to go about doing it? Is there a way?
I think Gretchen Whitmer is doing a great job of what we're talking about right now.
What is she doing?
I think her approach first off, this is a messaging and a governing problem, right? Like, we have to acknowledge that. Like, bad governance cannot, like, good messaging can't cover up bad governance. So we have to have people who can actually follow through on what they're doing. But I took a lot of lessons from Project 2025. Project 2025 was basically the Republican right saying, like, we don't just have policies, we have implementation strategies, right? And that cuts through a lot of the cynicism. There's a wall of disillusionment and cynicism that we see a lot of people in surveys say, even if I heard this message coming from a Democrat, I don't think that they can get it done, right? And so that was a good show of, like, this is how we'll get it done. I think things like that are really effective. And the fact that we don't have one right now, heading into the midterms,
there's people working on it. There's people working on it.
I'd love to see it.
We'll see what comes out of those discussions. All right, man. Look, thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. I would love to have you back on when you get back from Alabama if you're game.
For sure. Yeah.
I mean, I'm no Stephen A.
Listen, you don't gotta be. This is a lot. I love
Joshua Doss. I appreciate it, man. Joshua Doss is a pollster political strategist. He heads up Black voter and economic narrative research at Hit Strategies. And Josh, thanks a bunch, man.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, let us get into these news articles, shall we? So Donald Trump, I think they're wrapping up in Beijing right now. This is Donald Trump being in a special relationship with Xi. Very interesting. So Xi gave Trump Chinese rose seeds on top of new ammo for White House ballroom. I don't really get what the headline means, but hey, it's the Washington Examiner. Maybe they're just speaking MAGA speak. So let's listen to this article.
Xi gifts Trump Chinese rose seeds and new ammo for White House ballroom. By Christian Dadog.
It was the summer of 20.
God damn it. We're just going to have to suffer through
Progressive
this
Casualty
fucking
Insurance
commercial.
Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Man, these guys are real.
Xi gifts Trump Chinese rose seeds and new ammo for White House ballroom.
Holy cow.
By Christian Dadog. Xi gifts Trump Chinese rose seeds and new ammo for White House ballroom. By Christian Dadog.
It was the summer of 26, and we sure were getting our fill of it. But then came the quick trip craving that'd change our taste buds forever. It's time to savor Summerhood, featuring a whole QT sub and Coca-Cola for only $8. Snag this $8 deal at a QT near you for a limited time.
President Donald Trump departed Beijing, China with two gifts. A promise of rose seeds from Chinese President Xi Jinping, and an additional argument for the construction of his White House ballroom project. Trump wrapped his whirlwind, two-day bilateral summit with a stop at Zhongnanhai, the Chinese government's central leadership compound located next to the Forbidden City, for a garden walk, tea service and lunch with Xi. While strolling through Zhongnanhai grounds, the traveling press pool reported that the president was particularly captivated by the pink, yellow, and red rose of Chinensis. These are the most beautiful roses anyone's ever seen, Trump later told the press. I asked Xi, could you get me some for the rose garden, and he said yes. I have never seen roses so big. Xi, through a translator, responded in kind that he would provide the president with some of our Chinese rose seeds, as he wants to plant some in the rose garden. Last year, Trump's first major White House renovation was the Rose Garden Club, which replaced the original White House Rose Garden, installed by former First Lady Ellen Wilson in 1913, and later updated by former President John F. Kennedy in 1962. First Lady Melania Trump additionally altered the design in 2020, before Trump replaced the lawn with a hardscape patio and outdoor dining tables last year. The president routinely hosts events for administration, staff, and White House visitors, though rose bushes still line the space's perimeter. Following his departure, the president used his trip to justify his main renovation project, the replacement of the East Wing with a new ballroom, security complex, and visitor center. China has a ballroom, and so should the USA. It is under construction ahead of schedule.
You know what? Let's just stop this dumb shit here. Donald Trump in that ballroom. Let us hope that it never gets made. And if I were the new president, the new Democratic president, after Trump, the next Democratic president after Trump needs to just demolish that. Just go ahead and demolish the. I don't care how much it costs. We're just gonna not even think about it. We're just gonna demolish it. What's up, Kelvin? So let us move on. White House report card, and this is from the Washington Examiner, folks. Trump's China excursion can't mask worries at home. So even the Washington Examiner is like, dude, you're not fooling us. So this is just saying roughly Iran, China. So let's play this. I'm not sure.
Deadline, Washington Examiner's political game show. I'm Christian Daytalk.
And I'm Sarah
Oh,
Bedford.
Each week we
it's not what I thought it was. So basically the headline and then the body of the article reads literally, roughly Iran, China. But we have worries at home. So Israel carries out strike targeting most senior Hamas military leader in Gaza, the part they left out, despite the ceasefire. So, despite a fragile U.S. brokered ceasefire in Gaza, Israel carried out a strike targeting Hamas's most senior military leader, according to a joint statement from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz. So, Israel doesn't care about ceasefires, and Trump is in China. Talk about the incompetence, dude. It's getting worse every week. What is up with that? Israel's just doing whatever the fuck it wants to do. Man. Emperor Netanyahu. So, commander of Iraqi militia accused of plotting attacks on Jewish sites in U.S. Wow. Mohammed Bakr Saad Dawood al-Sadi is accused of directing and urging others to attack American and Israeli interests. Prosecutors say he is a leader of Kataib Hezbollah, an Iraqi militia with ties to Iran. No doubt he is. Yeah. I don't know what to say other than the plot thickens. Let's listen to this.
Commander of Iraqi militia accused of plotting attacks on Jewish sites in U.S. This article is by Benjamin Weiser and read by an automated voice. A commander of an Iran-backed militia has been charged with plotting to attack Jewish sites in the United States, including a synagogue in New York City, federal authorities said. A criminal complaint unsealed on Friday accused the commander, Mohammed Bakr Saad Dawood al-Sadi, of planning at least 18 attacks in Europe and Canada since late February in retaliation for the United States and Israel's attacks on Iran. Mr. al-Sadi, according to the complaint, is a commander of Kataib Hezbollah, an Iraqi militia that is a proxy for Iran's Revolutionary Guards and has helped Tehran project power across the region, including through attacks on American forces and diplomatic targets. The complaint said that Mr. al-Sadi planned to kill Americans and Jews in Los Angeles and New York City, and that he had started planning an attack on a synagogue in New York City. As a leader of Kataib Hezbollah, Mr. al-Sadi knew Major General Qasem Soleimani, the head of Iran's security machinery, according to the complaint.
Kelvin, whoever said the South wasn't racist, maybe you're quoting somebody else. I say all the time that the United States of America or American culture is fundamentally racist. It is built upon, one of its core tenets is racially classifying everybody. One of the first questions people will ask if you're, quote, racially ambiguous is what are you or where you're from? Where were you born? So I've certainly never said that the South isn't racist. It's a different type of racism. It's a more direct type of racist or racism than in the North or the West.
The U.S. military killed Mr. Soleimani in a strike in 2020. Mr. al-Sadi is expected to be presented in federal court in Manhattan on Friday. It's unclear how he was arrested and how he was brought to the United States. Kataib Hezbollah, an Iraqi militia, is tied to Iran's Quds Force, the overseas arm of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps. It has been accused of attacks on U.S. Army posts in Iraq and Syria and has been designated by the United States as a foreign terrorist organization. The group has long been one of the most important groups in Iran's regional network of armed proxies. Mr. al-Sadi and his associates have planned, coordinated, and claimed responsibility for at least 18 terrorist attacks in Europe and 2 additional attacks in Canada, the complaint says. It also accused Mr. al-Sadi of directing others and attempting to coordinate attacks in the United States, including in New York City. The complaint said Mr. al-Sadi, a high-level member of Kataib Hezbollah, worked closely and in person with Mr. Soleimani, who led the Quds force before he was killed in a 2020 American drone strike near the Baghdad airport. The government said Mr. al-Sadi also worked closely with the Iraqi militant leader who led Kataib Hezbollah, known by the nom de guerre Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, who was also killed in the 2020 U.S. drone strike. Kataib Hezbollah, a powerful Iraqi militia that was formed after the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003, became a leading faction in the Popular Mobilization Forces. The militia umbrella later folded into Iraq's security apparatus during the war against the Islamic State. The group remains tied to the Iraqi government, but U.S. officials say it answers closely to Iran's Revolutionary Guards and has helped Iran project power across the region, including through attacks on American forces and diplomatic targets. Its reach beyond and the Iraqi militant group does not have a well-documented record of global operations.
Yep. Well, apparently, not having not having a history of global operations sounds like they're trying to expand their reach. This is disturbing, but at least they were, or he or they were caught. So good job, Kash Patel's FBI. All right, so I already talked about this. Basically, Tennessee got rid of its only Democratic district. The current House member, Steve Cohen, is going to retire rather than compete in another newly created district. And, you know, the mixed blessing is he has been there a while, and a younger guy is going to try and run in a newly created district as a Democrat. And you know what? It could be that the Republicans are kind of doing a favor in getting rid of some of the older Democrats because they seem to want to hold on forever. And it is time to get some younger blood in there. As I said, you know, a few minutes ago, the Republicans could actually be doing the Democrats a favor because younger people are going to start flowing in into politics or national politics as some of these older Democrats get their districts eliminated. Looks like the legendary Jim Clyburn is going to have his district eliminated, and this dude's been in Congress for damn near 30 years. And you know, he's kind of a legend. He is actually like well liked, even to a certain extent by Republicans. The only black representation or black representative in Congress from South Carolina, and they're looking to eliminate it. Basically, there will be no more Democratic districts. And I don't know, I really like literally getting rid of your opposition's representation. That is a dangerous game. That is a very dangerous game. And I hope these Republicans who are high on MAGA know what they're doing. People don't like being not represented. And by the way, there are plenty of white Democrats in the South. They are the vast majority of Democrats. I'm not sure white people are gonna like not being represented. I hope Republicans know what the fuck they're doing. I'll think about Delta November. Um, but I would rather use Delta November. And look, I don't mind it. Sometimes when you get, your ire up, you might use a term like Delta November, but these terms should be kept to a minimum. In Ninja, you know what? It's a dumb term anyway. Ninja, it's not that clever. Somehow or another, you get to basically slur two different types of quote races, black people and Asians. So Cuba says it has run out of oil. Wow. A long running energy crisis in the island nation reached a breaking point this week when government officials said they had run out of reserves. Thanks, Trump.
Cuba says it has run out of oil. This article is by Francis Robles and read by an automated voice. After months of a debilitating energy crisis that has caused widespread power outages, Cuba's oil reserves have run dry, the government said, which is likely to plunge the country into even more frequent, bigger, and longer nationwide blackouts. The government has been grappling with a severe energy crisis for more than 2 years because of crumbling infrastructure and a dwindling supply from its longtime benefactor, Venezuela. While Cuba produces some oil for domestic use, power plants are down and supplies have been exhausted. Vicente de la O Levy, Cuba's Minister of Energy and Mines, said on Wednesday night, "We have absolutely no fuel oil, absolutely no diesel," Mr. de la O Levy said. In Havana, the blackouts today exceed 20 or 22 hours. When electricity returns, it can be for as little as an hour and a half, he said. Venezuelan fuel stopped flowing to Cuba entirely in January after the United States seized Venezuela's leader and took control of Venezuela's oil industry. Later, the Trump administration imposed an effective blockade barring all foreign oil from reaching Cuba, which had also received shipments from Mexico. The governments in Havana and Washington have been engaged in secret negotiations for weeks. For Cuba, the goal is to end the energy blockade. For the United States, the talks are focused on ending the government's grip on the economy and ending political repression. The Cuban government announced that on Thursday, CIA Director John Ratcliffe had visited Cuba. In recent months, many Cuban cities beyond Havana have been hit with prolonged daily blackouts. The lack of oil has forced people to rely on charcoal or even wood to cook, and some people have taken to the streets, banging on pots and pans to express their frustration. A delivery of 100,000 tons of oil from Russia last month, permitted by the Trump administration, provided a reprieve. But those supplies have been exhausted, Mr. De La Olive said. He warned that energy shortages were expected to worsen in coming weeks because temperatures were rising and the demand on the power grid increased during summer months. President Miguel Diaz-Canel acknowledged that the energy situation was, quote, particularly tense. This dramatic worsening has a single cause, the genocidal energy blockade to which the United States subjects our country, he said on X. Before the Russian fuel shipment arrived, Cuba said it had received a single fuel delivery since December. Cuba needs at least 8 tanker deliveries per month to run the country, Mr. Diaz-Canel said. The energy minister said that even solar power was not a reliable alternative because the grid was too weak to handle the electric current supplied by solar panel parks. The Trump administration has blamed what it said was the government's failure to manage its economy for Cuba's energy crisis. The reason why they don't have oil is because they don't have any money to pay for oil. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in a March interview with the New York Times, in which he discounted the role of the administration's oil blockade. The problem they're facing is that usually when people give you oil, they expect to get paid for it, he said. And these guys have no money. Cuba produces 40,000 barrels a day, but uses about 100,000 barrels daily. It relied on donations from Mexico and Venezuela to make up the difference. The little power we are generating is being used to protect hospitals, high-priority economic sites, and a number of other circuits that must be protected due to system fluctuations, Mr. De La Olevi said. Jorge Piñon, an expert on Cuban energy at the University of Texas, said that he had predicted that Cuba would most likely run out of oil reserves in March, but that the nation managed to limp along a bit longer. Now, even delivery trucks that carry diesel fuel have no diesel to run their engines, he said.
All right, so that is that. I wonder how this is going to turn out. You know, I just don't know that being responsible for a humanitarian crisis 90 miles off the coast of the United States is the way to go. So let's shift gears here. This was interesting. I haven't read the article, but apparently test scores are in a generation-long decline, and it's all being blamed. It's all being blamed on the COVID crisis, which I'm just like, man, we will find any excuse to explain why we're not educating our kids. And, last night on Chocolate Earth Show, we talked briefly about it. And it is always the parents' fault if kids don't achieve, some whatever the standard of education, minimum standards of education. It's never the school's fault. It is always the parents' fault. And this bullshit about blaming it on school systems and, they shut down schools during COVID, bullshit. It is always the parents' fault. And if the school isn't doing it, then it's up to the parent to figure out how to make up the difference. So let's listen to a little bit of this.
Why U.S. test scores are in a generation-long decline. This article is by Claire Kane Miller, Francesca Paris, and Sarah Mervosh, and read by an automated voice. Something troubling is happening in U.S. education. Almost everywhere in America, students are performing worse than their peers were 10 years ago, according to new district-level test score data released Wednesday by the Educational Opportunity Project at Stanford. Compared with a decade earlier, reading scores were down last year in 83% of school districts where data was available. Math scores were down in 70%. The declines have affected both rich and poor districts and crossed racial and geographic divides. The new data provides the first national comparison of school districts through 2025 and offers a detailed picture of how individual school districts have performed over time. It underscores that many districts have experienced a long-term slump in student achievement, not just a blip during the pandemic. From 2017 to 2019, students lost as much ground in reading as they did during the pandemic, and reading scores continued to fall at a similar rate through 2024. Immediately after the pandemic, there was hope that students would recover quickly. The new data shows that scores inched upward in reading last year and have climbed more steadily in math since 2022. But it has been nowhere near enough to make up for lost ground, researchers said. The biggest losses have been among the lowest achieving students. I cannot be more emphatic. This is an enormous problem that's not getting enough attention, said Nat Malkus, a senior fellow studying education policy at the American Enterprise Institute. A report on the new data describes a decade-long learning recession. It was released Wednesday by the Education Scorecard, a joint project by Sean Reardon at the Stanford Group, Thomas Kane at the Center for Education Policy Research at Harvard, and Douglas Stager at Dartmouth. The data includes 3rd through 8th grade test scores for districts in 40 states and the District of Columbia as of the end of last school year. It accounts for about 68% of U.S. school districts nationwide. 10 states were excluded, among them New York and Illinois, because of high opt-out rates or non-comparable data. Education experts say there is no single reason for the declines, but the timing provides some clues. Students' test scores had been increasing since 1990, then abruptly stopped in the mid-2010s. That coincided with two events: an easing of federal school accountability under No Child Left Behind, which was replaced in 2015, and the rise of smartphones, social media, and personalized school laptops. The pandemic then accelerated learning declines, especially.
Yeah. So yeah, education was in decline to begin with. The pandemic may have accelerated it, but my son was in high school during the pandemic, and they did the teleschool thing and all that jazz. And Georgia actually didn't keep schools closed that long. There were a couple football players at the high school who actually got it, but it wasn't from anyone at the school. They'd gone to like a party or something and were exposed to it. Those were the only two that I know of. But the bottom line is that if you know that there's an issue where kids have to do telelearning or whatever, then as a parent, and I was luckier than most, I'm retired. So, I didn't have to worry about, being away all day and, leaving my son to his own devices. I was here to supervise and to ask questions when I thought it was necessary to ask them. But I don't care. Parents are always at fault if kids aren't getting the education they deserve. And you know what? I'm not saying there may not be good reasons. Parents these days sometimes have to work like 3 and 4 jobs to make ends meet, but you got to figure it out. Schools are not parents. All right, so DOJ says Yale Medical School discriminated against Asian and white applicants. and I'm just shaking my head. These guys are just going to take the victim complex to a level that's just unheard of. You'll never convince me that white students are being discriminated against at a place like Yale. It's overwhelmingly white. So sorry, whites might have to might have to compete. And the other thing that people need to understand is test scores are not the end all and be all. If Asians had their way, there would be tests would be the only criteria. And white people, really, to be honest, you'll never convince me that at Yale, black people are being favored over white people. It's ridiculous. All right. Now this is a slap in the face to American taxpayers, whether you are MAGA or not. So the Trump administration is thinking about creating a $1.7 billion slush fund for allies investigated under Biden. So they're going to take taxpayer money and reimburse people who had to get lawyers, probably including Trump, by the way. You don't think that Trump isn't going to be one of the beneficiaries of this. Son, nope. No. That 1.7 billion should be returned to taxpayers if it's going to be a slush fund for people that had to pay legal bills. Joe Biden was not gratuitously investigating Trump allies. This is a slap in the face. And even MAGA folks should be pissed off about it. Take it through private donations. What's up, Yeti? How you doing? Man, where is everybody on this fine Friday? I need people to come on in and contribute to this Saturday show. The Sovereign Beer Fund is in need of investment. So that's all the news stories for now. So the title of the show, I've been meaning to talk for quite some time about Colin Woodard and a couple books he's written, but the first one I read was called American Nations. It talks about the different regions in the United States and their kind of heritage. Like we all know about the North and the South, but America is just not bifurcated like that. There's the West, there's New England versus, Middle America versus like the Southwest versus the Southeast. And he has reckoned that there are 11 different, very regional parts that make up the United States. And states are not necessarily demarcation lines. So there are several different types of culture. And the reason this book has been important, it really changed the way I looked at quote, black culture as well. I make jokes about Cali blacks. Speaking of which, where has C. Moore been? I have not seen hide nor hair of him. I talk about Cali blacks, and I've made jokes about Cali blacks not really being, a part of quote black culture. Like if you want to be black, you need to have been raised in the South or something like that. And I'm only half joking when I say that. I'm actually dead serious. I don't know how many times I've been on panels with a bunch of Cali blacks, and I'm literally thinking to myself, what are y'all even talking about? Like, but folks from out West, like Nightish is a good example. He seems to think that black culture, like the locus of black culture is on the West Coast. And I'm like, what are you? I'm like, dude, you need to get out of California and visit some other places. Because to me, y'all are eating chitlin tacos. No, the locus of black culture, it didn't originate out there, and the locus is currently not there, nor will it ever be. You need a critical mass of black people to have a culture. And California's population, last I checked, is only like 5% that identifies as black. So Nightish, they're like on some outer barrier island of quote black culture. They are not the locus. And this is a debate I'm always willing to have. So I really want to watch the Georgia Gang, because we didn't watch it. I meant to show it Monday and we never got around to it. I don't think we did. But we'll just go ahead and start with Colin Woodard. This video is called Nations Apart. Colin Woodard on regional cultures that divide us. And this is from about 6 months ago. And then we're going to watch an older video from 4 years ago about the book itself. So let's start. And before we start, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the channel, please subscribe to it. Hopefully you'll like it, but nothing's guaranteed in life. Some nice ladies from last night's panel that I was on actually subscribed. We got like 3 or 4 new subscribers. So congratulations to them. Hopefully you like it after the Saturday show. The Saturday shows tend to be kind of rowdy. Usually during the week, it's a little bit more business-like, though, we can get kind of rowdy, but usually we just save it to Saturday. I really do, want the show to be informative, or at least provocative. And that's what we seek to do here at Stanley versus the World. So let us proceed.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Fiscally responsible, financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Visit progressive.com to see if you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance
I
Company
really
and
should
affiliates.
skip through this
Potential
commercial.
savings will vary, not
I
available
didn't
in all
realize there were
states or
commercials on
situations.
here.
Atheists, agnostics, long-haired weirdos, short-haired
Lord.
weirdos. European colonization projects, the Puritans in New England, the Dutch originally around what's now New York City, the William Penn's Quaker Utopia that started in Delaware Bay around Philly, the Tidewater gentry, the lesser sons of the big English country aristocratic families, the ones who weren't going to get the estate at home, trying to create a manorial, manor home, Lord Grantham, Downton Abbey kind of world in the Virginia wilderness around the Chesapeake. The deep Southern project, which was English slave lords from Barbados, like a fully formed West Indies slave society. They ran out of room in their islands by the 1670s and came to Charleston and founded what became the sort of deep or Cotton South. The people from the war-ravaged borderlands of Britain, English marches, the lowlands of Scotland, where Braveheart were from, and especially Ulster, where Queen Elizabeth and James I sent lowland Scots to conquer the Irish. These were a warrior people living in a place with very few institutions where you had to protect your kith and kin yourself, and no good could come of government or the armies. And the Spanish moving south to north in the Southwest and so on. These were all completely different societies who never had even the slightest inkling that they would belong to a single country together. And that happened as an accident of history in the 1770s, when a change in British imperial policy was threatening to force all of these idiosyncratic societies to conform to the will of the crown. It was going to destroy the whole political and social ways each one was structured. So they gathered together in a sort of rebel alliance to protect each of their own systems. And miraculously, they won. And then they were in something called the United States together. And that's why our country is so complex and confounding and has a hard time finding broad consensus.
Right.
And even if it's necessary that we do.
Now, there's something from Zelensky called the doctrine of first effective settlement that really plays an important role in your work. And can you kind of explain what that is and how it fits in here?
Correct. That's sort of the academic foundations of I call it the American nations model, if you'd like, is the Wilbur Zelensky he's a late cultural geographer. He was asking in the 1970s, a kind of big question, cultural geography, how do cultures get started? Anthropologists and sociologists have traced how cultures transmit themselves over time, cultural transmission from individual to individual in schools and churches, and, the rituals of who we're supposed to be and the holidays we follow and the songs we sing, transfers cultural information that's sort of, out there as almost a community over time. But he was wondering, how does a culture get started? If a bunch of humans arrive somewhere where there were no humans, or if they, wipe out the people who were there, how does a new culture get started? And his theory, which I think is correct, was that the first group of settlers who are able to create kind of a self-sustaining society that carries on will have an outsized influence on the future trajectory and characteristics of that society, even if their numbers were very small and the numbers the rest of us who came later were enormous. They sort of format the hard drive, if you will, the assumptions and institutions and all those things that get transmitted as culture. The rest of us can come and, adapt to it or change it at the margins, but it's there and it has lasting power, which you can demonstrate. And this isn't just, in the United States, but anywhere in the world. It's just ours is a little simpler to understand because, we had one massive colonization project and here we are. Whereas if you traced it in Europe, when did the, Celts conquer the whatever people and then this empire came and that. So you need like 20 overlays to understand it. But here, the resonance and the signal is really, really obvious. So American Nations is basically mapping the first effective settler cultures, starting with those colonial clusters I described, those rival colonial projects. But each of them, and this is kind of the amazing part, had pretty much mutually exclusive settlement zones, most of them going east to west into the continent, the Spanish project going south to north, and where they avoided one another. They largely all the way out well beyond the Mississippi through the 80s, each one, the descendants of each of these projects bringing these assumptions was able to keep formatting the cultural hard drive. And they did not follow state boundaries or even international boundaries. Often those boundaries didn't exist yet. So you have to look at it at a county level to understand it. People argue about, is is Pennsylvania, why, what are the differences in Pennsylvania and why? Ohio, why is the Western Reserve of Connecticut around Cleveland so different from the southern part, founded as, the old Virginia military district around Cincinnati? Why do the three parts of California not get along? How about, Texas? Like everyone in Texas knows Austin's the capital, but that Dallas and Houston and San Antonio are the hubs of three very different Texases, and so on. That, once you understand the settlement geography, it clicks and you can actually map it. And the stunning thing that came out of American Nations and the new book really digs into is at a county level, you can still see across all kinds of phenomena in American life, you can still see those settlement zones. They're like giant tectonic fissures in our politics and society.
I think it's really amazing because we've had centuries of migration. We have this sort of nationalized media, nationalized economy, in many ways, a nationalized culture, and yet it really gives a sense of how strong that sort of first mover, sort of, you said, formatting the hard drive thing really is, because you would expect that most of that would have been wiped out by now, but not so much.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems almost ridiculous that these centuries-old traces, sometimes with very small settlement groups, could survive given all the things you said. We have mass retailing, mass media, mass culture, mass migration. We move around. We're born in one part of the country, and half of us move from one place to another. How could you possibly still see the signal? But indeed, across almost any phenomena you look at, you do, and not only do you, the signals are getting stronger. So the question becomes, why is that and how can it be? The power of culture, but also there are a number of things, the intrinsic qualities of these rival cultures have a power of their own to, say, attract or repel immigrants or certain kinds of immigrants. And so the movement of people today, a lot of social scientists have asked, well, why is it that of all these people moving from blue states or moving to red states, why aren't the red states getting more purple? Instead, they're getting more red. What they discovered was, by and large, in aggregate, the people who move resemble politically or whatever you look at the destination, not their point of origin. In other words, people are statistically voting with their feet. If you're frustrated with the place you were born, because as individuals, we have a wide range of opinions. It's just, what's the dominant culture look like around you? And if you were, born, raised, moved to as a kid or whatever in a culture where you feel like everyone around you has all these
let me barge in right quick. So you basically have regions of what became the United States, a lot of them independently settled, kind of, maybe next door to each other. But say you got South Carolina, you go back and you look during the Constitutional Convention, for instance, Georgia and South Carolina were more or less joined at the hip in what they wanted the country to be. You had New England, a distinct region. Then you had the Mid-Atlantic. And New York was kind of on its, its own thing. Virginia and North Carolina were its own thing. And then you had Philadelphia, kind of its own thing, Philadelphia, New Jersey. Maryland probably more aligned with Virginia. My point is, if you were black, say you were an African slave or descendant of an African slave, and you were, say, in New England, you are going to have a different experience. You're going to be acclimated or acculturated into a different culture than if you're a slave in South Carolina. The rice culture, the experience, the danger, the life expectancy as a slave in, South Carolina is going to be a lot different than that of, someone, say, in Boston. Funny enough, who was it? Can't remember whether it was Sojourner Truth, or Harriet Tubman. I think it's Sojourner Truth. Her first language wasn't English. She grew up in upstate New York State somewhere, and her owners basically were Dutch, or I think they were Dutch or something like that. She didn't speak English. She grew up speaking some version of Dutch. And I mentioned that just to basically, point out that even the slave experience was different. So you fast forward to 2026, there is no black culture. Okay, there are black cultures. And I think rap music, you got the East Coast, you got the West Coast, you got the dirty South. Even within, something as ubiquitous as rap music in black culture is not the same. It's not homogenous. And for people like a Clarence Thomas or a John Galt, all these people talking about, Nightdish is another one, all these people talking about, well, black people need to pull together. No, we have different interests. And fortunately or unfortunately, that's the way it is. And people need to wake up and smell that coffee. That's why, I literally think, and I'm kind of naturally a lone wolf anyway. No, I'm not going to be on some other person's code. I'm not going to be on code with shit that I don't think, is positive or good for me. Call me individualistic, which Nightdish often does, but I don't give a fuck. It's worked for me thus far. And those who don't seem to understand what culture is or what black culture is, that's a you problem. But I'm not going to go along to get along.
Examined assumptions that are completely wrong, and it frustrates you. And if you ever had your choice and your company was going to let you relocate, you'd move to somewhere where people believe A and B, not X and Y. And by and large, people are doing exactly that. They're trying to move to be among their own people. And because of the maldistribution culturally of these different assumptions, that often means they're moving between regional cultures. In other words, the map is being cleaned up, probably unfortunately for our stability, where the dominant cultural mores are getting reinforced, not diluted by the migration movements.
One of the distinctions you made that I thought was fairly important, really important politically, is the distinction between communitarian and individualistic cultures. And you also further make a distinction between aggressively and passively communitarian individualistic. Could you talk a little bit about that and why it matters?
Yeah. So after American Nations, I did another book pretty much on exactly this called American Character. It came out in early 2016. It said, look, we have these regional cultures. What do we do about it? What have they been fighting over? And is there a way that you could reach a federal consensus so that we could, kind of a supermajority that could govern in federal politics. There were decades where there were regional coalitions that gave us a supermajority that sometimes, regardless of which party was in power, generally were moving the same direction. The laissez-faire era of the late 19th century, the greater New Deal era, which isn't just FDR, it's Truman and Eisenhower, often with Republican majorities, JFK, LBJ. That's multiple iterations of who's in control of Congress and the presidency. And yet the general idea that you were going to invest in infrastructure and institutions and space programs and all of that was agreed upon. High tax rates on the richest people and a sort of more equitable distribution of income, totally different from the laissez-faire period. But for the past, generation and a half, every election's on a knife's edge. They're all won by, tiny margins, whether it's the presidency or the House or the Senate. Every once in a while, one party gets a big counter victory and everyone declares the other party dead forever. And then the other party wins the next. We are not living in stable times, and it's made dealing with the nation's problems nigh impossible because our constitutional, arrangements allow checks that make it impossible to do big things like constitutional amendments or whatever. So, that's the broader background problem of that. So the thing you asked is, well, what are they divided over? And in the end, up until 2016 anyway, our whole federal politics has been dominated by an argument about how you achieve the American experiment in representative self-government, right? And the Declaration of Independence is like our mission statement that says, hey, we're a people dedicated to try to make a society where basically people can be maximally and sustainably time. In other words, a few families don't become super free and maximize their freedom by taking it away from everyone else, and you end up in an aristocracy. So how do you do that? And the argument has been between cultures that champion, and individuals, but they're dominant cultures that champion individual liberty, like Greater Appalachia, that the way to achieve freedom and maximize freedom would be to maximize the freedom of each individual. That if, there's less taxes, less regulation, less government, that axiomatically that means each of us must be more free. And then there's a counter tradition that I call communitarian. It's about, be free. You have to maintain the common good. You have to build and keep doing the maintenance on the complex infrastructure, civilizational infrastructure that makes it possible for individual humans to even contemplate all being free. That it's, you have to maintain the leveling mechanisms intergenerationally so that each person, regardless of the circumstances of their birth, has a shot at the American experiment of pursuing their happiness, of being able to not be tyrannized. And to do that, you need, these days, libraries and schools and clinics and highways and, broadband access in rural areas and all kinds of stuff. In other words, it's a social project, the cultivation of a Republican citizenry. And those have opposite political implications, right? One might be sort of New Dealish, let's build the interstate and send man to the moon. And the other one is like, no, we should have no taxes and no government at all and each fend for ourselves and then we'll be more free. And so that's the battle. In the work we've been doing that you can read about in the new book, Nations Apart, that was, I set up about 2.5 years ago at a university, a whole little research center that uses this work and studies with data all kinds of things in American life to understand it better and hopefully develop tools to hold us together, have better policy and such. And that's where we develop the sort of, there are two categories of being aggressively communitarian, like the Greater New England cultural space, or the culture that's on the Pacific coastal plains between the Pacific and the mountains from about Monterey, Massachusetts through Juneau, Alaska. They all agree with one another, San Francisco, Monterey, Vancouver, Seattle, Portland, and disagree with the interiors of their own states and provinces on everything.
Yeah.
They're set against more individualistic cultures. You have aggressively individualistic ones like the Deep South and legacy Tidewater Chesapeake zone, and certainly Greater Appalachia, where for different cultural reasons, you see it imperative to have weak government and weak institutions and maximum autonomy and movement for the individual, even if it results in inequalities. And in between are ones that are sort of passively communitarian, passively individualistic. They lean one way or the other, but aren't quite as strident in it. Places like the Midlands, which started with William Penn's experiments in Philadelphia and the Delaware Bay, but then moved in a sort of strip across the middle part of the Midwest. the middle part of Pennsylvania and Ohio and Indiana and Illinois and St. Louis and parts of Missouri, with the Yankees, strongly communitarian, people who believe originally that they were on a mission from God, right? A covenanted relationship like the Old Testament Hebrews. God had told the early Puritans in the 1630s that they were the chosen people to do big things in the world, and they had to do them as a group, and they would be punished or rewarded as a group for how they did them. And they got together, like worried Calvinists, and did it through shared institutions, town governments, and all kinds of arrangements. But the whole point was the mission of the community was what mattered. If the individual got in the way through selfishness or not following the rules, you came down hard on them, right? Individual liberty was not considered the key to building a successful community. You have that on one side of the Midlanders, and on the other side of the Midlanders, you have the greater Appalachian people who are like, all institutions can't be trusted. There's, got to trust your kith and kin and people personally to be trustworthy. Everybody else, has to know that you're, fierce and not mess with your stuff. And that gives you a geography that you can recognize in elections, in, say, how people responded to public health advice or advice to get vaccinated during the COVID-19 pandemic, about gun violence and attitudes towards whether it's most important to protect the rights of the gun owner or the safety of the community. They all fall on these lines over and over again. So it's a powerful way of understanding the difference between the political cultures, but it's a meta issue where the cultures have very strong and centuries-old stances on those issues that affect our politics and create the red state, blue state map.
It reminds me when you were talking about the New England area, that Yankeedom region that you talk about in the books, and say, well, they're very communitarian, but there's also a very high focus on what you call punitive control. And it made me think about what a conservative writer I like a lot, Jonah Goldberg, sometimes calls liberal fascism. This idea that, and it sounds like it tracks exactly with what you're saying, is that for the good of the collective, sometimes we need to kind of down sort of hard in cases on individual liberties for that kind of communal good.
Yeah, and you want what the argument in American Character is, okay, like if you run in either of those directions to the extreme, to extreme individualism where there's like no state and no actors and no counter mechanisms, or extreme communitarianism where individuals, are distrusted entirely and you have faith into some, abstract institutional models, they both end in tyranny. One, you end up with an oligarchy like, Guatemala before the drug lords took over because, the state, everything got so weak they could just step in, like whether the 10 families and capitalized run everything, or Honduras. Or in the other extreme, you end up with, Orwell and Stalin and, the Nazis. They're both bad. But logically, if either extreme leads to tyranny, where is that point where you're maximally free? Where you're having a liberal democracy, small L, small d, like, the libertarian rights, of the individual are protected, and you have a free society. Theoretically, there must be a balance point between those two essential aspects of freedom, where in equilibrium, you're optimizing the balance. And the trick is, how do you find that middle ground to optimize and balance it? And that was kind of the argument in American Character, was knowing these regional cultures and their history, where does that optimal ground lie? It does argue that, we have been increasingly going down into an extreme on the individualism scale that has created these mass differences in wealth and power and legal repercussions if, you break a crime, and all kinds of things that are undermining the whole social contract, and that we need to move the other direction. But you can go too far in either direction. What you point out with the Yankees, the early Puritans, is absolutely true. I mean, think about the events and the culture that led Hawthorne to write the Scarlet Letter, right? Putting people into the stock, the intolerance and coming down upon individual idiosyncrasies that was, tarnish the Puritans' reputation, rightly so. You don't want to go down that path that far, right? But you can also go so individualistic that, there's total chaos, and, the one warlord who's, maximized his freedom, he and his family, like, shoot you and take your stuff, and because there's no one to stop them. So you don't want that either.
The Lincoln Wishlist sales event is happening now. Here's what's on everyone's wish list. Enjoying holiday jingles with brilliant 3D audio that surrounds you? Check. Watching snow flurries through the panoramic vista roof? Check. Packing up presents with the spacious Lincoln Splitgate? Check. Everything you want. All standard on the 2025 Lincoln Navigator SUV. Visit your local Lincoln retailer or learn more at Lincoln.com for exceptional offers on 20 vehicles today.
Hey there, it's Dr. Videos and Explainer Videos, all access.
Death language is going to work better for other people. But unless you can really understand sort of the vernacular that they come from, it's going to be really difficult to connect with them if that culture is just so fundamentally different.
Yeah. And a lot of the, importance of understanding this regional landscape and its implications is exactly that. If you don't understand what's dividing people, you can't even get to actually having a functional conversation to find the meeting point that people can live with. And we need to find the meeting point, or you end up, having your whole democracy collapse, which people are now experiencing very quickly. This is the result of allowing these forces to fester and corrode to the point where we weren't able to solve things. So, how do you do that? How do you communicate across those things? Well, for most dominant regional cultures, I will name names and say that the Deep South's, received culture is against the Declaration. All of its intellectuals back in the antebellum period, Civil War, and so on argued that no, humans are not inherently equal and aren't meant to be free. Only the blah, blah, blah people are, originally the Anglo-Saxon race, right? And that was an argument, an ethno-national and authoritarian model. The deep Southern intellectuals and political leaders were arguing that you should enslave, the working class white people as well for their own good, that you should create a society like the class.
Yes, and that is something that I never hear any of these anti-black blacks or the racist hillbillies on YouTube. People like Be Brave, they wanted to enslave the Be Braves of the United States back before the Civil War. And then they needed the Be Braves to fight in the Civil War. But I never hear anyone mention that.
Classical republics of ancient Greece and Rome, which were slave societies, where a tiny minority had at the top of the pyramid had the privilege or liberty to practice democracy, and subjugation and slavery with a natural lot of the many. That's the republic that they wanted to create. But for all the other regional cultures nowadays anyway, including Greater Appalachia and certainly the Far West, the argument is about, how do you create a free society? And one thing that my project worked on, Nationhood Lab is the name of the project, that's unpacked in the book, Nations Apart, is that there's a shared, the question we had was, how do you hold this country together? Do we have anything in common across the regions? And the answer is yes. That most people, we did tons of polling on this and qualitative interviews, and we just dug into it. The vast majority of Americans believe not in that ethno-nationalist, blood and soil definition that there's a certain tribe of people who are the real Americans and everyone else is here provisionally. No, most Americans agree that we're a people who have a shared set of ideals that were set forth in the Declaration of Independence and our mission statement as a people. And that is that we are a people devoted to trying to create a society where those ideals are possible, those natural rights that every human was given by God or the universe. It was intended to not be tyrannized, to survive, to pursue happiness as they understand it, and to have access to the representative self-government that makes it possible. And we put side by side in the nicest language possible, we put statement pairs. We ask people, do you think America's purpose is this or that? And this was based on the Declaration's ideals, and that was based on something very similar.
Oh, sorry about that. Let's see here.
Similar to the speech that J.D. he hadn't given it yet, but very similar to J.D. Vance's speech to the Claremont Institute when he argued we're not just an ideal, we're a people, right? That in the end, it's about shared heritage and lineage and tradition and like intrinsic qualities, character that belong to a particular peoples, right? That the implication in that is that it's peoples who had to have been around here for a long time. In J.D. Vance's example, he was talking about, essentially the real Americans are those who colonized the frontier and took the continent from the indigenous people. But that was something that was completed by the mid 1880s. So you're leaving out the indigenous people who were brought here as slaves and therefore weren't participating in that project. And everybody whose immigrant parents came, in the 1880 to 1924 immigration wave, the Catholic, Orthodox Christian, Jewish wave, and people from East Asia to the West Coast, and everyone who's come since, right? It's excluding, a large, I've got people in my genome who would make it under J.D. Vance's definition, but a lot of my great-grandparents wouldn't. They're not as American. So we put those statement pairs side by side. And I thought that the heritage, lineage one would actually win with most people because it just seemed more concrete, whereas the ideals and declarations seem so airy and abstract and fartsy, right? But no, it was like basically 60-30, in favor of the civic, even when you placed them side by side. And that was true across, gender, generation, regional cultures, education levels, are you essentially, rich, poor, high school education, college education. And the only groups that weren't pretty much a supermajority were Republicans and people who said they voted for Trump in 2020. But in those cases too, 45% of them preferred the civic values. Yeah. For a country that's divided, that was pretty impressive. And then we put out in another poll, we were like, well, let's just ask people rather than X or Y, let's just ask them straight out, do you agree that as Americans, we are duty-bound and tasked to protect one another's rights to, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness? And I thought, maybe it'll be 60-40 again. It was 97-2. I mean, absolutely bonkers. You never see an answer that is 97-2. Our pollsters had never seen an answer to any question with that gap. If you ask Americans, and the Pew Charitable Trust did, is the earth round or flat? The answer is 80-10, with 10% undecided. So, I mean, what I'm saying is it is baked in that is actually the purpose of the country. And if you get people into that mode, like, oh yeah, I agree with that, and this person over here who I disagree with on everything agrees with that, well, you can start having a productive discussion. Does policy X that's being introduced or action Y by the president or whoever, does that further or pull back on the quest to achieve those things? Right. And, that's a fruitful discussion. And if it is destructive of it, maybe that should give you second thoughts. If it's helping it, well, maybe you're on board. And, that should be the North Star, the Polaris of how all of us and all of our elected representatives think about what to do next, because we do kind of broadly agree on that. So that's like a really powerful element and tool of our work, because, liberal democracies, small L, small d, of Western democracies, this kind of society, this is a whole new thing in human history. We were around for 5,000 years of complex civilization, and it was all despotisms until like 300 or 400 years ago, with a mere idea that you might try to have individuals be free. Not just the aristocracy, but everybody. And we're not very good at it, but it's a fragile thing. And, the default would be to go back to despotism, and that's not going to be good for 90% of us. So maybe we should not do that.
Yeah, it is very heartening to know the strong degree of agreement on those fundamental things. Granted, it can be a lot easier to agree on broad concepts, and then when you try to implement them, that can be pretty tricky. But still, that amount of agreement blows me away, and I think a lot of, and should a lot of people. It occurred to me, when you were talking about Vice President Vance, I wonder how much of his remarks have to do with his cultural regional upbringing. I associate Appalachia with being very insular, very suspicious of outside authority, that sort of thing. But weirdly, and maybe not weirdly, I think, in a way, it also seems to be a huge Trump area. So even though they're suspicious of outside authority, there's this authoritarian strongman kind of, or at least seems like there is, which I don't know, seems kind of contradictory. Maybe you can talk to that a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, the ethno-nationalism aspect helps a great deal. So, J.D. Vance has not ever been particularly consistent in his pronouncements. He's been a chameleon. Remember, he was a huge Trump critic before, and suddenly he's not as vice president. But what he's getting at that is consistent with the Greater Appalachian cultural region that he and his family are from is an ethno-national idea, right? That whole blood and soil notion that Americans are a people, like shared genetic ties, and that therefore people who don't share those ties are not full Americans or, are on provisional status. That notion is very deep in Greater Appalachia. And the book actually talks about the development of the rival stories of who we are that came out of some of the regions. And the Greater Appalachian one was particularly fascinating because, remember the Appalachian people were discovered in quotes in around, 1880, 1900, 1910 by visitors from the outside who were like, oh my goodness, there are these people living in these hollows. And they, you can read their writings, the very influential writings in, The Atlantic, which was an even bigger magazine then than now, and in books and stuff that said, these are people who, these Anglo-Saxon settlers who came back in the colonial period, our founders, but who got lost in these little eddies of history, trapped in valleys without enough resources and were forgotten there. And they're still speaking Elizabethan English, and they're still doing the old time religion of our forefathers, and they're still holding the values, even using the technology of our Anglo-Saxon forefathers was the argument. That here in amber is a crystallized pure form of who we are supposed to be as Americans. Remember, this is all being said right in the middle of that great 1880 to 1924 immigration wave that brought, lots of people who weren't Anglo-Saxon Protestant into the country for the first time. Huge numbers of people from, who were Catholic and Orthodox Christian and from Eastern Europe and so on. And Protestant America was in the middle of a massive freak out about this, right? All Catholics were papists and they were going to just, follow orders from the Vatican. That went on until JFK was president. I mean, people were genuinely thought that the whole country was going to be destroyed. So, Protestant families were running around creating the Mayflower Society and the Colonial Dames and the Daughters of the American Revolution, which were genealogical projects to prove that you and your family were all part of the original true Americans. And then they go out there and they discover like these people who the whole argument was the value of these people is that they haven't been corrupted by all these outside influences. And all these foreign people have been coming in and technology and all that, but here are the true Americans. And that actually stuck. And as, became part of the Appalachian identity, the idea that we are the real Americans, that there's an American ethnicity and we are it. And that we haven't been corrupted by the outside. We're the pure version with the pure values. And you can even see it on census maps. Like, I remember the 2000 census, if you look at a county level, the dominant self-declared ethnicity in each county, there's this whole section that's analogous to my Greater Appalachia, where the answer was American. Not English, not Scots-Irish, which probably was the accurate answer, not German, not Spanish or whatever, or Mexican like everywhere else. American, or sometimes even Native American in counties where there are no indigenous people. In other words, the idea that we aren't any of those things, that there's an indigenous American people, and the implications for that, if the country really belongs to you, then you can quickly find yourself to where J.D. Vance was on the stage at Claremont, because, his people were part of that wave.
It's weird to me because when President Trump says something about how immigrants or some migrants are poisoning the blood of America, now I hear that and I go to East Germany and get kind of into freak out
Absolutely,
mode.
yeah.
But other people clearly don't, right? I mean, this resonates.
They may not be as familiar with the history of fascism and where it leads. No, I mean, everything that Trump has been saying for years is straight out of the fascist and authoritarian playbook on ethno-nationalism. The other, who bears sickness, who are vermin, who poison the blood, who are inherently bad people, that's all things that ethno-nationalists have said forever. And which, I got involved in this sort of, concern about authoritarianism because I, spent my 20s in Eastern Europe and the Balkans during the transition, collapse and transition from communism, ending with the Bosnian War. And there's places where this exact same arguments and stuff against people, these ethno-nationalist and ultimately fascist arguments were taking place. And it led to the siege of Sarajevo and tons of people being shot by their neighbors into ditches. And it's not somewhere you want to go. And that's sort of the language and playbook. The Department of Homeland Security has been posting on their official accounts, some of the classic iconography of American ethno-nationalism. John Gast's American Progress, a painting from the 1840s, which is considered like the ultimate symbol of manifest destiny thinking. It's a bunch of white settlers are crossing an allegorical plain to the west, and all the Indians are fleeing from their awesomeness and disappearing off to the west side of the stage. And above the American settlers, leading them is this giant angel, literally carrying the Protestant Book of Common Prayer under her arm, like the Statue of Liberty's tablet, and stringing out. She has a coil of telegraph wire that she's stringing out that's forming along, right? And that DHS posts that as like something like an American heritage to be proud of, right? They're not hiding it. They're being very explicit. And it is not a place that any society wants to go, but especially one where, only a tiny proportion of us could declare majority definition of Americanness via that argument. And why would you?
Yeah. There are these regional stories, I guess I'll call them, that we tell ourselves. Like, I was born and raised in Cleveland, and
Western
Cleveland, Ohio,
Reserve.
and there you go, exactly. And I remember hearing the whole city on a hill thing from President Reagan. That really resonated with me. I had friends from the South who the Lost Cause thing resonated with them. And I guess I'm wondering, do you feel like we need these stories in some way that we really can't do without these kind of, I don't know, cultural foundation stories, I guess?
That's an excellent question. I mean, when I was younger, more idealistic, I was like, we don't need this myth. It's myth making, right? It's sort of like a shared accepted propaganda about who we are and what we're supposed to be. And I was like, oh, we don't need this stuff. Humans can think it through rationally. No, we really do need this stuff. I mean, every nation, like a nation's an abstraction. I'm a United Statesian. I'm an American. I'm therefore tied more closely to some person I'll never meet 3,000 miles away from me than I am to, somebody in Canada. Why? This is right over the border from where I live in Maine and probably closer culturally. Those abstractions, nations don't really exist except in our minds. We can create institutions around them, but they're still an imagined community. And so you need a definition for any identity group. And we as individuals need identities. That's the part I missed when I was younger. That I read a ton of this now in evolutionary biology and in child development, and how people develop cognitively. We are hardwired from way back, in our adaptations to the environment when we were being chased around to need to find a group, a band, and that band to be able to, work together and compete and survive, and who your identity is in that group is really important. Like we're pre-formatted to need to form this little social band identity and to consider our band better than the other bands out there of humans or whoever else. And that goes really deep. That's why we tell ourselves stories about who we are when we're young, when we're in middle school and we're trying to figure out who we are, and you try on different identities. And we have multiple identities at once. You're a Yankees fan, you're a Catholic, you're, African-American, you're an economist. You have all these identities at the same time. But over the top, you may have a national identity, and you got to define it, because if there's a vacuum there, somebody is going to fill the vacuum. It cannot remain an empty space. If virtuous-minded people don't define it, then a demagogue and someone for selfish reasons will, and then you're in real trouble. So, we need these stories, and we can't afford not to have them.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard people suggest, well, these regional differences, maybe they exist, but they're not nearly as powerful as things like income and education. And so really, these may be more of a proxy for sure. The South has these sort of attitudes, but that's really more explained by poverty and that sort of thing. And I know you get into, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And that would be a logical thing for people to think, but no. I mean, when we look at the data, whatever project we're working on, and we're doing all data related analysis, if we start trying to control for those things, maybe it's poverty that is resulting in The Deep South having, I can't remember, 2.5 times the per capita gun death rate of Yankeedom, or 9 times that of, like, I can't remember, 5 or 9 times that of the area around New York City, which is Dutch settled, even though that's the densest and most diverse part of the continent. Maybe that's just wealth and poverty. So we'll just take the richest counties in each region and compare them to each other. Or let's just take the poorest counties and compare them. Or, because the CDC data on gun violence sorted by race, let's just look at Black victims of gun violence. Let's just look at white victims. And on all of them, the gaps remained or even grew larger. Like, white on white gun homicides in the Deep South are many times higher than Yankeedom or New Netherland. I mean, many times higher. So, people who say African Americans have a much higher gun death rate, gun homicide rate, which is true, and more African Americans live in the South. Therefore, no, if you just compare the rate for white people or rich counties, they're all play out. Same thing with life expectancy. I was stunned. There's a significant life expectancy differences between the regions. 3 to 5 year population level differences might not sound like a lot, but that's like the difference between the gap between the United States and like Bulgaria and the Philippines. It's a really big gap.
Yeah, I kind of wonder what a be brave type person would think of that. But he would just want to harp on the blacks are higher than whites part. But what do you make of white people, white gun deaths in the South are very much higher than, say, New England or New York State? I think that means that there's a difference in culture for starters. The South is a gun culture more so than, New England would be. But is something wrong with whites in the South? But these are the sorts of questions that get kind of not asked in a highly racist type show or ethos, even like a Be Brave or John Galt, even other content creators. It's just so highly racial. It's so racial that critical thinking just can't take root in some of these arguments.
But we looked at, let's just look.
Again, if black culture is so violent, how do you account for the huge difference in, quote, white culture in the South versus, quote, white culture in the North?
Look at, let's take the richest quarter of counties in the entire United States and the ones that are those richest ones in the whole country that happen to be in Yankeedom. Let's compare their life expectancy with the richest ones in the Deep South. And let's do it for the poorest. It was stunning. The richest counties in the entire United States, which happen to be in the Deep South, have a lower life expectancy than the poorest quartile of counties in the entire United States that happen to be in Yankeedom. I mean, FICO credit scores. If people look at Nationhood Lab, you'll find .org is the website. We took the FICO credit scores by region, enormous differences between them, and clear cut, like almost like just exactly to the map. Like if you map it with one color is good credit scores and one color is bad, like there's just one across the sort of northern regions. Every county almost is good, and in the southern regions, every county is bad, like without exception. Even though there are incredibly wealthy counties in the bad blob and incredibly poor ones in the good blob. There are some staggeringly poor, like Washington County in easternmost Maine, where I live, is often the poorest one in the entire Northeast, but FICO credit scores are actually relatively good. So yeah, you would think so, but when you really start probing the data, it turns out no. And that's what starts leading you to realize the power of culture. And in short, why? Because culture, the values of a culture have an enormous influence on who gets elected into power, and who gets elected into power creates the policy environment. And the policy environment creates all kinds of other things, including for health stuff and life expectancy, the social determinants of health, whether or not you've got medical care or you did as a baby, or schools and all that kind of stuff. And that has these knock-on effects.
This episode is brought to you by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus has movies. So many movies. The movies you've seen 1,000 times and could watch 1,000 more. Iconic movies your friends can't believe you haven't.
A realtor in need of an open house, son? No.
These sort of communitarian regions, communitarian cultures, do better in terms of almost all the things I would think we would care about, right? Life expectancy, quality of life, health, all these things. And yet, these individualistic cultures, when I talk to people from these cultures, they say, well, you don't understand the value of freedom. And maybe I don't. Maybe it's just going over my head or something. Or like when there are gun deaths and people from these cultures say, you know what? That's just the price you pay for the freedom to bear arms. And I just think, and maybe culturally, this is just, they're like talking past me culturally or something, because it's so hard for me to wrap my head around that.
Well, you are from the Western Reserve of Ohio, not from the, Virginia Military District, right?
Exactly,
Down by
yeah.
Cincinnati. So, I mean, many people probably share that observation. And yeah, culture has enormous power, and the fundamental ideology, even if the data and everything shows that the individualistic position on this is wrong, people are going to dismiss it and push back because it has that kind of power. However, let's say you wanted to not have as many people die in, say, Greater Appalachia or anywhere from gun violence. You pick a policy. I ban extended gun magazines or close the loopholes in the gun registry, whatever it is. If you think that policy X will have some marginal but worthwhile, helpful benefits in that regard, the argument you might make in Greater Appalachia is if you do X, it will help you protect your family. Whereas in Yankeedom, if you do X, it will help make the community safer. Those are the ways to go in those two regions. And if you reverse those messages between those two regions, neither one would be as effective. So, I mean, there's useful information one can start having once you realize that this is what's going on, which is why diagnosing the problem and showing these differences and what's driving them is important. Maybe you do want to protect your family. It's well, that actually makes sense. You can counter that in lots of different ways. And then the broader thing, if the Greater Appalachian people and the Yankee people all agree in the promises in the Declaration.
What's up, Imperious?
I understand, and I like the topic, and I understand his points about the balkanization and the cultural regions of the country and stuff. But the Second Amendment's a really bad example to use, because in all data it shows the more guns in a community, the more safe it is.
Well, that's not what he's talking about.
No, but what he's saying is if you want to talk about protecting your family, the entire he's looking at the cultural paradigm differently. Right. People in those areas don't care about safety as much as they care about the ability to do what they want. It's a balancing test. It's not where he says they're talking past me. Don't you want people to die less? People are okay with people dying more if they're dying by their own hand and their own choices. That's what he's missing. You get what I'm saying? They're going shorter capacity mag. There's not one study that's ever been conducted that has shown that having lower capacity magazines leads to less gun deaths. And this is what I'm saying.
His big deal is his first book, or the first one I read, was called United. What? Shoot, I can't even think of the name of it. It's damn it. Hold on.
No, just give me a general synopsis.
I just drew a blank. Basically, Colin Woodard's thing. And there's another author of a book I didn't read. Basically, there are 11 distinct nations within the United States. We think of the North and the South, but it's even more.
There's the Great Lakes region. There's the Southern South, the Southern West. There's the Northern West. There's the Central. There's the Central South, like Texas and Oklahoma, which is way different than Nebraska, Wyoming, North Dakota. This country is the most diverse and largest variance of peoples and cultures and ideas the world, other than maybe Rome or Greece at the height of Alexander, than people have seen.
Right.
You know, and that's the unique burden and challenge that we have that makes us different, that no other nation, and I'll go after this, no other nation in the world can really identify or give us directions out if you have not been in the US because of the uniqueness of this country.
Well,
You get what I'm
that's one of my points, but here's the reason, because I've been meaning to do a show like this, and you can tell it's attracting hordes of people. But this notion that all Black people, and Clarence Thomas seems to have this notion that there is a monolithic Black culture, and I'm saying even if you go back. Right, but that's why I can't figure out why people, why can't we all pull together? Why can't we all be like,
because we're all so different.
Whatever?
Well,
that's exactly it. And I'm saying just within the Black community, if you just looked at the 50 million people who identify as Black in the United States, it's a dumb question to ask, why can't all Blacks?
It's a minimalistic it's a minimalistic reductive argument, because what you're saying is you're making it easier to herd people like cattle by saying that they all kind of do this, so we can have a one size one answer fits all thing, which is an impossibility.
Well, but you heard yesterday, Clarence Thomas, economics, he's an
old man from an old time. He doesn't that's what I'm trying, like,
he has a lot of influence though.
He's an incredibly intelligent guy, and I love Clarence Thomas. But again, he is from a different age. You know what I mean? And from a time where he grew up in a small community where Black people probably were the same around him. But he didn't travel the world.
Exactly.
He didn't know all that. You know what I mean? He was never exposed to them. The poor guy.
Well, the thing is he definitely knows more now. However,
well, he does,
what
but he's an old
strikes
man.
me,
He's never going out of his idea.
Correct. But how do you explain a
idea.
John Galt who has said pretty much the same thing? John Galt talks about
John
this,
Galt's doing it. That's egocentrism. That's different. Clarence Thomas is an old man set in his ways where he's just not going to stop. Like, he doesn't, because he's from an old time. But John Galt is a man that is desperately trying to separate himself from being a Black man while abusing Black people as if he was white. That is the greatest irony.
Right.
That is the issue. John knows that Blacks aren't the same, but he doesn't care as long as he can beat Blacks down to get his own way, to get his own ego driven. That's all it is. John Galt knows Black people are not the same. He rents to Black people that are all different from one room to the next. But he doesn't care.
But he's just one of many examples of knightish. I can name names. Hell, I've heard Sharon. All these people are basically saying a variation.
These are low intelligent people. These are Stanley. You know this. These are Stanley. It's the same thing like saying Italians and Irish are the same. It doesn't. Stanley.
Exactly.
This is stupid shit. This is low gray matter shit that people just babble about to make themselves feel good that they're better than the people they're attacking. That's all it is, Stanley.
Well, all I'm saying is I think they actually believe it, for one, and then they're attracting all these gullible people into thinking like that.
Yes. And they believe it because it makes them feel good, Stanley. You got to understand, most people only believe the things that make them feel good. That's the intelligence of the world we're in now. If it makes me feel good, it must be right. Talk to you soon, Stanley.
I'm sorry. Khan, that's a very interesting thing to say. I don't know. I guess I'm making myself feel better by at least showing something like this. Because I have gotten beat up in the past when I just go, who would want to, join together, all the 50 million Black people in America join together and build our own businesses and all this stuff. It sounds great, but why go after a goal that is obviously unattainable? There's a fine balance between, building. Well, bottom line is, look, if all the black people in my small Georgia town wanted to get together and talk about building a business or something like that, sure, I would at least listen, and who knows, it might be a good enough idea that I decide to join or participate. But there are many communities, of people who identify as Black American, but we're not all the same. And for someone on the West Coast to act like, gee, everything that I've experienced in my life is what other Black people have gone through in different parts of the country is just preposterous to me. And, I'm looking at these videos for those who may be interested in watching stuff like this. This is kind of my background, thinking of the argument that why should Black people get together and do something they don't want to do? We don't all think alike any more than the quote white people do. We are as diverse due to the different regions that we populate. Some Black dude in New York is not like some Black dude in Savannah, and there's a good chance we don't even hold the same value system. There are going to be some things we as Americans will value, of course, but there are just so many differences. And there's nothing wrong with the difference besides. So anyway, that's why I'm even showing this. And I can see that I have to be careful, because anytime you show like a YouTube thing with no actual video, it tends to drive people away. It's the proverbial show killer. And I should not probably even be showing it. I've got a video with video after this, but the topic is so fascinating to me that I'll just have to drive people away until the next video, I guess. But anyone who wants to click the link, it is posted. And once I get done with this Colin Woodard stuff, it's going to be up for grabs what we talk about next. And, it is Friday. Other people actually do things on Friday evenings. If there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of audience, I'll pull up the tent stakes and go do something else.
Even as they interpret them differently, and you realize that, then you actually have some kind of framework for constructive discussion instead of just the Manichean, good versus evil battle.
Yeah. And in a way, I wonder if it's actually good to have a certain amount of this tension, because as you've alluded to earlier, that both an extremist in communitarian and an extremist in individualistic cultures can lead to really bad results. So having that sort of mix is probably better overall, I would think.
I mean, there's a reason that despite these fissures, the United States became, for a time, the most powerful country in the world, and one that many other countries sort of looked up to. The principles in the Declaration have kind of been adopted by great swaths of Western Europe and parts of East Asia. Those are like the ideals that they have too. And that was not the case before the United States came along. There's something about that, it keeps us honest. Our balance point between the regions, like we know that, shifting over to the communitarian side fairly far has good results, farther than we are. Where are the richest countries in the world? Or the ones with the highest happiness index, or the ones that the Libertarian Cato Institute considers to be the ideal, like the most free market societies. A lot of them are the same countries in all those metrics, Denmark, Iceland, Sweden, Netherlands, Switzerland. And, that there's a reason for that. But if Yankeedom were on its own, Yankeedom might become a social democracy like those. You have a totally free and dynamic economy, but yet you tax it, right, to provide the infrastructure which you believe not only makes your citizens better off, but that makes the economy better off, right? You're building all the stuff and the regulatory forces to make sure no one's cheating and creating monopolies, and therefore it sort of can be a win-win. So there is that balance, but how do you achieve it? And you can go,
in those countries,
you can go totally wrong. I mean, like I said, I was a study abroad student in 1989 behind the Iron Curtain. It was communism, and Ceausescu's Romania. I mean, that was awful. You do not want to deny individual liberty. There are dangers out there. It's just the United States is, we're way on the other side, so that's not our problem. But if you kept on going, beyond Denmark, things start falling apart. The individual ability to do things and to pursue your happiness starts being blocked and collapsing. So that's terrible too. But that's not the problem we have.
Yeah, no. Well, and I guess what makes it easier in a lot of ways is countries like Denmark are mostly one nation, where we're not. We're one country with a lot of those nations. And I also wonder then if maybe these things have really come to the fore a lot later than we might have expected, because early on we really were kind of like a federation of at least states. And so we kind of did our own thing. But then when the American experiment became sort of nationalized with the whole federal government taking such a role, all of a sudden now these sort of one-size-fit-all approaches were put on all of these different nations in the American country. And that's when people started to really push back. And I think you make a point in the book about the South and saying that really, if you think about it, the parts of the U.S. were essentially an authoritarian ethno-nationalist regime until really the 1960s or so. And so while the civil rights movement was like, wow, this is an awesome thing, as far as I'm concerned, from my background, it hit so much differently and still hits differently for a lot of people in the South, even up to, I would imagine, things like DEI and wokeness. You kind of trace a line directly from that. I mean, hell, even Tocqueville did it back when he was writing Democracy in America, way back in the day. So,
Yeah. And de Tocqueville was mostly in the Yankee.
I'm sorry, Palomino, I'm not even sure I understand this question. What would perfect balancing of something that's a social construct, what does that even mean? How do you classify someone who's mixed race? Race is actually, it's not a useful way to classify people, even politically.
Frontier, sort of like he's blown away that he's running into people in some log cabin in the forest in the middle of nowhere who are reading the philosophers. That's because they're in the Yankee zone, where there were taxpayer financed public schools from the 1630s onward, and it had the highest literacy rate in the entire planet in the 17th century. He would not have found those people on the greater Appalachian deep southern frontier, where there was no public education of any sort till after the Civil War. So even he was kind of not realizing the differences in regions. But yes, the point you make is apt. And the Deep South in particular, I mentioned how the fundamental culture and the intellectual tradition was against the Declaration and the idea of us being that humans should be, have equal right to be free and all that kind of stuff. And that created an ethno-state. Remember, it's a race-based slave system, followed by, after being smashed, a formal race-based caste system backed up by the law and death squads who'd go around and lynch and kill people to terrorize them. And that was the norm for centuries, if you include the entire colonial.
The answer is no, but let me also say whites could not have run the country without blacks. Who do you think was doing all the hard work and built this economy? So again, I find the question lacking a premise.
Period. And not until the 1960s did it start being confronted. And the legacy of that is, terrible. We don't like to talk about it or pretend that was that was an anomaly in the American tradition. it wasn't. And it has, there's been a battle. This is another, my most recent book before Nations Apart is Union, which is the story of the struggle to define United States nationhood. It had to start in the 1830s. Well, what does it mean to be a United Statesian? Nobody knows. We won the American Revolution. Now it's a generation later, I know what it means to be a Connecticuter. I know what it means to be a South Carolinian. What's this American thing? There was a battle over it, and the battle was almost immediately between that ethno-nationalist and authoritarian form, slavery attached already, versus the Declaration's ideals. And it has been our eternal struggle. That was the struggle in the antebellum period, the Civil War, Reconstruction, the collapse of Reconstruction, the 1920s, 1910s, 1980s, when we had an ethno-nationalist government. Woodrow Wilson, first deep Southern president, he segregated the federal government, right? The victorious Union government segregated itself under Woodrow Wilson, passed the 1924 Immigration Act shortly after he was in office, that literally imposed racial quotas and ethno-racial quotas to maintain the Anglo-Saxon character of the country, as they put it, where Birth of a Nation, the first blockbuster film, was all the rage, came out in 1913. I mean, that was a film literally celebrating the KKK's terrorist campaign to roll back the political emancipation of African Americans in the occupied Confederacy. That's the plot. The movie poster is, guys with their white hats on rearing horses. That was the official movie poster.
Okay, so Palomino, you're basically saying that whites have achieved what they've achieved because they're white, and blacks haven't achieved what they haven't achieved because they're black? Okay, that kind of racial reductive stuff, it makes you seem like a quack. That doesn't even, I'm not even sure I can answer that, but it does make you seem odd. Whites achieved what they've achieved because they're white. Wow.
It created the second Klan. I mean, so we were actually governed by ethno-nationalists for a time in the early part of the 20th century. And, that battle continued all the way through to the end of the 1960s, when we finally, for the first time, became devoted to the Declaration at the federal level and across as a consensus.
So you're basically saying that white or black, like race, is who you are? Wow. So race is basically like an ontological thing. Again, you sound like a crackpot. Race not that essential. Race is literally phenotype, not much deeper than that.
Across the country, but that tension that the federal government that was going to actually enforce the Constitution, right? The post-Civil War amendments, the South was out and being occupied and they didn't have senators and congressmen, we passed the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which finally aligned our business plan for the country, the Constitution, with our mission statement, the Declaration. And the chafing, especially in the Deep South, against that, and against the fact that you might have people try to enforce those laws, the equal protection of people, and that, everyone gets to vote and all that. It's the hangover's still with us. It was really, really with us in, the 60s and 70s especially, but you're seeing the same geographic divides and the same battles. And now it's, cloaked in DEI and all of that stuff, and ethno-nationalism of different sorts.
So to close things out, I want to think about how this works practically, because it seems like the way forward, if we are to have some sort of a national story, as you suggested, the Declaration of Independence seems like the fantastic place, maybe the only place to start. And so I guess I'm wondering, can new national stories be created sort of from the top down, or how does this work? Can it be an organic? I mean, how do you see this? If you do see it, and obviously we all hope it kind of comes to happen, how do you see the most likelihood path for this sort of thing evolving, some kind of national story that can be more powerful than our regional stories?
Yeah. And that, Union, that book I mentioned, I traced our creation of the national story and the battle through the people who actually somehow did it and advocated for it. And the answer is, the stories are, you got to be working with material that's out there on the ground and in people, but it actually takes somebody to articulate it. Top down doesn't mean the government articulated, but somebody articulated and started putting forward and being able to describe it in a way that other people are like, yeah, that's right. Right. You're putting forward a story into the market, as it were, that people like, yeah, I'll buy that. Right. So you gotta be compelling, but we've stopped being able to talk about what our civic national story is. My argument is, after the Cold War, after I watched communism collapse in Eastern Europe, we just stopped talking about, our values and all the stuff that we talked about a lot when we were fighting the Soviets. Suddenly it was just, it wasn't that liberal democracy or Western democracy had defeated state tyranny. It was capitalism defeats communism. Go capitalism. It'll all be globalization. We don't have to worry about nation states. They'll wither away. Look at the EU.
Let me see if this example helps you, Palomino. On the continent of Africa, there is more genetic diversity between people who we would racialize as Black than there are anywhere outside of Africa. How do you account for that? If everybody's Black in Africa racially, how do you account for the genetic diversity?
All be about the movement of goods and services in a deregulated financial environment. If you're from a part of the country where, you can't compete in the global economy, too bad, you should move, or, get a job at McDonald's. Like, that was being told by people, not just the United States, but in Britain and Europe and everywhere. Just, this will be good for you. And there's no moral content to it. I mean, yeah, we all care about our material prosperity. It's really important, but that's not a national story. That's just economic, plan. And so into that vacuum with rudderless, we and many other countries open ourselves up to demagoguery, especially when, that go capitalism, deregulate every.
Okay, maybe you're not comprehending the point, Palomino. If all Blacks are the same, if they all have the same type of brain and they all have the same type of genetics, they all think the same, Black is literally a state of being, then why aren't their genetics more homogenous? That's my point. There is more genetic diversity on a continent where everybody, or most everybody, the overwhelming majority, are racialized Black, yet the diversity there is unparalleled. So Blacks are not all the same. They don't all have the same type of brain. They don't have the same type of anything other than, some shared phenotypical type traits.
Change the tax code so the wealthy don't.
I mean, you could argue that whites are more the same than Africans are.
Pay any taxes and stuff. Started creating these massive divides where,
by the way,
where you're born.
Consequently, there is less genetic diversity between an African and a Northern European. That's basically, one of the, pointing to Africa being, the origin of Homo sapiens.
And what town you're born in pretty much determines your chances of getting anywhere. Like being born in Cleveland is now against you. I'm not talking about you were born in, Rwanda, right? It's like, you're not born in the 7 metroplexes where all the jobs are. Too bad. You're a Midlander in England or in, Scotland. Well, move to London or, go away. So that was not a good way of doing things. And yeah, you have to have a compelling national story, and it has to be created by somebody. And I'll finally say that that's what we did at Nationhood Lab with all that polling and tested. We were like, let's articulate something that people respond to that translates the values in the Declaration to a story about what's the purpose of the United States, who belongs, where did we come from, what's the meaning of our past, and where are we going? And it's one page.
Yeah.
Communications experts call it a core narrative frame. It's all available again at nationhoodlab.org. There's a like 10-page report with the core narrative frame in there that gives people sort of something to riff off. And that's, somebody needs to do it. Yeah. So we were trying to put it out there since nobody seemed to be figuring out how do you talk about this stuff now. And it's really important.
Yeah, I think it's such important work. We'll make sure to put that link in the show notes as well. But again, the book is Nations Apart. It's fascinating. Really, you can't go wrong reading any book from Colin Woodard as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you.
But the Nations Apart, excellent book. And it has just been such a pleasure talking with you today.
Likewise. Thanks so much for having me on.
Thanks for listening to this Politics Guys interview. If you have a question or comment for us, we'd love to hear from you. You can reach us at mail@politicsguys.com. If you're not already a supporter of the show, we hope you'll consider becoming one. Supporters get ad-free versions of everything we release, our full-length midweek episode instead of just a preview, and access to our Politics Guys Discord group. It's a fun place with a great bunch of people. You can support us on Patreon, where you can even sign up for a free trial. And if Patreon isn't your thing, or you're a current supporter and want to give us a little extra one-shot contribution, you can support us on PayPal and Venmo too. You'll find links to all our support options at politicsguys.com/support and in the show notes. If you'd like to get our full-length midweek episodes, but you're not in a position to financially support the podcast right now, just email me. I'm at mike@politicsguys.com, and I will be happy to get that set up for you. And whether you're a supporter or not, we'd appreciate it if you could subscribe, rate, and review us on whatever podcast app you use, as well as sharing episodes on social media. And finally, a very special thanks to our wonderful executive producers. They are Wilmer Moreno, Daniel Toe, Ryan Beasley, Don Oglesby, Derek Schmidt, Dakota Heath, Jason Chrysler, Dave Dean, Jeremy Larson, Brian Matza, and Jody Marie Miller.
This podcast is part of the group.
All right. So that's the end of that one. Look, I'm not sure how much biology you've taken, Palomino, but like chimpanzees and humans share like 97% or some very high percentage of genetics, yet there's a huge morphological difference between the two. So that's the difference that genetics can make, but it's also that 3% that's making the difference. They're not that. If you just looked at genes, you would almost have to be an expert and know what you're looking for to figure out which species you're looking at. Homo sapiens, of which pretty much whites and blacks are all Homo sapiens, outside of phenotype, there's not that much of a difference. Like if you're going to implant the heart, if you were doing a heart transplant, they're not going to look at the race necessarily, outside of some screening for things like sickle cell, I suppose. But you're not grasping my biological argument here. White and black literally is surface level in some morphology, phenotype and morphology. All right, so I've got another Colin Woodard here. This one thankfully has video. And I think I've seen this before. It's a pretty good interview. And this is specifically, I believe, on American nations.
Middle of of the world. Today, we are interviewing Mr. Colin Woodard, author of many books on the history of the United States, including a notable hit
Shoot. You
amongst
know
our
what? The
followers,
volume's not good
American
on this.
Nations, the story of the 11 rival regional cultures that make up our history here in the United States. Colin has written extensively on many aspects of history.
You may have
relevant
to
in our
turn up
country.
your audio,
And, you know,
folks.
as a veteran myself and as a proud citizen that, like many of us, are struggling to understand how the heck our nation got to where we are today, you know, struggling with this tension, this conflict that at times feels irreversible. Sometimes it's hard to believe that we ever were one cohesive story. But what's really exciting and helpful about Colin's narratives is that he reassures us that this is actually who we really are. He tells us where these divides come from and how we can reconcile them as we go on in our nation's future to continue doing great things. I'm anticipating lots of live Q&A today. So please, I've built room for that into our program. Feel free to throw your questions into the chat, or if you're watching us on LinkedIn Live or Facebook, into the comments, and I'll be happy to facilitate those to Mr. Woodard. So first off, Colin, I'd love to welcome you on the show today. Thank you for being here with us.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Right on. So let's just start off with a high level. You know, a lot of us know you from your books. You've done you've written some tremendous narratives. I'd love to just give you an opportunity to introduce yourself in your own words and just tell us a little bit about you and your life.
Sure. I'm Colin Woodard. I'm the author of American Nations and 5 other books. Most of them are histories. My background is, I grew up in rural Maine and in university. I'm of the vintage that I started university in 1987. And so it was the height of glasnost and perestroika. And it seemed like the Cold War, the Manichaean struggle, between East and West that had dominated my entire childhood might be changing or softening. And I wanted to study that and be a part of that. That was the exciting thing then. And, it seemed like Chairman Gorbachev might take actions which might shake things up. I didn't think it would be shaken up as much as it was, but I was fortunate to have been studying Eastern Europe, Russia, Balkan history, and was in Budapest, Hungary on an exchange program for my junior year in the fall of '89. So I arrived there and it was communism, and by the time I left, it was gone, and I'd been fortunate enough to have witnessed many of the events of that fall firsthand, just being fortunate to have the right visas to the right countries on the right weeks and weekends. And having already been studying that and witnessing all that, I wanted to go back. So, I went back the following summer and to Romania during their messy transition from Nicolae Ceausescu. And then as soon as I graduated the following year, I basically stayed for most of the 1990s, which were most of my 20s, to see what would happen in that region. And that was, I figured out that the way that I could stay there and be paid to do what I wanted to do anyway, which is to kind of witness it all and to talk to people and have them, agree to be interviewed, was to be a journalist. And so I was a foreign correspondent, and ultimately for the San Francisco Chronicle and the Christian Science Monitor and the Chronicle of Higher Education, and traveled all over the region, based in Budapest and Zagreb. Did a graduate program at the University of Chicago, somewhere in the middle of that, for a year, studying ethnic conflict and ethno-nationalism in the Balkans. And went back and covered the aftermath in Bosnia, and then later on moved to DC and was a global affairs correspondent and traveling around. But always the lessons of that part of the world and those events that were so dramatic, in my formative years, had always been in the back of my mind, that the power that history and the past have on the present and on all of us and on the zeitgeist and the way that humans need like a tribal sense of belonging and self-identification, and what young people searching out, trying out different identities to figure out who they are. We all do that to some extent. We pick all kinds of identities, but it can be a dangerous business for Homo sapiens, because, if you don't get and find your own identity, someone may supply one to you. And you could see that in Eastern Europe and the Balkans in a bad sense, with demagogues.
Okay, let me
recasting of what it meant to be a Hungarian.
let me help our PhD in biology, Palomino Ricky Z, out. Okay, I don't know where how you're bringing bananas into this. Maybe you're making a joke. Bottom line is that race is a construct. It's not really biology. there are minuscule differences between the races, no matter which race you want to compare against another. The difference is called racism. Okay, we are putting more stock into race as an identity, as genetics, as in just plain old, ontology. You are not your race, you are racialized. Okay, and I'm not going to spend the rest of the show trying to convince you that I'm right. Start reading is my recommendation. You can start with the Field Sisters. They wrote a seminal book called Racecraft. Start there, and then you can dig your way out of your own pit. But you sound like a crackpot with what you're throwing into the chat, and I just hope you're joking, Palomino.
A Romanian or a Russian and all those things. And then I was started to travel around the United States more. I lived in southernmost Texas on the Mexico border, and in Chicago, and in the DC area, and started realizing as I traveled around that the lines on the map in Eastern Europe and the Balkans aren't the real lines that matter to people. Like if you're traveling between Hungary and Romania, when you cross over, the mountains in the middle of Romania and Transylvania, you're actually moving between the former Habsburg Empire and the former Ottoman Empire. Everything changes, the architecture, the cultural values, the attitudes of the people getting on and off your train. And it's fighting words about what, Transylvania really belongs to Hungary. No, it really belongs to Romania. Here's my theory. Let's fight over it. That kind of stuff happened all over Eastern Europe. Well, then I was suddenly traveling around the United States and realizing that, you could see these moments even within states where you'd shifted from one zone to the other. I would play a game when I lived in DC with a friend of mine from graduate school who was a native of Annapolis, Maryland, where the Naval Academy is. And we were driving out Route 50 and head off on these side roads to get down to the Western Shore. We kept this little teeny day sailor boat that we had, like a 20-foot thing with a centerboard that we kept in a little town there. But when we drive around, we talk about, at what mailbox is the moment where you've shifted from the culture that's a legacy of Tidewater, slave plantation, Virginia and Southern Maryland, and into that other zone that was settled down from Philly and the Quaker, what I call the Midlands in the book, right? Where all the names on the map go from being, Anne Arundel, Prince George, Prince William County and all that, to being, Fredericksburg and King of Prussia, right? There's a different zone. And we talk about, where is the line exactly? And we look for markers. And then I started doing the same thing when I lived in southmost Texas and outside Brownsville. And you drive north towards Corpus Christi or Houston, and there's that moment where you realize you've kind of left, New Spain, Spanish America, and entered again the sort of deep south. And you're looking for the markers. Where's that transitional zone? And so that just all, traveling around had me thinking. And then, it was sometime later that I wrote American Nations. But in between the realization that the American Nations thing was a thing and that would explain a lot about our country, and actually writing it, I had a couple of other books of history that required that I do sort of a dissertation for myself on colonial American history and really understand the past. There was one on my native state called the Lobster Coast, kind of an American Nations writ small, trying to understand what makes this idiosyncratic place I grew up tick and why are Mainers the way they are. And then another one, the Republic of Pirates, which was a back to the archives search to figure out who, Blackbeard and this famous gang of pirates that have captivated pop culture ever since. What's the real deal with them, right? How do you separate fact from fiction? I went back to the archives. That was like a real PhD deep dive, like going to Britain into the National Archives and digging in vellum that no one had looked at before to solve mysteries with customs records and letters from obscure naval captains and stuff to track Blackbeard and his men. But in the process, I was understanding very deeply a whole zone of colonial history in the middle. So I guess what I'm saying is that all led to the fruition point where I ended up writing American Nations. And since then there've been a couple other books. I've continued being a journalist at the same time. And here we are.
Absolutely. Well, I tell you what, it's so cool to hear about some of the origin stories about that. First off, your tremendous international experience, I think you can hear that sort of clarity of thought and judgment. It's like, look, American exceptionalism can distort some people's perspective on who we really are, but you've seen so many other nations at work, over the course of your career, and I think that helps you sort of craft the actual narrative, as if a scientist was approaching the story of our origins. I think that's fantastic. I'm really grateful for that. So let's dive in. Like, this was so interesting because I grew up learning history as like, see, the British came over to the colonies built a society, they wanted to be independent. We went to war against an abusive king for that independence. We won. We became a country. That's, I think, typically how most kids in the United States learn about American history. Right. And it just is not that simple. So I want to highlight what I would personally call the four sort of anchor nations that I felt got a lot of attention in the book, and particularly because of their roots from Western Europe. And that would be Yankeedom, the Appalachian borderlanders, which are primarily Irish and Scots. I would love to talk to you about the Royalist Tidewater, Virginia, and then, of course, the Deep South, slave-owning South, as kind of an opener to understanding. So if you were to kind of describe each of these, like, let's start with Yankeedom, for example. This really seems rooted in Puritan values, and I think you describe their influences is effectively what is modern day New England. Could you tell us a little bit about this culture? And I believe it was a very powerful kickoff to the book as well.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, the basic thesis of the book is that we ended up as in one federation together accidentally because we fought this shared conflict against the British, against a change in imperial policy that threatened the self-government of each of these places. And so they all rose up together to defend their own particular cultures and political systems and everything from outside intervention. And they were all, not only distinct, but they had values that were in contradiction to each other. And a case in point is Yankeedom, right? Yankeedom, unlike the others, was founded by a group of radical Calvinists who were trying to create, essentially a religious utopia. They believed, like the ancient Hebrews, that they were a covenanted people, that they had a special relationship with God, and that God had tasked them to do special things in the world. In this case, they were supposed to go to the New England wilderness and build a more perfect Calvinist society. And it'd be put a light on a hill and an errand in the wilderness. They were people literally on a mission. And they came as family groups, usually led by their clergymen, and they would set up in a sort of communal fashion communities that would be model communities. They would have you arrive in the wilderness, and the first thing you do is set out a meeting house and a taxpayer financed public school, and set out your commons and divide relatively equally all the lots and have a little nucleated village. It wasn't some Lord so and so who owns the whole thing and brings in some serfs, right? This was like a upper middle.
Khan, I don't get the impression that he's saying America is weaker for the diversity. I'm not getting that vibe. But I think what he's trying to do is explain some of the differences, some of our political and social strife. A lot of it is deep rooted in culture. Politics is downstream from culture, and there are some differences, in regional cultures. And I think the past 2 weeks, what's happened in the South is like an incredible example of that. Remember, the Voting Rights Act, I think it's Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act that required pre-clearance, like the former states of the Confederacy, which were primarily in the Deep South. Anytime they wanted to make a change to their voting process, they had to pre-clear it with the Justice Department. Essentially, That's put into place because the North didn't trust the South not to be racist. That's a huge regional reflection of mistrust of North versus South. All of a sudden, the Supreme Court removes race from the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and practically every state in the South is moving to disenfranchise Democrats. It just so happens that the Democratic strongholds in the South are either Hispanic or Black. There's one kind of Hispanic district, Puerto Rican influenced district in Florida that I talked about a couple days ago. South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, New Orleans, Tennessee, so far, and there'll probably be more. As soon as they can make it racial, but call it politics, Louisiana interrupted early voting to go back and redistrict. So this Voting Rights Act thing, if that's not a good example of regional differences or regional mistrust, regional culture of clash, I don't know what is.
Class enterprise, right? And the people who were doing it were largely from one of the most prosperous, and at this time, right, in the early 1600s, the most sort of proto-capitalist, modern part of England. In East Anglia, they were concentrated, where there was the highest level of, freehold land and manufactured goods and people involved in those things. And so this was one society. And so from the beginning, they were interested in, they knew that they would be, or believed that they would be rewarded or punished by God based on whether or not they succeeded or failed as a group. And so it was really important that you kept everyone in your community on the right path, because otherwise you're all going to get in trouble, right? So it was sort of surveillance, right? It's a communal enterprise. What matters in the end isn't individual liberty, it's the success of the community as a whole. And if individual avarice, right, they believe that humans were inherently wicked, it's a Calvinist idea, you got to keep an eye on them or go astray, that there was a lot of that, right? So it's a belief in the community's success being more important than the individual if the two come in conflict, and a belief that the institutions, the magistrates and the officials are an extension of the community, right? You elect your selectmen, you control the church and the meeting house at the community level, you control the school, the central government is weak, that each town is a republic unto itself. And that's still a tradition in New England. I mean, here in New England, we still have little towns with 500, 600 people who have almost all the powers that in most of the country would be concentrated at the county level. But no way you would ever let a county have power, right? That's a road to aristocracy. So we got to stop that, right? So that was one set of values. And
I think he's saying that the hyper-partisanship and the ideological division is the result of regionalism, not the cause.
Entirely in contradistinction to the other societies that you described in your big four, your superpowers.
Well, this is actually a point of interest to me, because when I think of your description of the borderlanders in Appalachia, I also, feel a high disdain for centralized authority. So why is it that these two couldn't see eye to eye on the formation of the civil society if they both equally are, maybe not equally, but they both similarly have such high disdain for centralized authority? Why is it that the Yankees and Yankeedom and the Appalachian borderlands weren't able to coalesce? And even to this day, there seems to be this massive rift between the two.
Yeah, I mean, they shared that thing in common, right? A distrust of aristocracy and inherited power and people lording over you that was frowned upon. and even more so in Greater Appalachia. But the difference, almost everything else was different, right? In Greater Appalachia, that region was settled primarily by people fleeing the war-ravaged borderlands of the British Isles, the English Marches, the lowlands of Scotland, and especially Ulster. And many of the settlers were Scots-Irish. And the history of that region was quite a bit different, right? This is a place where institutions and the rule of law are extremely weak, where armies are slaughtering people and going over the land and pillaging all the time, and you can't count on magistrates or institutions. You have to count on yourself, right? You have to protect your kith, your kin, and your cattle and your sheep. It was a pastoral society yourself, right? And if government is considered a bad thing because it's usually comes in the form of a bunch of cavalrymen trying to mow down your family with lances. So the emphasis was always on individual autonomy and personal liberty, right? Individual liberty is freedom. And the creation of institutions and magistrates and courts and all of that was seen in the Scots-Irish context as the road to tyranny. In other words, all the things that Yankee New Englanders were naturally and reflexively building to, in their thinking, protect it became a free society, protect their way of absolutely antithesis of that in Appalachia, where you didn't want any of that, right? You wanted to keep, individuals as empowered as possible, have, no taxes, no sheriffs, no magistrates, as much as possible, and that way you wouldn't let any aristocrats form, right? A distrust of institutions and an emphasis on the individual. So common good, building a free community, and individual liberty, that's a huge tension point in the American story. In fact, that's the flashpoint in most of our politics pre-Trump, have been a fight between those two ideas of how you build a free society. And Greater Appalachia and Yankeedom were on opposite poles in that spectrum.
That is very insightful. So it's like, the idea of aristocracy, like everybody can decide that they dislike that. That's a given. But that actually is relatively table stakes for this part of these parts of the country. There's like, listen, one side is going to really stress on those individual liberties at potential expense of the community well-being, even though that's not necessarily an aristocracy. Centralized power and community aren't necessarily the same things for Yankees, whereas they effectively were both centralization of authority that was in direct violation of individual liberties for the Appalachian borderland. Is that fair?
Yeah, and there were times when, because of their commonalities, they were allies more than they were enemies. I mean, even the Revolutionary period, even the Civil War. I mean, if you think about it, Greater Appalachia was on the Union side in the Civil War, right? Kentucky didn't leave, Maryland didn't leave. The western part of Virginia seceded from the Confederacy to form West Virginia. The same thing, there was an attempt to do that in the eastern part of Tennessee as well, that had to be put down by force of arms. In the Appalachian north of Alabama, the Free State of Winston, same thing. Huge efforts had to be made by the Confederate States of America to put down rebellions and attempts to leave the Confederacy within Greater Appalachian portions of their states. So it wasn't until Reconstruction when essentially Reconstruction was a Yankee-led effort to take a conquered territory, maybe analogous to Iraq, for instance. You have a conquered territory, and we're going to try to impose via an occupation our values and hope that our school systems and our institutions will take hold, right? And that's what Yankee tried to do in the Confederacy, right? They sent Yankee school teachers, with Union troops backing them, and tried to redo the way everything was done, including the political emancipation of African Americans, which was absolutely antithesis of what these Southerners wanted to have happen. But the side story for Greater Appalachia is that was so offensive that during an occupation that the Yankees were trying to, build taxpayer financed schools and little institutions and all the things that were coded as being very bad in Greater Appalachia. That's the moment where Greater Appalachia joins Dixie and becomes, the South, I guess you could say.
So then let's dive into Royalist Virginia, the Tidewater area, because I think this is where I was raised in Southern Virginia.
Yeah.
a little bit closer to the Roanoke, southern suburb of Roanoke, if you could call Roanoke.
I've had some assignments in Roanoke. It's a great town.
Wait,
It's a
hold it.
great
That's
town. We
not
had a lot-
Roanoke is Appalachia. That's not Southern Virginia. It's south. It's south geographically, but that part is solidly. It's more West Virginia down there than it is Virginia, and I know because I'm very familiar with that part of I-81.
A lot of fun there. Blue Ridge Mountains are beautiful, but I'll tell you what. When I think of the relationship to that's actually described in your book as a part of the New World that was very aligned with the monarchy of England and the landed gentry. It was effectively a landed extension of the landed gentry of England. My mind was blown. And I think when it really hit me was when you were like, hey, just think about the naming structure of Virginia, Prince William County. The name Virginia is for the Queen Virgin. Like, it's so much of this state is actually rooted in British monarchy. So can you talk to us a little bit about how Virginia sort of plays into this relationship between Appalachia and the Deep South, which was very agrarian, very high slave owning, very capitalist, very much arguably to a fault. I would love to see how Virginia fits into this story.
Yeah, well, I mean, early Virginia and southern parts of Maryland. Maryland was dominated by a similar society in the early decades. They were founded roughly the same time as New England, and they were founded by English people, right? So they should be the same, but totally different because it wasn't the Puritan, white fleet arriving and trying to, deploy this Calvinist utopia. It was instead the most conservative society you could imagine. It was essentially, the operation was run after the English Civil War by great aristocrats, right? The second, third, fourth, fifth sons of the great English countryside families, right? Kind of like a 17th century version of, Downton Abbey, like Lord Grantham and his family, right? And the Lord Grantham's son is going to get Downton Abbey. What happens to, the rest of the family members? Well, it used to be you were out of luck, right? You have to go to the clergy or go join the army. There's nothing for you to do here. But with the discovery of the New World, it was suddenly possible for the second, third, fourth, the non-inheriting sons to have the possibility of creating a landed estate of their own in the New World. And many of them came to Virginia and to Maryland in order to try to do that, to replicate the manners of the English countryside, literally aristocratic manners that they'd left behind. So, that's why you fast forward, the founders from Virginia, you got, George Mason and George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, and they're all, James Madison, they all have these grand Enlightenment estates, manned by slave populations, right? They're kind of lords or aristocrats because that was the outgrowth of the model. Originally the idea was it would be just like England. The only difference would be instead of having to send the produce of your manor to London via wagons, you would send it from your landing, in one of the creeks of Virginia and send it right back to the same docks in London. It might even get there faster, because the wagon roads were so bad. But that was the model. Be self-sufficient. Early Virginia and Maryland didn't really have any towns. The capital, Williamsburg, was basically a campus that was sort of open for government to show up with a palace in it for the governor, not a state house. Manicured lawns. It was like an Enlightenment, governing playground for this aristocracy. And so each manor was trying to be self-sufficient. The original idea was that they would be serfs and they would hang out on the land. But lo and behold, in the context of the New England, the Virginia wilderness, you couldn't find anybody who was willing to stick around and play the role of the serfs. So, originally they tried indentured servitude, and when that didn't work, by the time you're getting to the late part of the 17th century, they turned to the model that Deep South had perfected, a full-on racial slave and caste system, so kind of a total horror show. The difference between Deep South and Tidewater is Tidewater's initial plan was, let's be just like rural England. And that failed, and then they ended up falling into it. Whereas the Deep South, which we'll get to in a minute, was a slave society, West Indies style, from the very beginning.
Yeah, and I gotta say, some of the things about the Deep South that I read about,
let me also point out one other historical difference. One of the reasons that Virginians specifically, and probably North Carolinians also, one of the reasons they wanted to end the African slave trade is because at one point in time there were either more African origin slaves in Virginia, or the percentage was real high. And they basically wanted to start an internal slave trade, um, where they were selling slaves to the Deep South, sold down the river. I think that term was came about in Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin. I think that's where it came from. But once the African slave trade ended, people stopped the plantation style lifestyle in Virginia and Maryland and places like that, and they all became slave traders. There were literally breeding farms for slaves in places like Virginia. So that's another difference.
You know, especially last year, I think a lot of us, quite frankly, even the founding of this program, 99 Pages, was rooted in trying to use books as a means to understand parts of our country that a lot of us aren't familiar with. I think we all who've read the book get a deeper sense of the horrors that of what slavery really was and what drove it, which, if I can, it just sounded like pure unadulterated greed. I just could not think of any other word. So can we talk about what happened in the southern states? How, I believe, I mean, we're talking about West Indies style plantations that were trying to expand. They needed to come over to the United States, and they brought this torturous culture with them. I would love to hear what you discovered as you were researching this part of our country.
Yeah, so I mean, the third of the superpowers, the Deep South, which got its beginning around Charleston, South Carolina, and then expanded over the lowlands, where you could grow cotton and the like, that had its beginnings not with these second and third sons of English gentry, but rather with planters from the West Indies, the British West Indies, and specifically from Barbados, which was a sugar plantation where, in the English colonial world, that's where the full-on, horror show slave society with chain gangs and where 80% of the population is enslaved and staggering amounts of money.
What's up, Untrackable?
Hey, what's up, brother?
Nothing much. I see you've been cranking up on your channel.
Yeah, took a couple walks.
Have you been streaming on your channel the whole time, or for a long while?
No, I've only been visiting other channels for the past 5 years.
I see. Because I subscribe to it. Somehow or another, that first walk that you did, or the second walk, popped up. I guess it's a push notice. So I watched it, and I didn't realize that you've been doing lives and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm definitely subscribed now. Congratulations. now you will walk that road paved with good intentions all the way to hell with the rest of his content creators.
I think it's it's a first step. I don't know if that was if you saw the first video, it was the first step. I'm not sure if I want to deal with other people when I do stuff like that. But
well, I'm going to be honest with you. There are plenty of content creators who don't drop the link so people can come up to panels. Plenty of them. So, I mean, whatever you decide, there is no one way to do it. When I first started doing this, it was almost all like I dropped the link first thing, And Solid Snake and 12th Man, they got me out of the habit of just dropping the link at the outset. They literally, I kid you not, those two are why I don't usually drop the link until I'm ready, after I've done news articles and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, maybe you and I have a certain understanding of things, like
Right.
how to treat people and how to conduct business and stuff like that. Is where like, hey, if I want to tell a story, yeah, no, you don't get to be involved in it. This is gonna be my story. But if I'm trying to hear you out, you know, don't do me wrong, because it's not gonna go right. Because what you're gonna do is you're gonna do your best to shut me down with your, antics and whatnot, and then I'm not on that. I'm not on that level to even deal with
Well,
that. Like I
it's
have a phone, bro.
well, my experience is really, um, you can be as insulated or as out there as you want to be if you have your own channel. Every now and again, I'll get the wild hair to go on, some panels. But last night I was on someone's panel because I hadn't seen her in quite a while. She hadn't done a live in quite a while. But you know what? Even so, there's some shows that I have no intention of going on. I can name two or three right off the top of my head, mainly because I'm not interested in their topics half the time. And number two, I know that my worldview is so out of step with theirs that going up there would just be disruptive. And
But
sometimes you're right. You
that's
don't feel like going up to fight.
that that that's kind of the difference of what I'm talking about. Is there's a difference between going up against you know I have nothing to give, because I have been on panels where it's like, oh, this is the conversation and this is what's going on, and it's like, okay, untrackable, what do you have to say? Like, I just wanted to be on panel. It's like, oh, okay, bye. you know just trying to be social, but in certain places, like, if you don't have an opinion, well, then you're not welcome.
Mhm.
And there's other places where it's like, hey, if your opinion is too strong, because this is just people hanging out, it's like, hey, what are you doing this evening? And it's like, hey, what do you think about you know politics and religion and all the typical top number subjects? It's like, oh, well, hell, man, bro, it's like, why are you bringing us down? It's like, we're trying to, and you see how that goes and how that goes and how that goes. It's like, but
Well,
then you will.
you take your time and look around. You'll figure out where you need to be. Um, now I kind of got a baptism by fire because really the first panel that, at least in this little sector, the first time was CT, and that's kind of a baptism of fire because it doesn't matter whether you're a veteran or whether it's your very first time on a panel. Someone like me is going to get lit up. And the one thing I can say is that probably the first time I talked to CT one on one, The result was, CT saying, well, Stanley, you're all right for a liberal. So I was able to hold my own. You will find where you need to be, and it might sometimes I still don't know if I'm where I need to be, but you will find it. The one thing I can say, be consistent, pick a time that you can actually do it, so people know when and where to find you. And you know what? Be you. Don't, and you know this because you're not a spring chicken, but you know, for better or for worse, you will find an audience. And it may be slow going, but it will be okay. And you have to be happy doing it.
Well, again, it doesn't start as, hey, I'm trying to do something. Or it doesn't start as I'm trying to be a star. It starts as, hey, do do I even have a voice? And I feel like to have 200 subscribers and to have 100 views off of that that walk that I took. There was a 45-minute walk. Oh God, I feel blessed already. It doesn't mean that that what I say matters. It was like I took a walk and I spoke my mind. And guess what I didn't do? I didn't talk about other people.
Right.
And that was the last thing I wanted to do. I was like, hey, I'm here and this is how I feel and this is why I'm doing this and yada yada yada.
Well, one thing's for sure, if you're up to 200 already, you're 2/3 of what I've gotten in a little bit over a year. So keep doing what you're doing.
Well, again, hey, I don't see it as a competition necessarily. Some places do and some places don't. But I've gotten 200 subscribers over the past 5 years just by going on panels and being me. And I have said the worst of the worst things. I have been mean to people. I have rage quitted. I've done all the things. But in those environments, when like I've told you before, maybe you understood this or maybe you didn't, but I panel surf. At least that's how I got into the realms that I most frequent. It's like, hey, I'll go anywhere. I don't care.
Oh, okay. So you just click that live, the select live and just see who's live at any given time.
If they
Your
were
Mexican
welcoming
Einstein
people,
says hello.
oh, well, God bless you. But the idea of, hey, this channel has 3 viewers, but they're offering a link. Like, yeah, I'll talk to y'all. I'm not going to sit here and be disrespectful to the house that welcomed me, but maybe
So
maybe it turned
you're not gonna
into.
porn bomb them.
Oh no, but it may have turned sour. You ask me what I think, I tell you what I think, or ask me what I know, I tell you what I know, and it may not sit right. Yada yada yada. I've actually been banned just for showing up. Like, oh, somebody clicked the link, up, banned. Yeah, it's happened. I take nothing from that. It's like, okay, you put the link out there, but you really don't want people to come up. So, I understand that. It's okay. No hard feelings with me.
Well, it's a risk either way. It's a risk when you drop the link. It's a risk when you click a link. So have you listened to any of this video?
No, I just barely. I think I was. I thought honestly, I thought I was clicking on this video. I thought I was participating on this video.
Well,
but I only watched about 30 seconds of it, and after
well,
talking to you,
this is
I have no
this is a
clue what's.
guy. Well, it's a guy who wrote a book years ago now, basically talking about America. Well, it's basically about America's original multiculturalism came during the settler colonial phase. America was, as we know it now, what became America was colonized in different stages, and then you have the westward movement and all that. So consequently, you would have like 3, 4, 5 different types of cultures developing simultaneously, but somewhat independently. Like New England in the deep south, or the mid-Atlantic in the deep south. And then you go west, you've got, the desert southwest, they used to call it. You got the Pacific coast. So that part of the origin story, the regional differences have led to political differences and all kinds of other, differences. And, in some ways it's viva la difference, but it's also been pretty contentious. America's, the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists, um, were pretty multicultural, but in some ways, even back then, you had New England, you had New York State, you had Pennsylvania, and then you had Virginia, North Carolina, and then you had Georgia and South Carolina. Those were kind of like the rough. New York and New Jersey were probably pretty aligned, and then Maryland would be aligned
I thought about
somewhat with Virginia.
I thought about this because it's in the news today. Is about the structuring of the districts.
Hmm.
And I also saw somebody that said, "Hey, doesn't matter what district you're in. It matters what you believe in and how you live your life. And that, if coming from me, I don't vote, but that gives me like an oversight of witness. Like, hey, if you live here and this is how you live, to structure how you live, to maintain how you live, to create the vote. What does redistricting who's in charge change? Because you could turn this red
Okay,
and that
well,
blue.
redistricting has been something that's been around since the very beginning. Actually, it probably preceded the actual,
Okay.
probably
Okay.
preceded. I can't remember. I know it preceded the Constitution. But the
But do
bottom
the
line is
people,
it can make a huge difference, especially in places like the South, where you've
but
got a community that was historically disenfranchised. It can make huge differences.
do the people that live there not have a voice?
Okay, the voice doesn't matter if it's not represented.
Well, how does it get represented?
Well, for instance, Fulton County in Georgia, where I live, It is, when I was a kid growing up, the saying was there's Atlanta and the rest of Georgia. Well, Atlanta is uh, probably Atlanta, Savannah, Macon, but especially Atlanta has a huge quote urban population. But um, blacks only make up maybe 30% of the total population. However, most of that 30% is urban or near urban. So it is important because rural concerns tend to be different than urban concerns. And if you
Well,
break up the urban district, um, and blend it into the rural districts, the urban concerns don't get representation. They may have a voice. They may be able to
uh,
go to a congressman
uh,
and say, "Oh, hey,
sorry.
these are my." Hold on one sec. They may be able to go and voice their urban concerns, but if their representative is more concerned with his majority who are rural, your voice, great, you got a voice, but your voice doesn't get represented.
Well, then I would also say you are the one that brought up race. So if you're going to talk about
Okay,
Atlanta
well,
and
in the South, race and politics are blended because so many blacks vote Democrat.
okay, so who is rich in Atlanta?
Okay, well, the funny thing about the United States is
Yeah, you,
because we're so diverse, class and race often intersect, and sometimes you can't separate the two. So rich and poor is not so much a political matter in states like Georgia. Race and politics intersect directly because the black population tends to vote with one party. You can't separate race and politics in a state like Georgia. Rich and poor
you're
doesn't,
saying
yeah, it's
you
important,
can't
but it
separate.
doesn't trump.
Yeah,
No,
you
you
brought it up.
cannot separate it if the majority of a race, a racialized population, votes with a specific party.
So when
As a
it
matter of
comes
fact,
to
they're so closely intertwined that the Supreme Court has enabled Republicans to mask politics or mask race with politics.
I mean, you're the one that brought it up.
Okay, well, I'm right. Okay, I brought it up, and I brought it up because that is what is happening in the South. For instance, Tennessee just recently got rid of its only
Well,
Democratic
could I
district.
ask,
Well, guess what?
could could I
That
ask you?
one Democratic district is around Memphis, and it is a Democratic district that has a very large urban slash black population. So getting
Could
rid of the Democratic district, you can't help but affect race.
could I ask you
What's that?
if the poor voted against the rich, how would you draw those lines?
When that exists, I'll tell you. But that's not what's affecting the dynamics. Now, you could make an argument that MAGA, being a faux populist movement, was the poor voicing their concerns. However, the reality of it is MAGA is a bunch of oligarchs who have basically, I would say, coerced, if not co-opted, the poor folks, the working man, and they are literally profiting. They basically threw a couple bones to the working class whites, no tax on tips, and
Again,
to a certain extent. Hold on, don't interrupt. Let me finish. I'm
pardon.
old, and I gotta finish my train of thought, or I'll forget.
Yeah, go ahead.
The thing is that President Trump, for instance, who was already rich, has made almost $4 billion just in this specific presidential term. Okay. He is nominally speaking the language of the working man, but he's getting richer. Okay. And in the meantime, we're paying more at the gas pump and at the grocery store. Okay. So the argument that MAGA is a populist movement, it sounds like a populist movement, but really it's not. So
I'm just saying.
Go ahead.
It is the few against the many. It
Well, can you give me an example? Because I can't think of any.
You can't give me an example of the
No, I'm
few
asking
against.
you if you no, I cannot think of a single current political scenario where the poor are fighting the rich.
It doesn't mean that it can't happen.
Oh, no. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm saying it's not happening up to now.
Well, the destruction of culture, destruction of effort,
Well, what culture is being destroyed?
all cultures.
You and I would disagree on that. I think culture is perfectly fine. I think people are doing a lot of pretending, and they're saying if a culture is not as ascendant or as powerful or as dominant as it used to be, that it is being destroyed, and that's hyperbole.
Well, let's feed you shit and teach your family that shit is good.
Okay, why would we do that? Who's doing it? Who's encouraging it?
Hey, whoever's in charge that wants to stay in charge and be like, hey, just sell them shit. Don't give them real food.
Okay,
And don't teach them to fight.
Once again, who is forcing anyone to do anything?
I mean, I'm not blaming anybody.
Okay, well, who is forcing shit on people?
Life is an individual aspect. Like, you have to live your life. You have to see what is
right, and that's exactly why I'm saying that nobody's being forced to do anything. Nobody's being forced to eat shit or whatever. People do have choices.
Oh,
at least most people do. There are always exceptions to just about any rule, but by and large, people can choose to.
Maybe it's easy. Maybe it's easy because I do consider you a warrior, Stanley. So maybe you understand.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not a rebel without a cause. Yeah, I'm not a warrior just to be a warrior.
It doesn't matter. When you stand up for yourself and you're willing to take the heat, and the next person to you is like, no, yeah, this ain't for me. I'm just gonna eat the shit. And there's one of you, there's one Stanley for every 3,000 dudes that are just gonna eat shit. It's like, what are you gonna do?
But I
for
mean,
3,000?
I don't get upset when they do because I'm willing to let them make a choice.
And where are we now? We're having this conversation now.
Right. And
Because
it's a
I don't like
conversation, but it's not like an existential crisis type of conversation. And people just see the world differently.
Yeah. I see the world differently. And I mean no disrespect to you by
None
saying what I
taken.
said.
I'm not exactly sure what you said, except I think that these so-called threats to culture, and I assume you mean American culture, I don't think they exist to a point that it's some sort of existential crisis. I think people will be hyperbolic, either for attention or just to, cry wolf. But I think probably the most egregious thing happening right now is what's happening with this Supreme Court VRA stuff. But even that, we'll figure out a way at some point to counteract it.
Well, pardon me, I'm not up to date. So what is the BRA Act?
Oh, Voting Rights Act.
Okay, what does that mean?
Okay, well, the Supreme Court was it last week or the week before? Time flies. They weakened or basically kind of uh, said the way the second section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was being misinterpreted. And by using race, people were using it unconstitutionally. Because we have a colorblind constitution, which makes me laugh. But basically, the Supreme Court ruling allowed several states in the South to either get rid of or trim the number of majority black voting districts. And those voting districts are Democratic. It's chock full of black people who vote Democrat. And what the southern states are now allowed to do is say, hey, we want to get rid of the Democratic voting districts. And we didn't say black, we said Democratic. It just so happens these districts are majority black. And therefore, black people, maybe even urban black interests in particular, are going to be diluted and probably not represented as well.
How are you an American and not in some way, shape, or form documented? I'm not saying
What do you
that.
mean? What do you mean documented?
Well, just because you're black doesn't mean that you aren't part of the team.
Okay,
That doesn't mean
I'm thoroughly I'm confused. What did I do to suggest that I wasn't American or didn't feel like an American because I'm
well,
black?
no, you're talking about the districts and that how they don't count.
Okay, I didn't
The
say
votes
they don't
count.
count. I said they were being reduced or eliminated. Of course they count. That's why people are so up in arms.
What was the reduction?
Well, basically, for instance, Louisiana had 2 majority black voting districts that voted Democrat, and Louisiana is going to get rid of one of them. So, black representation in the state will be roughly cut in half in Congress. They're predicting that
Wait.
half.
Please. What caused the cut in the district?
the Supreme Court decision saying that race can't be a part of the voting right. It can't be a criteria in the Voting Rights Act, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act is a civil rights bill, and essentially it placed oversight on voting in the Old South under the auspices of the Justice Department. Basically, it was a usurpation of some of states' rights to control their own voting. And it literally stems from the 15th Amendment. The 15th Amendment was one of the Reconstruction Amendments. So there's a through line all the way back to like 1868 or something with that 15th Amendment.
What you're trying to tell me is that the black votes don't matter?
No, that's not what I'm trying to tell you. What I'm trying to tell you is the power of the black vote will be lessened, or the influence of the black vote will be lessened, because there will be fewer black representatives in the House, in Congress, and at the state level too.
Hey, does that make sense to you?
Yes, it makes sense. That's American politics. It's what I do. It literally makes sense to me.
No, because what you just said was about representatives. So if
correct, have you ever heard of the U.S. House of Representatives?
Yes, I have.
Okay, good. Well, those are the representatives I'm talking about. The voting districts I'm talking about, those are the districts that elect representatives to the U.S. House of Representatives.
And if they were voted upon, then they will represent.
Okay, what I'm saying is the districts that elect them are being either broken up and assigned to other districts, or they're being eliminated outright. So the people that are serving those districts won't even have a seat after November.
Well, is it okay that when you lose, you lose?
No, not all the time.
I mean, hey, the last thing I want to see is an entire blue country. The last thing I want to see is an entire.
What does that?
Hey man,
how you doing? How is that? Hold on one second, JB.
Please let me finish.
Who is suggesting? No, let me finish. Nope. Let me finish. Who is suggesting that the whole country is going to go blue?
And I also don't want to see an entire red country. I want to see.
Who's suggesting that the country will go red?
What is best? But it, when
you're
people,
literally arguing something that I'm not even suggesting.
When people in their district choose, it's. Hey.
Okay, you keep saying when people in their district choose. I'm saying those districts will no longer exist.
Well, then they will exist in another district. They will be absorbed, but they still have their voices heard.
No. The voices will not be as loud as they were when their representation goes away. Okay, you seem to think that a voice being heard is the whole point. Okay, the point of elections, why people vote at all, is to see that their interests at least stand a chance of being directly represented.
I thought about this. I really did.
Okay, you haven't. I'm going to be blunt. You have not thought of it in any educated way. Okay,
Well,
I'm not. I'm
Can
not.
we just all
Hold
get
on.
along?
Hold on.
I have
I have
thought of,
literally been following politics since I was like 10 years old. Okay.
and
I'm not
and that
guessing
that
when I say this. I'm not whistling Dixie. I literally know what I'm talking about. My question
and
is,
and
do you?
and that is what is so beautiful is that
No.
we
You're not going to squirm out of this. My
no
question to you
I'm
is, do
squirming,
you
brother.
know what you're talking
Squirming.
about? Because
I'm
I'm
not
not getting a
squirming.
warm fuzzy feeling that you do.
No, I'm not squirming. Is what I'm saying is where you live is where you live, and how you get
That
it
is
is how.
obvious. What does that have to do with what I'm talking about? I'm not talking about me or my voting district.
Well, the district can change around us, but me and my
Correct.
neighbor
Now
and
the
my neighbor
problem, there are
Can I
several
talk now, man?
problems. There are
and,
several problems with that premise. Number
I
one,
need to talk. Shut up. Let me
okay,
talk.
what you're gonna do is wait till I'm done, JB.
problem. There is no
The
problem between
problem,
me and my
one of the
neighbor.
problems with
Or
this, one of
there
the
is no
problems is
problem.
that usually the redistricting gets done
There
after
is
a
no
census.
problem between
Okay,
me and my
do not.
neighbor.
Okay, enough. Let me finish my point.
Yes, sir.
Um, Usually this is done every 10 years with the census, and then districts will change due to population increase or decrease. What Trump decided to do is do it for midterms, which has never been done before, or if it has, it hasn't in my lifetime. So essentially, he is rigging the game. That's one of the problems with what he's doing.
But
And there's several other.
there is the conversation that needs to be had of neighbors spending time with each other because
Okay,
we
what does that
solve
have to do with voting?
we solve problems at the the simplest point, and that is,
Okay,
hey,
I'm
how
not
you
sure how that's even relevant. Who has dinner with Supreme Court justices? I
well
don't.
do we have to even go all the way up the chain, or
The
can we just be
Supreme
Well, damn.
Court,
Can
us?
I talk
the
now, man?
Supreme, okay,
No,
JB,
I
I'll
think
let you know. The
so.
Supreme
I think
Court,
one
the
go to
Supreme
the
Court
Supreme Court.
decision is what has triggered all the redistricting. What does that have to do with having dinner with your neighbor?
Well, having dinner with your neighbor can have a discussion, and being with each other is probably better than being with the government.
Okay, I have no clue what you're talking about. I'm thoroughly lost.
It's a much more simpler solution to having
Solution
them
to what problem?
how about we tell them what to do, and then that's when you vote.
Okay, and that's going to happen if I
Let's
sit down to dinner with
keep,
my neighbor?
let's keep this like this because we're good over here. We don't need you guys to raise our taxes. We don't need you guys to do more of this or less of this. Hey, screw you guys. Just
If only it were that simple.
over here. Change anything because this is how we even became to be. That's why they talk about the boomers doing so good and now everybody's doing so bad.
JB, what you got? You still there, JB?
Hell yeah, you been letting him talk a long time. Now it's time for me to
Well,
talk.
I was trying to see where this was going. So I see that we seem to be talking past each other, so might as
Yeah,
well
that's why you
include
gotta
you
be
in.
quiet and let me talk, man.
Any thoughts on either the topic I was talking about or election or voting district, voting redistricting?
Oh no, I don't do no voting.
Wow. Nobody. Does anybody vote who swings by this show?
No, not me. I'm not gonna do no vote.
Well,
It don't count no
I
way.
wonder if that's why I don't have a whole lot of people flocking to the channel, because I talk about something nobody wants to talk about. Oh, there we go. So the Supreme Court is not going to hear Virginia's redistricting case. So Virginia's dead in the water. I actually thought they would hear it. Too bad. Okay. Oh, wow. Both of them left. What happened? All right. Well, let's get back to the video. Let's see here. There we go.
Are being made generating sugar for export, and lives are meaninglessly cheap. If you can get a profit out of someone by working them to death, you do. That whole experience happened in Barbados in the generations preceding the founding of Charleston and the Carolinas. And Barbados, though, is a small place, right? And there was a struggle, survival for the fittest battle between the planters and everyone. And eventually a few of them won and were dominating Barbados. But there's only so much land. If they wanted to expand, they had to go somewhere else. And the subtropical lowlands of the North American continent and the New Carolina colony that was later split into North and South Carolina was a place where the stuff they wanted to grow could be grown, and there was an opportunity for a proprietary colony. And so the South Carolinians, or the Barbadians, basically came and founded South Carolina as an extension of their West Indies society. And created and deployed this full-on, slave system with chain gangs and everything else from the very, very beginning. And then it spread into, southern part of Georgia, and then on into as the Mississippi Territory was created, and Alabama split off from it, and onwards into parts of Texas and elsewhere. This was a place that was not that committed to, was definitely not committed to any idea of equality, but even liberal democratic ideas were not, were frowned upon, right? The model was a classical republicanism, right? The republicanism of the ancient or classic world of ancient Greece and Rome, which were societies, when you think about it, where, a small elite of the population at the very top of your pyramid had the liberty or the privilege to practice democracy and all these things, and servitude and slavery were the natural lot of the multitudes. And that was considered to be, by the Carolinians and many other thinkers in the 1600s, to be the only way a republic could exist. And so that idea remained, not only into the founding period, but it's certainly propelling the Civil War, and in many respects is still kind of encoded in our battles we have today.
Yeah, there's a quote from your book that I pulled out that really stuck with me. If you don't mind, I'd love to read it, because I think it encapsulates the message here about the goal. The goal of the deep Southern oligarchy has been consistent for over 4 centuries: to control and maintain a one-party state with a colonial-style economy based on large-scale agriculture and the extraction of primary resources by a compliant, poorly educated, low-wage workforce with as few labor, workplace safety, healthcare, and environmental regulations as possible. That is a deeply disturbing way to describe it, but it's like, man, how else can you describe the roots of that, vicious agrarian slave owning culture? It's very hurtful. And I guess, for me, the more I read about our nation's history, and forget just slave owning, even our racism, our relationship with civil rights in this country, lynchings, etc., I struggle a lot. I'm very proud of my country. very proud of, our aspirational ideals, what we aim to be. And I'm curious, as you went through this book and through writing it, reading it, digesting it, like talk us about the journey of your patriotism, and how do you feel now as an American, knowing what you know about some of the the in-depth struggles and moral failings that we come with? Like, how should we as Americans reconcile those?
Right. Well, I mean, I think my journey of being from rural Maine in the middle of nowhere, I mean, you sort of assume, I think all of us assume that the cultural space, the region we're from, and whatever values you encounter must be the normal values everywhere when you're a kid, right, in the United States, right, that we all hold these in common. And it wasn't until I started traveling in other parts of the country I started realizing that that wasn't true at all, that these were idiosyncratic to New England. And when I came back from being a foreign correspondent, was based in DC, and I was primarily on a global affairs beat. I was traveling all over the world, Micronesia, Asia, Antarctica and stuff. But just being in DC, starting to really fall.
Hey, Chocolate Earth, it's good to see you. You have caught me at my most boring. Usually Friday nights are a little bit more lively around here, but these two videos I've been showing are well, typical sometimes of stuff. This guy is talking about regionalism in American culture or cultures, and how the history of regionalism has kind of created several different types of social, political, and probably even economic problems. And I think it's a little bit too dry for the usual audience, but I'm going to plow through it because I find it interesting. And what can I say? I'm my best audience. Click the link if you want.
Follow more closely the dynamics in Congress, even then in the late 90s. Gingrich and the revolution had come in, the Monica Lewinsky scandal. I mean, that's the moment when the wheels started coming off the bus that led us to today, is, mid 90s in Washington. And you could see, though, that it was primarily a regional struggle. I mean, you could see the battle of values that many people, like Gingrich and many of his supporters, that the beginnings of that geographic divide that matches American nations was playing out. And so, the realization there was sort of a struggle or an extension of the Civil War starting to occur in the late 90s was already in my head a bit. And then as I started, really unpacking it and going into the history and stuff, I started gathering the complexities of it. So I guess the disappointment of realizing somewhere in there that, we weren't one country with a shared set of values. We weren't all on the same page about how to create a free society, or even our commitment to a liberal democracy, small l, small d, that wasn't there. Yeah, that's, kind of alarming, but increasingly obvious, by 2000 even, or 2001 or so. Since then, I've done 2 more books in addition to American Nations that really explore that, including our the battle over this book here, the Union, which is the most recent one, is about the battle over the creation of our story of who we are and why we're together, and where we came from and where we're supposed to be going and what our ideals are. And those ideals, the ones that really turn people's heads, the ones that are in the preamble to the Declaration of Independence, which were really revolutionary at the time they were first written down and are still inspiring, right? The inherent equality of humans, their natural rights, their inalienable sort of inborn rights to life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness and representative self-government. Those are pretty good values, basically, for a founding ideals of the country. But, the very obviously to everyone, I hope by now, that we never have achieved those ideals, right? How could you, when you had, half of the country was in fact a, slave-holding, race-based caste system, propelled and enforced by deadly violence, all the way up practically into living memory. I mean, Jim Crow and the overthrow of that system in the South, even in formal terms, happened in the 60s. That's really, really recently, and obviously, that didn't that didn't actually solve any of those problems. So yeah, that it's the I'm still inspired in the patriotism sense of those ideals are wonderful ones and a hope for a species that has only been thinking about the possibility of a society where you could have widespread individual freedom and rights and respect. That just as an idea that's only a few centuries old, right? We have 5,000 years of human history of civilizations, and only in the past 400 did anyone think of that idea. And we've only been trying to do it for 250 years and doing it badly and making terrible mistakes. And maybe that's not surprising, but it's both the, it's moving that those ideals exist and have spread through the world as, for many people as aspirational ones. And what drives the fury against the United States, and I think a lot of young people feel this, is the betrayal of those ideals. The fact that, our history told us that we were committed to them, and obviously we weren't, right? We failed in that anger, right? That in fact, founded in racism and all these, especially in certain regions of the country, truly built on it, that's a betrayal, and therefore you should throw the whole country and the ideals out, right? But the ideals, we never achieved them. It's the beauty of them and the fight for them that I find inspiring. So it's tragedy and it's inspirational at the same time. And, our struggle in the United States is a very human struggle, right? Humans are very flawed. We are all over the world. Other liberal democracies have almost any country, if you pick at it, has a terrible story underneath it. And many of them are all in a crisis. Our peer liberal democracies are in crisis today. So, to me, it's America's story is the sort of, is a human story and is inspirational. But, we got to fight for it, right? We got to fight for those ideals in the Declaration. They're not going to fight for themselves. And sort of the inertia of human society is drives towards despotism and autocracy because of, greed and stuff. So you got to fight for it. And now it's another time when that has to happen. So I guess those are all patriotic ideas, right? But it's not complacency. I guess it's a loss of complacency, over time up to a point of, absolute urgency with January 6th.
Very compelling. And I love how you put it in the framework of, look, when we look at 5, arguably even 10,000 years of human existence and, 5,000 years of civilization, the vast majority of it have been really bad. The ideas of equality, freedom, a state that works for the people, by the people, is actually a relatively novel idea. And the
what's up, CKJ3
isn't necessarily in accordance with those ideals. So it's not like a given that we're going to succeed at them, but they are.
Oh, by the way, Tracy Lords, she's like, you're into Tracy Lords, Yakub? Well, I'm quite impressed. Do you think she's a MILF or something? She's almost 60. Interesting. Let's see here.
Are aspirational. We're going to work for them every day. Thank you for sharing that. I would love to, if it's okay with you, turn to some of the audience questions. Our chat's been going pretty active. Would love to bring in some folks. And if you have questions in it and you're watching out there, feel free to throw them in the chat. Eager to hear from you. I'd love to start with Mr. Raid Amin. He asks, have nations maintained their demographic characteristics over the past several hundred years, or did they change with time? And I think this question is kind of interesting because, on one end, there's sort of like the geographic element of where these nations rooted. Right. And of course, a lot of these areas have diversified, have brought in lots of other peoples, but
yeah, CKJ3, it does look like it's pretty good, which is interesting. Probably watch it tomorrow because it may go with the theme of tomorrow's show, which I need to talk to Shara because I can't seem to figure out where her live show was. She did a Mother's Day cooking show, but I'll show Medium Man tomorrow, paired up with Chocolate Earth's my Chocolate Earth appearance last night, because the two are kind of similar, or kind of they can be paired up. I'll put it that way.
You know, in many ways, the political culture or ethnographic values haven't necessarily changed. So I'm curious to hear how these nations, in your opinion, have evolved over time.
Yeah, how can that be, right? We have, mass communications and mass media and mass marketing, and people move around and huge waves of immigration into this country. How could these, different colonial era cultures still be persisting, right? The idea is that these different competing colonial cultures and regional cultures each colonized and sort of formatted the culture of a different strip of the Middle West, I guess you'd say, out a little beyond the Mississippi River through the 1840s.
Here, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. He's going to talk about religious freedom and something about unity.
Very compelling. Actually, one of our viewers, this book should be on every university reading syllabus, not only for American history, but for human anthropology. I could not agree more. Colin, I tell you what, that's such an interesting part of it. Like one of the only nations where it was actually the environment that dictates the nature of that culture. I hadn't actually considered that before. And, I live up in the mountains in Tahoe, not too far away from this area. And, sometimes we laugh. It's in the sense, it's like, yeah, you can't farm there, but, it's a good thing. People go off-roading there. We have Burning Man in the middle of the Black Rock Desert. We're finding utility for it, but it's very different than what I think we all thought it would end up being. I wanted to end on one question that I really thought was super fascinating. It's, and especially as a religious minority myself, I grew up very infatuated with this idea that, religious freedom is at the heart of our Constitution, of our Declaration of Independence. We have the right to worship however we want. Yet, as you unpack when we describe these first Eastern colonies, that, hey, if you look around, religious diversity really wasn't the norm. In fact, you astutely point out, New York City, the Dutch colony, if you will, of New York, was really the only place where, say, a large Jewish population felt at home. And really where we saw any, melting pot, if you will, that we try and aspire to. It really, New York City it's not only that's a part of its own history, but it's also to this day one of the most diverse cities in the world. And I wanted to kind of touch on this. Why, was New York the home of this sort of melting pot ideal, this religious diversity? And two, where did we as a nation get the idea that this was, when we actually are very religiously divided in our history, why do we have this notion that, we were founded on religious freedom? Just kind of curious on your thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's misunderstood like a lot of things. The Bill of Rights originally was only thought to constrain the federal government, not the states, not the colonies. And that was in the founding generation by design, right? The idea was they had all, as I said, ended up, in a alliance of convenience with each other to defend a shared threat from Britain. And then they all suddenly found themselves in a United States together. Nobody knew what that was. Is it like NATO? Is it like the EU? Is it supposed to be a nation state like, Prussia or post-revolutionary France that we're building? A Hamiltonian state? Well, nobody knew. And they would fight a civil war about it and still not be entirely certain about it. But it was assumed by many, and certainly in the beginning, before the second constitution, the present constitution, that the states were sovereign, the colonies were sovereign. And while the federal government couldn't pass any law that would interfere with religion, the central impulse was that the federal government, that they were feared that the federal government would be controlled by some coalition of regions and would force the values on another of the regions. And so, New England and Yankeedom wanted to protect the Puritan/Congregational church, which in Massachusetts and Maine and other places was the established church. In other words, it was paid for by taxpayer money. It was an official church that the state provided funding for, like the Lutheran Church in Sweden today or something like that. So not really, at the state level, it was a privileged institution. In Virginia, it was the Anglican Church had those kind of privileges, which became the Episcopalian Church, right? Because we have bishops, but we've gotten rid of the king and the Church of England. And so different colonies were trying to defend their own dominant religion from interference in the original interpretation. A couple of the regions, though, their regional cultures' values were based on tolerance, particularly New Netherland, right? The area around New York City, northern New Jersey, Westchester, parts of Long Island, was founded by the Dutch, not by the English, and was founded with that Dutch philosophy of freedom of inquiry and conscience and tolerance. I mean, tolerance can go both ways, right? Tolerant of slavery, tolerant of slave catchers, tolerant of anything, but also tolerant of various immigration groups, and no particular. The Dutch were never in a majority, right? Even at the beginning, they were like 10% of the population when it was a village, and it never got better from there. So any religion could be there. There was no established dominant default religious tradition, and there was tolerance of many coming. So that was a safe place for people persecuted elsewhere in the world to come and also not be interfered with by, Puritan magistrates or, the vestry gentlemen at the local courthouse in Virginia or whatever. And also, as you go down into the Midlands, which were founded initially by William Penn's Quakers, right? The notion of the Delaware Bay colonies was also in.
Khan, and it could just be me, but Khan says with the advent of technology, we are actually losing our regionality. I'm not sure I agree with that. And I'm basing that on several different things that I can think of off the top of my head. I think when we started renaming bases and getting rid of some of these Confederate statues, that became very, very regional. It was a conflict of regions. More of a northern mindset versus the sons of the South being proud to be Southerners by what's the saying? It's about heritage, not hate. That seemed pretty regional to me. I think that I probably have never felt more Southern than dealing with some of the urban attitudes that I run across almost daily, where people from Oakland or Detroit or Chicago act like they have some superior knowledge, or they're the arbiters of Black culture and that sort of thing. I personally have never felt more Southern. I don't think that the internet has lived up to its goal of uniting people. I think we're probably more fragmented than we were. People only listen to the information in their own echo chambers. They literally don't listen to a variety of sources of information. You and I just differ on that. I think the internet has fractured us. Instead of being fractured into 50 different pieces, we are now fractured into 1,000 different pieces. But, again, that's just kind of filtered through the Stanley lens. Compton represent. Compton?
Apparently tolerant. They were founded as a Quaker utopia, but the Quakers, unlike the Calvinists, believed in the inherent goodness of humans, right? And they have an inner light. And so everything will turn out fine. Come on in, right? They had a pretty open immigration policy, allowing people of various religions. And, so you had all sorts of, Mennonites and Anabaptists and Amish and, Germans fleeing the Palatinates, and later the Germans fleeing the 1848 revolutions, and the Scots-Irish. The reason Greater Appalachia forms, it forms first in the back country of Pennsylvania because the the Quaker-dominated authorities in Philly were like, sure, you can come, go to the frontier, do what you want, right? So that ended up also being a place where many religious persuasions could show up and practice,
Spokane.
and that was fine because that was the model, right? A mosaic of cultures side by side, retaining their own, way of doing things and no dominant culture overhead. But that's confined to just small strips of the United States, right? That's contrary. Even Yankeedom, like at its best, Yankeedom attracted tons of immigrants, but the notion has always been melting pot, right? You can come here, but you must become like us. Maybe you don't have to be a Congregationalist, but we have these taxpayer financed public schools in the 19th century, but it also has, a curriculum that is very clearly coded towards making you all good, Marx Weberian, Protestants, right? And so the Catholics are like, no way, we're going to set up our own parochial schools, and that caused lots of friction because you're not assimilating. You came here, right? Whereas that wouldn't have been an issue in the Midlands or in New Netherlands. So that's kind of the backstory to it. But that all got confused later, right? When the Bill of Rights, starts being interpreted post-Civil War as
well, I don't
for all
know.
individuals, that state governments can't interfere with that. Then we sort of reverse.
I'm thinking, yeah, I predate it, but kids don't even use their phones to talk anymore. Kids, I think we are less together before the internet than we were before. People, they bury their heads in their phones and don't go out to play. Yeah, you can sit at a gaming console and play with all your friends online, but that's not the same thing as, being on the front lawn, playing catch. I don't call that socializing. I guess it's parasocializing or whatever the term is. But I think in my mind, we are less interactive with each other.
Imagined that at the beginning there was freedom, personal freedom, and individual freedom of religion must have been the impetus. Far from the Puritans were about as intolerant of other religions.
Voting is not the issue, Bobby. Representation is the issue. Just because you vote doesn't necessarily mean your interests get represented. It's the majority. And the funny thing is you can draw districts to make a majority of one thing or another. So the argument is not that Black people are losing the right to vote. The argument is Black people are losing representation. Two different things.
In the colonial periods, you could possibly imagine, right? And they were coming for religious freedom, their own, not anyone else's, right?
Very important distinction. I will say that. Look, Colin, I did a horrible job managing our time today. I just really enjoyed it. I honestly just, it was so.
Is it important to know the last time? Because are you saying new stuff saw an art form emerge from a specific region? I haven't seen any lately, but there are different types of rap music that are regional: East Coast, West Coast, Dirty South. So there are, variations on a theme, but regional music has been a thing in America. Jazz in New Orleans, bluegrass in Appalachia, kind of roots type American music in the South. So the only thing I can think of would be, different types of rap that are regional. I wouldn't call them new art forms, but, these things take decades to kind of define themselves. People don't just invent new stuff like, cultural art forms overnight.
So fun to hear you just give body to this really powerful piece of work. Before we go, I want to give you an opportunity.
They're old, established. They are old and established, but they are regional. So we know that regional music exists. There's no reason for me to think that new regional music won't appear, at some point in the future. I'm not a musicologist for starters. But I do know that there are like regional music art forms.
Recently, namely character and unity, which I think are fun. I mean, if you enjoyed American Nations and you saw on the social media engagement, folks, like this was a very beloved book across.
Okay, Khan, you're not Khan. I think you're missing the point. Okay, cultural art forms, they're like institutions. They don't just spring to life overnight. It could be 100 years before there's another new music or art form. But basing my opinion on the past, that there currently exist regional music art forms, there is no reason to think that they won't evolve or emerge in the future. I can't think of one in the last 20 years. The closest example I can think of is rap hip hop has regional variations. Just that evidence alone would lead me to believe that at some point there'll be distinctive art forms, but I'm basing that on a history. It's an educated guess. Who knows? Maybe there won't ever be another regional art form, but I wouldn't bet on that.
I am very keen to now start on character and unity. Could you tell us a little bit about what to expect?
So it's now a trilogy. I mean, after American Nations, I did 2 other books. The last one just came out last year. American Characters, this one, it's essentially, how do you, this came out in 26, writing in 2015, it came out in 2016, a little ahead of Donald Trump clinching the Republican nomination. So didn't quite see that specific thing happening. The book was about how do you protect and sustain a liberal democracy in general, and ours in particular. Ours in particular, given the balkanized nature of the country described in American Nations. How do you manage to get, how could you build again, how did it happen in the past, how could you do it now, a super majority of the regional cultures? What would they agree on that you could form as a political philosophy for whatever, one of the parties or a new party or whatever, that could actually successfully control the levers of power in the federal government and, lead the country forward at a time when it was paralyzed. And we better do it, the book warned, because, iceberg ahead if we don't, right? The country is very brittle. The increase in inequity, legal and material and otherwise, is growing rapidly because of a disconnect between those two forces I talked about, right? The subtitle of the book is The Epic Struggle Between Individual Liberty and the Common Good. We've gone way too far over on the individual liberty side in recent decades, and it's destabilized necessary equilibrium. So that's that book. I think it's essential because that's how we right the ship again when we get a chance to right the ship. And, how do we stabilize ourselves to make our country healthy again so nothing like we're in now ever happens again? That would be the story. But the book came out and then we hit the iceberg like 3 seconds later, right? So understandably, rather than everyone wanting to read a book about how to avoid the iceberg, everyone's like, where's the lifeboats, right? So the new book is about something more fundamental, Union, which is about, that where did the story, the idea that we were one peoples, that myth that concealed the differences between the nations that many of us grew up with, where did that come from? And when did it come? Who wrote it? How did they succeed in propagating it? Why were they doing it? And quickly, what I discovered when I went back, it starts in the 1830s, is that there wasn't one story, there were 2 almost immediately. One is that story of those ideals we were talking about earlier, connected to the Declaration of Independence, our liberal democratic and inspirational values. The other one, the counter story that came almost immediately out of the Deep South, you'll be shocked to hear, was that no, Jefferson was wrong. We are, humans are not equal, and in fact, only one set of humans have the genius and the capabilities to practice those ideals in the Declaration. That's the allegedly superior Anglo-Saxon race, full stop. And the United States is a collection of the homelands of the superior Anglo-Saxon people, and everybody else is here provisionally to be enslaved or on leave or probation. And that was the ethno-national argument. We are a homeland of a specific people, right? And ethno-nationalism is always about, it's not everybody who belongs, somebody doesn't. And that, the book traces how that changed over time, right? It became Anglo-Saxons, a pretty flexible concept. Saxons, oh, I guess that means Germans, we can bring them in, and pretty soon you can change it to any kind of Protestant, maybe eventually bring in Catholics. Okay, we'll let the Greeks in and Hungarians and, but always somebody else is out, right? We're going to exclude the Chinese, or later we're going to exclude the Muslims, not you, right? You're too strange, right? So, but it's always somebody is not the real Americans. Anyway, it's about the battle, the struggle between those forces, and how deep the ethno-national one goes. The same fight that we saw on January 6th on the steps of the Capitol has been raged, since the 1830s, and that's why that's why the curse goes back so deep. But also the inspirational struggle by the people on the civic national side. It's been a tough slog for a long time.
Indeed, it has. Well, sir, I hope you don't mind if we have our following read those two books and we have you back on the show to promote them, because I think they're vitally important to our country. And we had a lot of engagement over the course of this past hour with you. I think a lot of heads turned, a lot of people getting excited about your work. I think we had like 50 or 60 people on LinkedIn just watching it. So thank you so much, Colin. I think not just for coming on the program, I thought this was a phenomenal discussion, but just for the hard work you put in. Folks, like, writing nonfiction is a labor of love, right? It is, and these authors that we have on, particularly guys like Colin, that are putting their heart and soul into these stories. It is just so meaningful for our national fabric. And so, Colin, just thank you very much for writing this book. Your hard work is going totally appreciated, totally noticed. And I just hope you feel that from us here at 99.
Well, thank you. Thanks so much for your interest in having me on. It was a great pleasure. We'll have to do it again.
Absolutely. All right, 99 Pages. Thank you so much. We're going to be back in a couple of weeks with another great set of programming. Enjoy.
All right, so that'll be the end of that. I got one more, and we'll see how this goes. This is something from the New York Times, and it kind of caught my interest. It's New York City Muslims gain power, so why so many rethink parenthood? And we'll see what this is about. Some New York Times news thing from City University of New York. And I guess his mom, Donnie, is that what they're using as the example of Muslims taking over New York City?
I'm Jeff Mays of the New York Times, sitting in for Sam Roberts. Welcome to the New York Times Close Up. This week, I'll talk with Times contributor Anna Louise Sussman about having kids in uncertain times and what that looks like for people trying to build a life here in New York City. But first, we're looking at how New York's Muslim Democrats have moved from the political margins to the center of power at City Hall, just as Mayor Zohran Mamdani and his allies begin to steer the city's budget, housing, and public policy. New York Times Metro reporter Maya King covers the intersection of politics, religion, and ritual in New York City, and has been documenting the shift. Welcome, Maya.
Thanks for having me.
So your piece was a fascinating piece, and it seemed to track a trend, which feels like a first, which is like really the rise of Muslim political power in New York City. Are they looking at it that way? Is that this is the first time they've had any real influence?
Well, I think the city's Muslim organizers recognize that there have been key moments where their organizing and their activism has paid off. One of the most frequently mentioned moments was including Eid and adding that to the public school calendar in New York City under Mayor de Blasio. That felt like a really important early win for many Muslims in the city, and also a recognition of their power in numbers. But nothing compares to the campaign and ultimate election of Mayor Mamdani, who himself is a proud Muslim and really relied on a lot of the same Muslim organizing networks that taught him a lot of what he knows about politics, ultimately to be elected and build a campaign of his own.
I know it's still early in the mayor's term, but have we seen any shift that would indicate or any sort of examples of the sort of growing influence of Muslims? You mentioned that the Eid holiday being added, but have we seen anything under Mayor Mamdani's administration so far?
I think you can look at the makeup of his administration, his general counsel, his chief advisor to the judiciary, his manager of the Office of Management and Budget, and many other very key aides in City Hall are Muslims who also came up in the Muslim Democratic Club. And these are allies of his who Mamdani has known for a really long time, not just from a point of view of faith and their shared faith, but essentially the understanding of the role that many Muslims in the city have occupied, sort of being on the margins. I also covered Ramadan, one of the highest holidays in Islam this year, and it definitely took on a different level of significance, I think, under the first Muslim mayor. There was a dinner that was specifically for Muslim city workers, but many people across faiths also wanted to be there and were. And many other such events throughout that holiday. I think you saw more people taking an interest in Muslim life and in the culture, and also wanting to be able to connect with the mayor on this level that we just haven't seen before.
One of the interesting points from your article is that some of the people you spoke to said previously, Muslims in the administration would just be, liaisons to the Muslim community, but that seems to have changed. And now you have people in various commissionerships, as you mentioned. I wonder what impact has that had on the community? Are they viewing that as a sign of success and change?
I think they do view it as a sign of success, but they also understand the responsibility that they have now to deliver, not just for the city's Muslims, but really for all in the city. What people repeatedly told me was, as a Muslim New Yorker, I know what it's like to not have as much political power, to not really have a voice, but to feel like I needed one. And now I think that many of the folks who have these jobs feel like they have to be that voice for many people, and just for New Yorkers who feel like they haven't fully been represented writ large in the city. One person also pointed to the mayor's focus on renters as an example of that. This is a huge number of people in the city. A majority of people who live here rent, but not a majority of people who are renters. They don't all have that same political voice. And so I think that there was a connection that some people were able to draw between, again, being a member of a group that has been sort of ostracized from power centers in the city, now that it has the power, wanting to make sure it brings as many people along as possible.
I mean, being Muslim is clearly not a monolith, right? You have African Muslims and South Asian Muslims, Shia, Sunni Muslims. I'm wondering, how has that been an issue in this sort of rise in power, or have those differences sort of given way to just the sort of general idea of being a Muslim?
Yeah, it's really a theme I think I'll be following throughout the mayor's tenure, because there have been some rumblings of tensions, I think, particularly among West African Muslims who really have stood behind the mayor and feel like they haven't quite gotten that same level of representation or even support that they were calling for. But, we're still in the first year, even the first 6 months of the mayor's tenure. So I think it remains to be seen, just how he'll be delivering for all these different factions.
The Muslim Democratic Club you mentioned was really sort of largely responsible for this rise, and Mayor Mamdani was a part of that. Has anything changed for them? Is their political calculus outside of the mayor, or people now seeking their voice and their opinion?
Yes, things have changed for them. More candidates, particularly folks who are running in areas of the city that have large Muslim or South Asian or Middle Eastern populations, are really jostling for an endorsement from the Muslim Democratic Club. And the candidates who I spoke to who are running under the club's banner have said that that has given them a level of resourcing and institutional knowledge that they don't think they would have had before. I spoke to one candidate who's running in Canarsie who said, he was inspired in part to run by Mayor Mamdani's candidacy. But now that he has the endorsement of the club, I mean, it's come with all kinds of organizing power, different staffing recommendations, and he feels like he can be on a faster track, I think, to running a serious insurgent campaign. So it's clear that, the Muslim Democratic Club, which has existed for almost 13 years now, so they've had the time to really build and grow, is pouring their resourcing now into the next generation, not just at City Hall, but across the city.
Even in my conversation with some Muslim leaders, they talk about how 9/11, the aftermath, the surveillance of mosques felt like a low point for them in the city. I'm wondering, how are they feeling now about that? How would the city respond if there were to be some other sort of terrorist attacks that involved, Islamic folks? And do they think there's been a change in the city from that low point of the way they were treated after 9/11?
Well, it was that point that in part inspired them to get organized. And I think they also looked at the numbers and realized that they have a large community of eligible voters who can really make a difference. And so I don't quite know what their organizing work would look like, under yet another moment of real tension. But I think we're already seeing quite a bit of Islamophobia that's been directed at the mayor and at many of his Muslim allies. And he has a much larger network of people to push back against that, and also to create pressure on his non-Muslim allies to say something. And I think that's what we've already seen. And I don't think that dynamic is going anywhere, unfortunately. So that's certainly something that I'll continue to watch, not just to see exactly what they say, which is usually some variant of this is really bad and something should change, but also whether they'll be pushing for real repercussions, especially against those who are saying these things who might be in elected office.
Yeah, so there's still struggle there, right? Because just the other day, Mayor Mamdani responded to a comment from his former mayoral competitor who said something about how he would respond to a terrorist attack, that he might be rooting for the terrorists. And the mayor called that remark despicable. So there's still battles out there to fight around how Muslims are viewed in the city, right?
Absolutely. And Mayor Mamdani, as the most prominent Muslim elected official in the city, if really not in the country, I think understands that the onus will be on him to be at least the most vocal responder to a lot of these attacks. But again, I do think it's worth mentioning and remembering that now he does have a lot more backing and a lot more people who can speak to very similar experiences of Islamophobia in the city. And I think that carries weight as well.
Now you're covering the intersection of politics and religion. I'm wondering, are you seeing more of a religious influence overall on the city politics, or religious issues suddenly becoming more political, for example?
Well, I think that, faith leaders have always had some level of influence on the city's politics, and they like particularly to have a direct line to City Hall. I have not really seen religious issues directly impact lawmaking, though I think one of the bigger examples we've seen has been with the buffer bill at City Hall that would create sort of a perimeter around houses of worship. It's probably one of the more prominent examples. But outside of that, I've really just observed more that faith leaders operate as political actors of their own. And whether that means they want an audience with the mayor, or I wrote with our colleague Sally Goldenberg about the Black faith leaders who are on two sides of the issue of whether Airbnb should be in the city ahead of the World Cup. These are all, I think, examples of moments where faith leaders have tried to wield their influence, but not necessarily affect policymaking.
I want to quickly talk about some of the other reporting. You and I had a chance to break the news that the Archdiocese of New York had agreed to an $800 million settlement with about 1,300 survivors of people who said they were sexually abused as minors by priests and other lay staff. I'm wondering, what's the status of that at the moment? And I'm wondering if you're hearing anything about whether survivors are accepting of that settlement.
Well, things are kind of, in limbo at the moment. The proposal was put forth, as we reported, and now these survivors have between now and an unspecified date in June to decide whether they will accept the proposal. But I think one of the more important points of our story was that everyone has to accept the points of this proposal in order for it to move forward. And the Archdiocese has indeed indicated that if they did not, there's the possibility that it would become bankrupt and drag out this process even longer, and almost guarantee that many of these survivors would actually be afforded less, a much smaller sum of money as a result. And so what you're looking at now are a lot of people, many of whom are in their 50s, 60s, some people are in their 70s and 80s, who experience this really traumatic moment as young people, who are now having to relive it in a way and also decide whether they feel like the terms of this proposal even come close to matching or healing the real harm that they suffered. And folks that I've spoken to have said that it seems that by and large, people are really eager to put this episode behind them as much as they can and to receive the restitution that's being made available. But there are almost certainly some people who still feel that this is just not enough and that it doesn't fully, it doesn't rectify the harm that was caused, and that they'd like to see this case at least try to go to trial, which it's almost certain that it won't. But they would like to see it happen so that they can sort of air out the worst of this. So we'll see. I think there are about 3 weeks left for us to really understand where
What's up,
many of
Mike?
these survivors
What's up,
are.
Calvin?
But it's a
Hey, dirty
process of a
dude.
lot of thinking and just really difficult reliving of some painful memories.
The prospect of bankruptcy is a real one, right? I mean, we've seen other dioceses around the country have declared bankruptcy as well, right? So this is not some idle threat from the archdiocese.
It's not. And we've already seen the archdiocese really scale back a lot of its finances. It's cut its staff by 10%. It's sold off some of its.
Brian, what's the knockout stage? Knockout what? Iran? What knockout are you talking about?
Most expensive and valuable properties here in Midtown Manhattan, and has been really vocal about what they're trying to do to be able to put as much money aside for this victims fund. It's also under new leadership. The Archbishop Ron Hicks, who just replaced Cardinal Dolan, was sworn in just a few months ago. So a lot of this is also, I think, one of his bigger tests, and something that he's also having to learn quite a bit about the archdiocese that he's inheriting in this moment.
And finally, what would it mean for the archdiocese to be able to at least try to put at least a portion of this sad history behind them? I'm wondering if it's affecting their outlook in terms of growth and new members. Would settling this sort of maybe create a new path forward for them?
I think the archdiocese hopes that would be the case, and they've been much more vocal in its leaders in public and online and public forums about really trying to rectify the harm that was caused here. It also is coming at a moment where you've seen in trends and in reporting from our colleagues that there are a lot more young people who are joining the church, and a lot more people who have at least expressed some curiosity and interest in Catholicism. So it's really, I guess, a turning point for the church, but also there are still some really difficult conversations that have to be had. And I think leaders recognize that as well.
Maya, thank you for sharing your expertise on this very fascinating intersection of a beat that you cover. We appreciate you coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, Anna Louise Sussman on having kids in uncertain times. This week, the Times is asking why so many people are choosing
Wait, hold
not to
it.
have
What
children.
do you mean? Is the World Cup happening now? Oh, you know what? I had no idea that the World Cup is it going on in the United States? I thought it was supposed to happen in the United States. Oh, next month. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't keep up with and yes, I'm going to say it, Kelvin. I don't keep up with soccer that much.
As U.S. birth rates have fallen about 23% since 2007. Our guest is Anna Louise Sussman, a New York Times contributing opinion writer who focuses on the ethics and economics of family and reproduction. She's the author of the forthcoming book, Inconceivable: The Impossibility of Family in an Age of Uncertainty. In her essay, she argues that it's not just money or relationships that are pushing birth rates down. Anna, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, so the essay that you wrote argues that it's just not just uncertainty. It argues that uncertainty, not just money or like housing or affordability, as it's come to be known, is behind declining birth rates. Could you explain a little bit about that?
Absolutely. I mean, I want to start by saying there's a lot of reasons why fertility is falling. Um, People don't want to have children. People find it, as you said, too unaffordable. People are having a lot of trouble finding relationships. But what I think is interesting is when you look at people who really do want to have children, people who are in steady relationships, even people who have what we would call good jobs, professional white collar jobs, even those people, as much as they want to have children, are hesitating. And you have to ask why. Presumably their parents told them, oh, having you is the best thing I ever did. And so many people have spoken about the rewards and the gifts of what it is to be a parent and that relationship that you have with your child, and yet they're still hesitating. And this is something you're seeing not just in the US. As you mentioned, we're nearly a quarter down from 2 decades ago, but in places that have really good family policies, like the Nordic countries. And so the question was why? And I feel like you have to go beyond just what's on paper, what the economic data tells us, and ask how people are feeling, because you're never going to be able to solve a problem if you don't actually listen to what people are thinking and what factors are affecting them. And that's kind of psychological component, that dimension of, gosh, what is the future going to look like? Having a child is a really long-term commitment. It should, ideally, your child outlives you. And so for the parent, it's a lifelong commitment.
Right. And I'm wondering, I feel like I'm asking this on behalf of our audience. I mean, haven't we always been in uncertain times? Like this is, generationally, if you look at, World War II generation, Vietnam, and, historically, even around the world, there's just been crises. So, I mean, I wonder what's different now.
I do think what's different than earlier generations is just how exposed we are to this information. It's not like you're just getting your local newspaper and then maybe watching the evening news. We hear about what's happening all the time, all over the world, 24 hours a day. As of the last decade or so, that information is beamed directly into our pockets with smartphones. I mean, often people, I've learned enough about sleep hygiene to not do this, but they'll wake up in the morning and they'll go, bombings and, and oil prices and this and that. And, you just start your day in this mindset of, gosh, the world feels really unstable. I think that's been happening for a while.
Yeah, that feels like that could have a psychological effect on you. I mean, social media as well. Is that something that's also helping to drive this?
Absolutely. I mean, you're subject to so many different perspectives on things, and you're getting, you can learn what it's like to be a mother in Gaza, for example. There's someone who asks for donations on behalf of a family in Gaza, and you just putting yourself in that mindset and just feeling that scarcity, you obviously, like in our position, try to help. But you just think, God, like, what could that be like? Could I be in that position someday? Or you read, stories about the working homeless, which is a huge phenomenon in the US specifically. And you just think, we're all like a job loss away from that. And, uncertainty is a psychological dimension, but there's a lot of measurable statistics that show you that, for example, job tenures have gotten shorter, so you're less likely to stay in a job. It's very unlikely, unless you're an academic, to stay in a job, for the duration of your career. Income volatility has gone way up. So it used to be something that was more confined to people with less education. Now, even white collar workers might earn a lot one year or very little next year. And I say, I've been a freelancer on and off for many, many years. And it's really, 1 year is really good. And I'm really grateful. And the next year is like a total bust. And it feels really, really, disconcerting to, just not know what you can't project out in any meaningful way.
One of the couples you talked to in your story was Raleigh Rivera and her husband. And they talked a lot about how, health worries, other concerns had a big effect on their decision around children. I'm wondering, can you talk a little bit about that couple and the sort of real life implications of this?
I mean, I think they're exactly the kind of couple that makes demographers scratch their heads, because they're in a really loving, supportive marriage. It's very egalitarian. One factor in declining fertility that the Nobel economist Claudia Golden has pointed to is that women and men have different expectations, and women want to stay in the workforce and men aren't really pulling their weight. But this, and I love this part of their story. It didn't make it into the what was published, but they met when they were doing study abroad in London, and they bonded over how they'd both been camp counselors and how much they love children. Fast forward to Raleigh turns 30. She still deeply wants a child. This has always been part of who she is. And she wants a child with her husband. She loves, very, very profoundly. And yet they feel, his family, he's of Mexican-American descent. And, since Trump started these aggressive deportation raids, they live in Los Angeles. Yeah, I think when I spoke to her, it was actually the height of everything going on in Los Angeles. Right. That was something they never thought they had to contend with. She has a background in public health. The prospect of sending her children to school with unvaccinated other students was also something I don't think, in her lifetime she thought was going to happen. There were fires, obviously, that took out a huge part of Los Angeles. Her parents are near the Canadian border, and there was wildfire smoke that was coming down. So all of these things that I think really made you question of what is the world going to look like for a child that I might have? And do I feel comfortable making, again, that really lifelong commitment when everything just feels so uncertain?
And certainly, you talked a bit about politics. Here in America, the Trump administration is wildly unpredictable, as we know. And so I'm wondering, what things can governments do to sort of shift this? Because as you mentioned, even in some of the Nordic countries that have great policies, this is still an issue. So I'm wondering what can be done to change this dynamic.
I think it's really, really hard. Governments have tried a lot of different policies here and there, a baby bonus or extending family leave. And I think one thing to remember, and this is something I heard from Norwegian demographers, is this idea that uncertainty is relative. So even if you're a young Norwegian, you'll have a year of paid family leave, you'll have subsidized childcare, so that as soon as your 1 year of leave ends, they can go directly into extremely affordable
Unheard of here.
Things that, to me is like, oh my God, I'd have 8 kids by now if that was, if that was available to me. But if you're a young Norwegian, you look at your parents' generation and you think, well, things are much harder for me now. Housing is much more unaffordable. Food is getting more expensive. The labor market doesn't seem as stable. So there's all these ways that forces people to prioritize things that, for example, may feel like ways of building stability. So for a lot of people, it's important to have an apartment or a house before they have a child, because they don't want to face, eviction or have that housing instability, something as basic as having a roof over your head. So I feel like it's a really heavy lift. And one interesting example is coming out of South Korea, which for many, many years had the lowest birth rate in the world. There's this is actually a private employer, a big construction group that's offering what amounts to 2 years of an average Korean's income as a baby bonus. So not like here we've talked about $2,000 or $5,000. The equivalent in the US would be over $150,000.
Significant.
And that's the amount that I feel like allows you to go, okay, well, at least the next few years will be comfortable. Right. Or I could invest that, or that could be a down payment. It's something that's of a magnitude that provides some sense of stability. I think the other thing that really came out of, for example, talking to Raleigh, was this idea of agency. I mean, I do feel like people, as a counterbalance to uncertainty. So anything that can help people feel more agentic and a little more in control of their lives at a time where, under surveillance capitalism, under very unpredictable and volatile economic, and other policy. Anything that makes you feel like you have some control, that you're not just being whooshed around by algorithms and, that the price of gas is just going to change day to day because of, some one guy kind of yelling things. Those kind of things would help.
I mean, what about people who are spiritual or religious? Do they have a different outlook on this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, faith is on one level, it's almost the opposite of agency in the sense that you're giving it all up and you're just saying, you know what, none of this is in my control. But I also think it comes with a lot of important, both like psychological and practical things that help people feel comfortable having a child. So, for example, a lot of religions teach that this is our purpose on earth is to, be fruitful, multiply, continue this important cosmic change that dates back many generations. There's a sense that God will provide, or whoever your spiritual being is. And there's also in these faith communities just a ton of support. I mean, if you're around other big families, and there's a kind of also, I think, phrase among demographers and people who say is that pregnancy is somewhat contagious. So when you're around, other people, it feels like the right thing to do, to have a kid as well. That you can turn to people for support, even just on a practical matter, like a community center, a child. I mean, there's a church by me that offers free childcare for when you go to service.
Right. Well, looking forward, I want to end this sort of looking forward. You talk about the two sort of childbearing generations right now, millennials, Gen Z. I'm wondering, are you seeing differences in how they're viewing this dynamic? And I'm wondering, with your forthcoming book, have you dug into that more? Because, these are the generations that are now having children.
Absolutely. I mean, I wrote the book, as I said earlier, I think we're never going to understand happening or how to fix it without really listening to people. And there's all this debate of like, well, college educated women are still having children and teen births are down and this and that. But I think you really have to listen to people and hear what's going on in their lives. I always say there's as many reasons that people are or aren't having children as there are people. It's just so individual. It could be the experience of seeing your parents get divorced and feeling that like plummet in social mobility and having that just make you think, gosh, again, anything could happen at any moment. So it's really, for some people, it's climate and weather trauma and, this climate anxiety. For other people, it's, a medical scare. So that was why I wanted to write this book and bring these voices to the fore so that we could understand you can't just look at a spreadsheet and say, okay, we have this many college educated women and this many high school educated women and, this many men have jobs. And that's not going to tell you the whole picture. You have to listen to people and understand what's going on in their lives and in their hearts.
Wow. Anna, thank you so much for joining us. We're looking forward to your forthcoming book on this issue.
Thank you so much for having me.
That's it for our show. For the New York Times and CUNY TV, I'm Jeff Mays.
All right. Well, we're going to go from this somber and sober kind of current affairs show to this. And basically what I'm doing is just kind of seeing what's in my algorithm. I'm at 5 hours. I don't know that I'm going to go longer than 6. I don't know. Maybe I should. I'll see when I get close. My son's out, so I actually don't have much to do. I will make some tortillas. That'll be pretty much the only thing I do. But you all can click the link if you want to come up. I don't have anything particularly in mind. While I'm thinking about it, everybody make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new to the show, please enjoy it and take it for the fun ride it is. I do tomorrow's show. I was on Chocolate Earth's panel last night. It was ladies night or for the ladies, whatever the title of it was. And they let me come up, me and Hustle and Muscular. I guess we were the token males. So naturally, of course, I'm never going to be able to go up on a panel and have everybody agree with me. But oddly enough, 3 young ladies subscribed to the show, just kind of, kibitzing back and forth with me. And they're like, well, what's the name of your show? And so lo and behold, we got 3 new subscribers, 3 or 4. So salute to them. Hopefully they hear this on a replay, and shout out to the new members. Stick around a while. The Saturday shows tend to be a lot more entertaining. By the way, the new title for the Saturday show is the Saturday Short Bus. And I had Mike 123 in mind when the name popped into my head. So tomorrow's Saturday Short Bus, at least at this point in time, is brought to you by the CKJ3. And he will be the executive producer for sure. So salute to CKJ3. Support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund has been open for a couple days now. So hit me up. I can buy some beer and we can make a night of it. But barring that, I do now actually have PayPal. So the foreigners, you can send me your lira, you can send me your Deutschmarks, you can send me your Cougarans, whatever the local currency is. PayPal should be able to do the exchange. So here is all the information, and send me show ideas. CKJ3 probably will show Media Man's thing tomorrow because the title's definitely provocative. So there we have it. So let's get into this, what I hope is going to be a rousing speech.
The MAGA party is the last breath of the Confederacy, and I'll be happy to see millennials and GT bury y'all.
Can you kind of talk to me what led up to your kind of viral moment? Kind of walk me through that day and what happened.
So to be absolutely honest with you, that is the first time I've ever spoken at a hearing. The redistricting is something that I was really, really disturbed by. Now, don't get me wrong. I already knew what they was going to do. I think just about everybody know that all the people that we talked to in the room that day didn't make a decision. It was up to Trump. He decided he wanted them to redistrict, and they're going to give him exactly what he wanted. It took us about 10 hours to be able to speak to them. I got that about 1. Originally, they said we would get to see the representatives at 4:30. That somehow turned into 6:30. And then with the overwhelming amount of people that came there in support or in opposition to the Jay Morris map, Senator Price put up maps that we.
Hey, Tsunami. Last night on that panel, I was actually thinking about Mike 123. I'm like, damn, if I don't become a conservative after interacting with this panel, they almost flipped me. They almost flipped me last night, but I had a good time. But I was like, oh shit. I was shaking. It was almost like the Hulk. I almost became like the MAGA version of the Incredible Hulk. I was gonna grow big muscles and rip off my shirt and go, I am MAGA. These women were definitely stretching my they were a challenge.
We were all in support of, clearly. And then Jay Morris put up maps that all of us were clearly against. It was only one person that was against Senator Price's map and for Jay Morris's map. It was the same guy. But I just knew in my heart, like, this is not an American movement. They don't care about democracy. They don't care about what the voters say. Like, at the end of the day, what it come down to with them is whatever Trump wants. So I knew that they were still gonna go with the Jay Morris map. At the end of the day, they was gonna go with whatever map gave the most power to Trump. Now, I didn't have, like, I'll say this, because like throughout the speech, I was taking notes and stuff like that and thinking about, oh, I might want to say this, I might want to say that. But 10 hours later, like, I was tired. Like, I was really more sleeping than anything and just kind of aggravated with the scenario, which might have added to my already like disgust with the MAGA movement when I gave my response. So yeah, a lot of that, I mean, realistically, that was just what I could retain on my mind at the time, like what popped up at that time. Because I didn't even like the kind of like smug response that came from the representatives. They understood what they was taking from us. They listened to testimony. We had people who were alive when the Civil Rights Act was signed. We had people that broke down in tears, and they just don't care about that. They don't care about none of us that came into that. They had their mind made up already. And I thought I think it's suitable to talk to them as if they're the type of heartless, soulless people that they present themselves to be. I think oftentimes we sanitize them and we talk to them as if they're regular people. They are not. Like, these are traitors to the country. These are people that want dictatorship. Like, these are the people that threw out votes when it came down to not just Virginia, but even in New Orleans with Calvin Duncan, who was wrongfully in prison for 28 years, got exonerated, got out, was trained, well-versed in the law, ran to be the clerk of court, won that position by 68%. And then the next thing you know, Jeff Clandry, he signed in legislation to erase the man's job. So I think, and this should have been a thing a long time ago for the Democrats.
He called the governor of Louisiana Clandry. That's pretty funny.
Democrats, as much as I don't like MAGA, I have about as much criticism for the Democratic Party. We should have been dealing with this in that tone a long time ago. So if the party not gonna start it, I'll start it.
Y'all do this under the orders of somebody that said the Civil Rights Act was harmful to white people, that it caused reverse racism. I don't have no belief in no morality on anybody that followed Donald Trump.
You know, you said that MAGA is the last breath of the Confederacy. Where did that come from?
After George W. Bush, right? After George W. Bush, he left the country in such a bad state that America was willing to vote in a black man. And it was like, you know what? We'll put racism aside. We just gonna let competency be the guide. He is the best person for the job. We gonna vote for him. Election season came around, they voted for him again. I believe people like Donald Trump that was raised in that Jim Crow mentality. Donald Trump was about almost 20 years old when the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act was signed. Like, he was almost a grown man by that time. He was raised up in a racist ideology, refused to rent properties to black people until the government forced him to, after he was found to have violated the Fair Housing Act. I believe people like Donald Trump saw the life that they want going away from them. And Donald Trump is a man, whether it's reporters, whether it's business partners, or whatever the case may be, Donald Trump lives like let's put it this way. Hate speech and defamation is his love language. He loves to be able to talk down to people. He don't mind being a racist. He don't mind being a misogynist. He don't mind being a bigot. Like, this is a person that told Chuck Schumer, you're not a Palestinian. You're not a Jew anymore. You're a Palestinian. Told Sadiq Khan of London that he was spreading Sharia law. This is the dude that I believe has been elected more than one time. If he was doing Sharia, I'm pretty sure they would have told him about that. That would have been an issue. Like, this is the same dude that jumped up and said all Somalians are garbage. And the trash people that stood with him that day platformed and celebrated like he said something good. This is his culture. And even when you look at the conservative movement within itself, Everything that they do is based in scapegoating politics. Everything that they do. It was, if you free these black people, it's going to destroy America. And then it was, if you give these black people the same rights as us, it's going to destroy America. And then it was, if you let these black people vote. And then it was, if you let these gay people get married. And if you let your daughter have the same position as you. And if you let these trans people exist peacefully, even though they're not bothering nobody. Like, everything is never a real political point with them. Everything always come back to, I need you to hate somebody. I don't need you to worry about a solution to your problem. I'm going to give you somebody that you need to hate.
Hey,
and we're going to cut it off at that.
Let me tell you something, Red Tsunami. I really, because I really do, believe me, if I lived in Arizona, I'd be shooting my shot with her. I adore Chocolate Earth. However, she is quite young, and I don't mean just in age. There is a female version of YN. That Men Are for Fun thing, that literally sounded like if there's a female or woman version of the Manosphere. She was probably kidding. But yeah, I heard it. and I literally, the first thing I thought is, should I go into my theory that on these YouTube streets, there is a female version of the Manosphere or Red Pill, just Cynthia G. I heard Venus, because I did listen to a portion. I don't listen to Sharon that often, but I did listen to Venus getting pissed off with Sharon for some reason or another. She felt wronged, and she went off. So it was a risk being up there with those ladies, but in the end, I mean, you know, sometimes you just have to take one for the team and be a gentleman about it.
We're not going to talk about no other substance. We're going to blame the Mexicans. We're going to blame the Chinese. We're going to whoever. So like that's the circles that he dwell in. It also comes with the fact that Donald Trump allies itself with people like Elon Musk. Elon Musk is pretty much a neo-Nazi. Elon Musk spent all day on Twitter peddling great replacement theory and trying to like rile people up to do crazy racist stuff. I don't know how much I can say. I'm trying to like police my vocabulary to keep it professional, but this is the type of circles he roll in. These are the type of people that he likes. This is the type of culture that he wants to bring back.
Don't you
like,
have
even
to
when
be
he say
married?
Make America Great Again.
Don't you have to be married to be cucked? Or am I just leaning on my Shakespeare too much?
That was the original tagline for Ronald Reagan. Donald Trump won't go back further than the Reagan presidency when it comes down to racial inequality, gender inequality, religious inequality, things of that nature. That's what he survives on, and I think somebody had to say it, because I've actually been really disappointed in the Democrats that nobody is willing to cross that line. And I see now people talking about, oh, well, gloves off, gloves off. Like if we would have done this in 2016 when he was challenging Barack Obama's birth certificate, we wouldn't be here in a second term. We wouldn't have been here in the first term. If we would have did this when he was trying to kill his vice president, we wouldn't be here. If we would have did this when he lied to everybody and said COVID was just going to go away, and then it killed 1 million Americans.
If I knew that group of ladies well, and they knew me well, I wouldn't have been restrained. I mean, people who've known me on YouTube a little while, they probably kind of expect, they probably expect a little bit of bitter pushback. But I honestly, Chocolate Earth was really the only one that I knew, and I don't even know her well. I've been up on her show once before, like back last December or something like that. Sometimes when you are a guest and you don't know the folks well, you know, you don't let them judge. If they're going to judge a book by its cover, put on your best cover. I actually know how to be gracious. I know how to be cordial. Y'all don't be fooled, or Kelvin, don't be fooled. I know how to be courtly. Look up the word courtly. I know how to be it. I just don't ever feel the need, you know, with the crowd, with the usual suspects on this show. But I was not on home turf.
We wouldn't be here. So I think if they're not going to say it, I'll say it.
As a Louisiana resident, what do you think is going to do to your community and your state?
The changing of these maps is going to disseminate the ability for minorities to get representation within Louisiana. They drew up those districts to make sure it was as few of us in places as possible, and that they always had people to overtake our vote if we would ever want to cast an opinion on somebody. I think in the short term, it's going to be demoralizing, but to be honest with you, I think it's going to be a wake-up call for a lot of people. I think it should be a wake-up call for a lot of people. If we as Democrats go out there and campaign like we're supposed to, connecting the dots for the electorate, for the people who vote down here, I think what it's going to cause is outrage. And I think that's going to spread even amongst the white population that's also tired of down.
Here, let me help Mr. 321 don't know the origin of words. I know what cuck is. I know that cuck is short for cuckold, which the first time I ever heard the term, it was in Shakespeare. It basically means a man whose wife is unfaithful. So most of you YNs 321 are misusing the term, not I. I know it has a colloquial meaning now, but I know what it means. Or I know the sentiment anyway. So you need to be real careful there, young man. You're dealing with a pro. You're dealing with a real man of experience. So you need to be a lot less cocky and a little bit more willing to learn from my years acquired wisdom. I'm not saying it's great wisdom. I'm not saying it's a lot of wisdom, but there is some wisdom, you know, somewhere in my message.
Donald Trump has a negative approval rating with white people and white men specifically. So like, I think even they tired of him. So if we get this message out, what I think it actually does is just like galvanize the vote against Donald Trump. But it's a matter of whether or not we gonna have the representation to be able to do it. And I'll be honest, I would like to be that. I personally am looking to do that. I think I have a way of speaking to people that they're receptive to. I think it's a lot of things that Democratic voters have wanted to hear that they haven't heard, which lead to them just sitting home and sitting it out. So the way that this speech, the way that 3 minute, you know, that's a little small snippet connected to people, I think I can do a lot better than that with more than 3 minutes. And especially if I can get a chance to talk to the people of my state that need things to be better, let alone the entire nation.
Let's talk about how you might run for office, but what does it look like to you?
I'll be honest to you, I'm open to anything that gives me a microphone.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a state seat, I'll take it. If it's a mayoral seat, I'll take it. Currently, the type of campaign that I want to run, I am more of a progressive than like a conservative Democrat. So two people that I'm actually looking to hear from that I would love to hear from is Bernie Sanders and David Hogg. I believe I could trust either of them when it comes down to the type of campaign that I would like to run. I think people need to hear what they're saying back from their candidates. I believe my politics is reflective of what the electorate wants. And what infuriates so many people is that The Democrats are parroting points that people have said they don't want over and over and over and over again. We didn't heard all the talking points and empty platitudes. We've heard that. It didn't work. That's it. We could look at a whole election season to where a game show host and a cast.
I actually hope, once things kind of calmed down and I, was able to kind of, express some of my thinking. And I know it's provisional. But look, I, at least during the week, it's pretty staid. We try and keep it a little more professional, a little bit more informational. Saturdays will just, put people off if you're not really up to the rowdiness, but they seem like really nice young ladies.
Of Fox and Friends beat us to prove that didn't work. Just blaming people for not voting for you ain't the way to do it. But if you actually go out and talk to people, and this example, you see this with Bernie, who's, that's my boy, but he like 102, but he could walk out on a stage for Coachella and, he just say things the way that he say them. He don't have to dress it up. He just give you the truth, how it is. And they willing to embrace him and listen to his speech and love on him for what he got to say. And I appreciate the hell out of him, by the way. AOC, same thing. Zohran Mamdani, same thing. Graham Plattner, the same thing. People understand that they pay their taxpayer dollars into the government and those dollars should work for them. So what I want to do as a campaign, just reminding people like, hey, this is your money. Like, you're not asking the government for money that you didn't give them. You're not coming with like begging. You're not looking for a handout. If I go to work and you give me a check, you didn't give me a handout. You gave me what I earned. I think the social safety net programs is what we earned, and to be honest, we underserved. We need to do a massive reinvestment in education. I believe the scenario that we in is due to the fact that we failed on schooling. We allowed our population to be a lot dumber than we know they could be. It's a lot more potential in America that we done lost because we refuse to educate people. They don't know history. They don't know civics. They don't understand how close they are to power. That's a big problem. Things like Medicare for all. Every other country have it. I don't think we should be debating about it. I mean, it's literally better than us. I believe when it comes down to healthcare, it's maybe like 15 grand for each American, but the next closest state is like 7 grand per person, and they're all doing Medicare for all, a single pay in some way or another. I mean, I'll be honest, I can go on and on and on about this for some days, but campaign finance reform is something I'm very, very passionate about. I think we have to return integrity to voting in a sense to where people understand, like, I am only taking money from the government. I will only take money from you. It's not going to be APAC or Oil Exec. It's not going to be Big Pharma or none of the rest of these different suits. My work is to help you. You pay me to do it, and I'll respond to that with services and things that improve your quality of life. I believe we done lost sight of that. A lot of people in these jobs, when it come down to the House, the Senate, whether that be state or federal, it seemed like they just there to fundraise. It's like they just there for the benefits. Like, we didn't all been a job.
His hat says Trump was wrong about everything. I don't know whether he's a convert or what, but he basically says MAGA is the second coming of the Confederacy. So he says he considers himself a progressive.
To where somebody says, like, you see somebody that's like in the 80s, 90s, whatever the case, they won't leave the job alone. And you ask them about it, they're like, well, my benefit's good. I won't keep healthcare. Right? That's literally the way our Democrats react.
So a lot of Black men do not vote. What would you want to tell them?
What I would want to tell the Black men is, I understand you grow up in a world to where people don't necessarily care about your feelings. I think it's a lot of things that have been done unfairly to you. And in our pursuit to bring about fairness, I think it's a lot of Black men out here in the world that try to go above and beyond to give everything they can to the other people in the group. And at times it comes at the expense of their own well-being, particularly their mental health. Mental health amongst men is not taken seriously, and amongst Black men is taken even less seriously. We expect it to be the most loud, the most aggressive, the most angry, and somehow at the same time, the most intelligent, the most competent, the most calm. And it's not to say that nobody else have their challenges. It's definitely not to say that. But there are a lot of different mental stresses and traumas that we refuse to address when it comes down to the Black male population. Also, when it comes down to the ability to go out there and get work, I think the economy nowadays is very demoralizing to people. If you're telling me that I have to work all day and basically like forego everything that I have hope in just to come to an economy to where I'm not going to be able to own a house, to where if I go to college, I'm going to end up in debt even after I start making money, to where, you got people struggling to afford a vehicle and all the rest of that. What I would want to say is your problems are legitimate. Your concerns are legitimate. People have not been speaking to you. And in response to that, you decided not to listen. I am here to have this conversation with you as a Black man. We do need to build a better world for ourselves, for our daughters, for our sisters, for our spouses, for, our mothers, et cetera, et cetera. We do need to build that better world. And what that start with is us using our power, us using intelligence, us understanding that disengaging from what's hurting us don't make the problem go away. If you can't see the monsters, it don't mean that they disappear. So what I would say above anything else is we have to make sure that we stay in the fight and we don't give up on ourselves, and we continue to vote in the people that are listening to us. Once again, I understand our legislature has not been speaking to you. They haven't been speaking to me neither. But I want to run a campaign to where all voices can be heard and we can actually go towards as much progress as we can. Because what I do know is no problem has ever been solved with inactivity. And I'm the person here. I want to engage in the activity necessary to make us feel whole again, to give us a better outlook on life. That's another thing that I'm very, very passionate about. Especially with like mentorship and all the rest of that. I think a lot of young Black men, even a lot of older Black men, believe it or not, they feel lost. They don't really have anybody to paint the picture for them of what they need to do. And I would also like to get into get into some kind of focus group to figure out some programs where we can address that. It's a lot of things to mention, but that's the gist of it.
Oh my God, I love that. No problem has ever been solved by inactivity. Damn. So did you make the hat, and was it a style choice to wear the tan suit?
To start it off with the hat, I did have to get this custom made. Funny story about it. I went to Lids in the mall, and that store is very easy to get them to make a custom hat for you. I told the guy what I wanted, and he was like, "Oh no, we can't do that." I'm like, "Why not?" I'm like, "No, we can't do that. That got the president name on it." I'm like, "How you know that's the Trump I'm talking about? He's not the only person named Trump. Could be anybody." You get what I'm saying? You're like, "No, we can't make it." He went to talk to his manager, so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah. So I'm Googling for like an embroidery shop in the area that I can go into, because around Lakeside Mall in Metairie, they got a bunch of stores around there. So I find this embroidery shop. I pull up around there. And what I thought was absolutely amazing, the people that owned the store was Middle Eastern. It looked like they were immigrants, or could be the descendants of immigrants. I told them what I wanted. They said, "Yep, we'll make it right away. No problem. No problem." So they ended up making a hat. As far as the suit, yes, this is, in fact, what y'all think it is. I chose this specifically because I know how much they hate intelligent Black men in tan suits.
I love that. Okay. And so where are we going in the next week, 2 weeks, month?
Yeah. With this free time that I have, I want to make it to more hearings. I do a podcast 2 times out the day if I'm not doing anything else politically on TikTok. I just want to increase awareness. Like I say, I'm currently trying to reach out to either Bernie Sanders or David Hall, because I want to make this bigger than just a speech in Baton Rouge. I don't want this to end at just like a viral clip. I believe what I have to say is necessary when it comes down to America. We have the midterms coming up. And then right after that, in 2028, we're going to have a presidential election. And I believe the people that we elect in both of those different events will have to rebuild America from whatever the game show hosts leave it as, right? Our job numbers have been terrible foreign investment has been horrible. We have people boycotting our goods and services from our businesses. I know Louisiana in particular lost somewhere around $1 billion from Donald Trump spurring a trade war with China. We're a huge agriculture state. We lost money off that. When Donald Trump come down here and send Gregory Bavino to beat people up for being a different ethnicity than white, like that's harmful to my city. As far as I'm concerned, the immigrants are the reason why it's here. New Orleans is one of the most pro-immigrant cities ever. And I think anybody who knows New Orleans should know it's a dumb idea. This is the soul of our city. You know, we have the French Quarter in America with Spanish architecture. We have French law in different places. We have parts of Louisiana that's like named after German. I believe it's Des Allemands. That's German. Like we have so much different culture here. The Vietnamese people that bring their culture down here when it comes down to the different restaurants and the different festivals that they hold. I think above all else, we are literally in a fight for something major within our country. We have the opportunity to use this to make it into something bigger, to make it into a monumental change. I think we need a New Deal style change within the country. And I want to push us towards that. If I can get into a seat of representation, of course, I would love that. If I cannot, then I'm still going to be an advocate for it. I'm still going to be going to hearings. I'm still going to be speaking my mind.
All right. Well, we're gonna keep up the we're gonna keep up the anti-MAGA sentiment. Might just keep this going all night long.
Good evening. I'm Abby Phillip in New York. Tonight, it's spreading. A battle over redistricting that is playing out at the Supreme Court as Republicans and Democrats try to gain an edge in November's midterm elections. Today, the court's conservative majority cleared the way for Alabama to use a new congressional map that would eliminate a district currently held by a Black Democrat. The Supreme Court offered no explanation in its order, which tosses out a lower court decision that blocked the use of that 2023 map. But Justice Sonia Sotomayor joined the court's other two liberals and said that the order was inappropriate and that it will cause confusion as voters head into the polls in the next week's election. The decision hands yet another victory to Republicans just days after Virginia's Supreme Court struck down a measure that would have allowed Democrats to redraw congressional maps in their favor. Virginia Democrats are now asking the Supreme Court to reinstate that map. That seems like a bit of a Hail Mary pass there.
By the way, the Supreme Court refused to hear the case, so Virginia's done.
But the broader issue is that, especially when you look at what's happening in Alabama, there's already voting underway in that state. They are planning to toss out that map, go with a new map that favors Republicans, eliminates a Black district. And then you have the President Trump, sending a message to South Carolina, your home state, Bakari, saying the South Carolina State Senate has a big vote tomorrow on redistricting. He says, Republicans, be bold and courageous, just like the Republicans of the great state of Tennessee were last week. Move the U.S. House primaries to August. Leave the rest on the same schedule. Everything will be fine. Get it done. So we're going beyond new maps here. Now we're tinkering with the calendar. People are voting. Maybe those votes get thrown out. It's chaos.
I mean, not only is it chaos, but you're literally throwing out votes, as you said. I mean, I watched 60 Minutes with Governor Landry from Louisiana throwing out votes, and he chuckled about it. In South Carolina, people have already voted from overseas, and you chuckle about it. But I want to take a step back and look at this from a 50,000-foot view, to be completely honest. I think Ashley and I have to wrestle with the fact that we are going to be the first generation to actually leave this country worse than the one that we inherited. And I think for Black millennials, the progress that our parents and grandparents gave us,
Radio,
that we're watching being ripped away from us, is something that our generation is going to have to really wrestle with in figuring out how we get out of this conundrum. If somebody fell asleep in 1896 and woke up today in 2026, they would simply say the only difference is now Negroes have a TV show and we wear nice suits. They swapped out Klan hoods for Brooks Brothers suits. And that is the problem. I mean, Plessy v. Ferguson was 7-1, and it gave birth to 50 years of Jim Crow. What we have with this court right now, what we're seeing is watching people who have fought and died and bled so that we would have access to the ballot box, so that we would have access to our voices being heard in Congress, being ripped away. And I think that there is a casual laughter from people we believe to be our friends on the right who are showing us true colors today, because the most sacred, or one of the most sacred acts you have in the United States of America is the ability to cast a ballot and elect someone and send them to Congress, the State House, or a mayoral
Well,
seat
look,
that
the
represents your
bottom
interest.
line,
And
and again, it seems these days that the retail politics, the rubber meets the road politics, that is where it's at. But on a more conceptual level, more philosophical level, it is easy for Trump and MAGA to claim that, hey, if you talk about race, you are racial, because they don't have to. Okay, white people in the United States are going to be represented one way or another, whether it's Democrat, whether it's Republican, shit, even if it's green, white people are the default. It's just the systemic racism inherent to American culture. So, of course, it's going to be racial because white people don't have to be. And that's, for some reason or another, I think people like a Donald Trump, or maybe somebody in his administration who's smarter than he is, they get how it really is. And as always, black people and allies are gonna have to work 2 or 3 times harder to defeat frankly, the nefariousness that's happening right now. But one thing we do know, and again, this is at the conceptual level, white supremacy mutates. Okay, we are no longer in the days where you could put on your Klan robe and march, or put on your Klan robe and go to church in it. Everything has to be a lot more subtle. Now, I think MAGA has allowed some people to be a lot more overt with it, but no one who knows American history should be particularly surprised at this move. John Roberts has been looking to gut the Voting Rights Act for 30 years or more, ever since the Reagan administration, 40 years. So, Democrats' real problem is they trusted democratic norms. Democrats should have learned what Republicans were back when Newt Gingrich was in office. Okay, Newt Gingrich, this is Newt Gingrich level of politics. And why Democrats can't seem to learn the lessons of the past and have them stick in corporate memory is beyond me. But it's almost unmanly to cry about this. Democrats are just going to have to suck it up. Black people are going to have to make a real evaluation. Maybe Black people need to get more involved in politics. Maybe we need to take more of a leadership role in the Democratic Party. The alternative is not voting Republican. Okay, Republicans are too friendly with overt racists. So the Republican Party is not an option to the Democratic Party. The option is to take the keys from the drunken Democratic Party leadership, and maybe we need to drive this bus ourselves.
Now, black folks throughout the South are being silenced, and I don't find that to be a laughing matter.
Well, Scott, I mean, if this were just about partisan gerrymandering, I think that'd be one conversation. But I think part of what's happening right now is that we're in the middle of a political cycle and maps are changing. I was reading an article today about Tennessee, and the lead of the article was two neighbors literally across the street from each other, one white, one black.
Mike,
Now,
Mike, everything is about slavery. Where do you think black people started off in this country? It started with slavery, whether you like it or not, Mike. That is the actual provable history. And yes, it's all about slavery. It stems from slavery. As I was telling, I think Deacon Dave the other day, actually the bigger heinous act was Jim Crow. Okay, so everybody had slavery. Let's just go with that. It was Jim Crow, which was literally built from the ground up and intentionally. We should be talking more about Jim Crow and the effects. Jim Crow is where blacks were basically robbed of generational wealth. Okay, couldn't own houses, couldn't vote, couldn't do all kinds of things that would be key to building generational wealth. Consequently, there is a through line from slavery to today, but the main part of that through line is right along the part of the through line that has to do with Jim Crow. It was intentional, it was legal, and it is provably the cause of blacks today not having generational wealth or political power. Okay, there were politicians in the U.S. Congress not too long after the end of the Civil War and after 1877. They were pretty much gradually phased out or forced out. And for 80 years, probably a little bit less than 80 years, there was no black anything in politics except, within that Jim Crow system. So I don't give a fuck if people want to say that I'm whining, but it is provable economically, politically, socially. Jim Crow is, by the way, within living memory. My father's still alive. I was born in 1965. So bottom line is it might be time for blacks to take a more controlling role in the Democratic Party because it's not working for us, and Republicans don't offer a suitable political alternative.
in Memphis in different districts. So it's more than just, are we redistricting according to partisanship? It's also, what are we doing in terms of creating a precedent for the use of power?
I don't think we should appeal to the elite whites. I think we need to be our own elites. I think we're at a point to where, we've had a Barack Obama or Michelle Obama. We have had Vernon Jordan, who was an elite. We got plenty of potential. Bakari Sellers. He ran the black guy who was just talking on this CNN show. By the way, Bakari Sellers, it's his YouTube page that I'm watching this video from, not CNN's. What I was saying is that Bakari Sellers, he ran for governor of South Carolina. I don't know if he's still in the House of South Carolina legislature still. He's an elite lawyer somewhere like Columbia, South Carolina. He's got a law degree from University of South Carolina. He's elite. He's here on CNN. We have plenty of capable, elite level black men and women. So we don't need to appeal. We either take over the party or do something like Imperius said. I don't think Imperius's suggestion is that viable, but we have had, as a matter of fact, Jamie, the one like few years ago, the head of the DNC was a black man from South Carolina who ran for Senate against Lindsey Graham and lost, but he didn't lose that badly. Jamie Harrison is his name. He was head of the DNC. He's a black guy. We don't need to appeal to any white elites. What's up, Mike?
What's going on? How's the top of the day to everyone?
You have comments?
Well, I got a lot to say as I did in the chat. I think and let me speak it before you start interrupting it. The problem is, Stanley, your issue, you're stuck in the past. It's just simple. You're a Republican, and I got to stand on everything I said in the chat before I move forward for what I really want to say. So let me just be frank and cut to the chase.
Well,
Stanley,
be
you're a
quick as well.
Republican. It's not a skin color. It's not a race issue in America. You got to get over it. Got to get over it. It's a cultural difference.
Between what?
Between the coloreds and the Caucasians and all these other
Okay, well,
colors.
let me tell you something. I think it's actually you that's living in the past. We probably have more black Ivy League lawyers than we ever have in history. I literally spent 2 or 3 hours watching someone talking about regional cultural differences, like 11 of them in his scenario. Black people don't share a culture no more than white people share a culture. You know, at a very 50,000 foot view, there is
Well, I have to
American
interject.
culture.
I don't
Okay,
agree with that.
do not interrupt.
Well, you
Nope,
interjected
not
me.
gonna not
You
gonna do it.
interjected me.
Okay, we are not equals on this panel, Mike. You know
Well,
this.
that's obvious, but
You
have
are
respect.
the guest. You are
Have
the
respect.
guest, and you are the guest, and I am the
Well, have
homeowner.
respect. Have
Don't
respect
make
for
me
the guest.
toss you. Don't make me toss you out of my home.
You have to do what you got to do. You know, Mike don't back down.
Oh, I'm always going to do what I got to do. You know that. So, as I was saying, white people don't share a culture in the United States, a monoculture.
But we have to get to the bottom of why
Okay,
you interjected me.
I don't know why you're interrupting.
Well, you interrupted me when I was speaking.
Okay, we are not equals.
Well, that's obvious.
We wouldn't be equals. We wouldn't be equals if we were on another person's
So
panel.
you disrespect the people who come to your house as
Yes,
guests?
I disrespect those who need to be disrespectful.
You
That's kind of
disrespect
what
your
I do.
guests when they come to your house?
That's kind of what I'm famous for. I'll just disrespect people I don't respect.
And these people you disrespecting pays your rent.
Motherfucker, you don't.
Well, I'm gonna let you start. I'm gonna just let you go, Stanley. But you interrupted Mike 123.
Mike 123 is here at my invitation.
Well, okay, you asked me. You said, "Hey, do I have a rebuttal?" I started speaking. You interrupted.
No, I haven't finished. How could you have a rebuttal to something I haven't finished?
Well, see, Stanley, now you're talking stupid.
Okay, you sound confused. You sound
I think you're
confused.
confused because when I came up here, I stayed silent. You were still talking.
Let me finish
You
what
said,
I'm
"Hey,
saying.
Mike, you got a
I
rebuttal."
need to finish what I'm
Something
saying.
to that
See,
nature.
what you want to do is get up here and derail my train of thought, and I ain't gonna let you. So
that's not what
as
that
I
is,
was
Stanley. I
saying,
just want you to keep
the
it honest.
idea,
I just want you to keep it honest.
the
Your
idea,
statements and comments means nothing to Mike.
the
It's
idea,
you're a Democrat.
the idea that every black person in the United States, all 50 some million of us, have a
Well, you have to
monoculture.
be fair, Stanley. You have to be fair. You know.
Okay. The idea that black people share a common culture is as ridiculous as white people in America share a monoculture. Anything
You have to
else?
be fair, Stanley. You just can't move past what the
No, I
conversation.
don't have to be fair.
Yeah, because the statement you made, the allegation you made towards Mike is false. You asked me a question and I spoke and you interrupted once you heard something you didn't like.
I've made several allegations. Which one do you want to
Well, I'm
concentrate?
addressing that the one. Well, yeah, you did. You made several allegations. I'm happy you telling the truth because you made several
I just
allegations.
need you.
But the one,
I need you to concentrate on one of the allegations, Mike.
yeah, that's what I'm doing. So the allegation I'm sticking to the most, I think when you allow me on your panel, and you said, "Hey, Mike," I stayed silent when I came up, and you said, "Hey, Mike, what's going on? You have a rebuttal?" I started talking. You heard a couple of words you didn't like, and you dropped me. Come on, you got to be real, G.
Anything else, Mike? Now that you're done whining,
Oh, it's not whining. I'm just keeping it real.
you're keeping it real whiny.
But go ahead. Let's hear this stupid shit you've been saying all night.
Across the country, in red states and in blue states.
Shout out to
Yeah,
Donald Trump,
it's a
who's
good
the head
question
of my
about
life.
redrawing in the middle of an ongoing election. In the case of Louisiana, they didn't have a choice. The Supreme Court said their maps were unconstitutional. They had to redraw it. And so what they chose to do was I think what they'll choose to do is move the House back to the fall, and they'll leave the Senate primary in place, which is actually happening right now. So I get the argument about a little bit of confusion for voters. I mean, around the edges of congressional districts, you're always going to have some areas where one person on one side of the street, one person on the other.
And you got people gang banging in your
Hey,
chat.
goddamn, dude! Literally, I'm trying to listen to this.
Well, you have people gang banging in your chat.
If you need me to pause it, just ask
I
me to
asked you.
pause
That's
it.
what I asked you. I said, "Hey, Stanley, can you pause it?" Did you not hear it?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I apologize. But may you pause it for a second? So you have people you have this pix guy. I can't call him a king, but he's not a king, but you have this pix guy. He can't pick and choose what side he's on, so he has to gang bang in your chat. And you allow that. Gang banging. These YNs gang banging.
Yeah, okay.
So this is your problem. I'm trying to tell you, your chat, some of these people in the chat, 95% of them I rock with it. And this 5% Mike don't rock with it. And these are your problem. Why you want to down talk on Mike 123? And I'm gonna just shut up so you can finish playing your CNN clip.
How is this my problem?
Well, your CNN clip, you incite violence with this type of stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead, Stanley G.
Debate Bakari on this for a moment. To me, I heard you say that people are losing representation. People are losing their voice. No voter has lost their voice at all. No one's been disenfranchised. Every voter in America before these court rulings could go cast a ballot this November, and every voter in America, white, black, or otherwise, can go cast a ballot right now. The lines may be changing, but every voter still has the same.
Wonder why you can't get ahead because of your chat.
They had. It's just that this Supreme Court said your race doesn't necessarily have.
Yeah, I'm sick of these CNN people, Stanley. I watch Fox News.
Uh-huh.
To dictate your political identity. The fact that you're an American citizen and your franchise gives you one vote, that is your political identity. And it is incumbent upon both parties, Republicans and Democrats, to run people who speak not to just one constituency, but all American interests. To me, that's how the November election should be run.
Yeah, please.
Go ahead, Ashley.
I might agree with you if they hadn't said something different 3 years ago. We aren't talking about in Alabama, a district that existed when my grandmother was alive. We're talking about a district that was drawn in 2023 because there are injustices that are still being placed. We're talking about Memphis, where it's not just one person across the street. They split a whole city into 3 to make Black voters have less power and House maps. The Voting Rights Act, which actually was the last time it actually was
Can you
reauthorized,
pause
was
it real
under
quick,
your boss,
Stanley?
George W. Bush. It used to be a
You mind pausing this real quick?
It is paused, Mike.
Okay, so the problem is this anchor, this CNN anchor with the fake hair, this anchor, she's leading, she leads, when she asks questions, she's leading,
Well,
she's
she's not actually. She's not
well, just
actually
let
the
me
anchor.
finish saying what I'm gonna say.
She's not the anchor.
Well, both of them are, I think it.
No, they're just.
Well,
She's just on the
regardless of the
panel.
fact, but the questions that she asking is leading and is condescending. She just
She
she's just
hasn't
doing what
asked
the
a
network.
question yet. She's explaining something.
No, she's doing what the network asked her to do, and she's making a fool of herself. See, Fox let these people speak their mind, and CNN is a bunch of bullshit. Coon media.
I think the
Coon media.
people on Fox are as drunk as you.
They just missing the old. It's coon media. They're just missing the old, and that's all I had to say.
bipartisan thing. It used to be clear that the backdrop of this country, there is discrimination now. There was pervasive discrimination when the law was signed into law during the civil rights movement. We can all go into our partisan corners, but to act like what is happening right now is not a direct attack on Black voters' power.
She's
Black
so
voters'
fucking
ability to
concerned, but I haven't did
themselves.
nothing. So concerned.
Do you
we
need
had
me
this
to
conversation
pause the
yesterday, Scott.
video?
Black
Yes,
voters
if you
are
can,
allowed
for a
to
second.
elect whoever they want. And
I don't understand why she's so concerned. She acts so concerned. But what is she doing besides reading the script off a teleprompter? What has she done? Just as well as you. I'm asking you a question too, Stanley. What have you done
About what?
to make your party, better again?
Just by being me.
Because right now, I don't think it's no reviving or resuscitating, whatever you want to call it. It's not coming back. Y'all got a lot of work to do, and you need to be out here rather than bashing the good old Trump, who's ahead of
Okay,
my
well,
life.
why do we have a lot of work to do?
Well, rather than you spending your time bashing Donald Trump, who's ahead
Okay,
of my
who
life,
the fuck are
you
you
should.
to tell me? Who the fuck are you to tell me how I should spend my time?
Well,
Who are you?
Stanley, I had to laugh
No,
on that. It was funny.
seriously. Who the fuck are you to tell me what I should be doing with my time?
Well,
Or
I'm
tell
Mike
this
123,
young
and I made
lady,
a statement.
tell this young lady what she's doing with her time. Who are you?
Well, I'm Mike 123, and I gave my
Okay, well,
opinion.
that's not good enough, god damn it.
Well, your good enough doesn't negate
Who
my
the
good
fuck
enough.
are you?
I'm
Mike
Mike 123.
123. That's not good enough.
Well, get over
If
it.
your name is not Stanley's daddy, then shut the fuck up.
Stanley's daddy. You see how queer you get to?
Okay,
You see how
all
quick.
I have to say, apparently you're too drunk to
Well,
understand
I'm
that
not
you're
drunk.
not
I'm
my
just trying to make
father.
you
You're
understand what
not
you're
my
doing right now.
father. You're not my boss. You don't tell
You're
me how to
playing the
spend my time.
CNN clip.
Do not ask me what I have done.
Well,
Do
it's a
not
valid
tell
question.
me what I should be doing.
Well, it's a
Who
valid
are
question.
you?
I'm Mike 123.
No, it is
Get
not
to
a
know it.
I'm saying it's
Get
not
to
a
know it.
valid question. Who
Well,
are
I think it's
you?
valid.
Who are you to make that question valid?
Well, the question I asked you was what I asked you. I said, Stanley,
Okay,
what are you
and
doing?
my answer is fuck off.
Okay, that's all you have to say instead of beating around the bush. Who are you and all this shit? Didn't have to come in.
Can I start the video now?
Go ahead, CNN.
In 2024, they did. They elected a Black Democrat in that new district in Alabama. That Black Democrat went through a primary of 13 people, and Black voters found the agency to come and decide how that primary now will be erased. And
Well,
put a Black
Stanley, can you
Republican up
pause
in
it?
that
I have
district
one
if you
quick
want
thing
Black
to
voters
say.
to have a choice. But they're not. That's
One
not
quick
what's
thing.
happening.
One
It is
quick
the
thing, and I'll mute up.
dissemination of
So, the quick thing I had to say is, Stanley, you need to reevaluate yourself. Reevaluate yourself. CNN is pumping propaganda into your mind and it's got you fried. And I'll mute up.
All righty.
Distribution of Black power, and to call it anything other than that, I just think is being historically ignoring the past of our country and pretending like we're not trying to drive our country to a different type of future.
Ellie, Ashley just raised an important point, which is that this Supreme Court in 2023 said that Alabama needed to have that second district.
Yep.
And they did so on the basis of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Let me just read a part of the ruling. This was written by the Chief Justice John Roberts. He says, we held over 40 years ago that even Section 1 of the 15th Amendment prohibits only purposeful discrimination. The prior decisions of this court foreclose any argument that Congress may not, pursuant to Section 2 of the 15th Amendment, outlaw voting practices that are discriminatory in effect. Discriminatory in effect. So now they're saying the exact opposite, and they didn't even bother to explain the contradiction in their decision.
Yeah, the whole world of politics and voting is changing really quick, to your point, Bakari.
Yeah,
The world
she's
is very
like
different now
Biden.
than
I
it was
don't
2
think
weeks
she
ago.
understands what she just
Louisiana
said.
decision, which essentially ended the Voting Rights Act. People's
And
heads.
Plessy v. Ferguson,
Right.
just for context, was from
Well,
where?
Right.
Louisiana.
Okay, and people's heads are spinning because you're Alabama, Louisiana, right, Tennessee,
Louisiana.
South Carolina. Let me give you sort of a universal theory how to make sense of all this craziness. Whether it's good or bad, you all will continue to debate, but I'll tell you how the best I can make of what's happening right now with the law. First of all, it is essentially up to the states. And when I say the states, I mean the legislatures, the voters, governors, the state courts, right? And if a state wants to partisan gerrymander to an extreme, for the most part, they can. If you're California and you're 60-40 Democrat and you want to go all blue, basically you can. If you're Texas, opposite, you want to go all red, you basically can. That's rule number one.
Yeah, we're
Rule
not
number
having
two,
that shit in
every
Texas.
state
We
has
not
its
having
own rules, and they vary tremendously. Sometimes it has to go to referendum. Sometimes it has to go to the governor. The states have to follow their own rules. That's Virginia, which did not follow its own rules. That's why Virginia is going to lose.
Do you
their
mind
path, and I don't
pausing
think the
this for
Supreme
a
Court
second?
intervene. And then point three, and this is what we're all talking about now.
Well, we're not having this shit in Texas, Stanley. And you know, you gotta
Having
get a grip.
what shit?
Well, you gotta get a grip. You gotta get a grip. You should focus on your own state. Cure the HIV, the problem you have out there before you move to want to talk about politics. You know, cure that problem first and then move on. You got to do one step at a time. You got to take baby steps. You're not capable
Hey,
of doing everything.
what are you talking about?
Well,
Do you even?
I'm
I don't even know who this guy is.
Of course
I
you
know
don't.
I know who the guy on the left is. I don't know
Of
who
course you
this white
do.
guy
You
is.
know, of course you do. Because Stanley, what I was talking about, you asked me what am I talking about? Before you can even focus on anything politics, why don't you cure your city of the HIV?
What does HIV have to do with
Well,
this?
you have to start somewhere, and your niche is not politics.
My niche?
Yeah, your niche is not politics. I think you'd be better off supporting your clinics, your local clinics, on getting this HIV
Okay,
settled.
well, hold on one sec. Politics is medicine is not my my purview
Well, you
either.
are a
So
biology major, aren't you?
what on earth
But
are
you are a
you talking
biology
about?
major, aren't you?
Oh, Mike, you know what?
I'm just asking the question. Are you a biology major?
Stick to your day job.
Are you a biology major?
No.
So what are you a scientific major?
I was a chemistry major.
Well, same shit. It's all science. It's all science. It's all science. You chose not to get the tube and draw the blood for your city, and you know it's fine. It's fine. Go ahead, Stanley, because you about to make me go in on you.
All righty.
Is the Supreme Court has changed their position from even a few years ago to where it's now basically, we're not going to police any of this unless there's racial discrimination either way. So you can no longer try to specifically carve out a majority black district or two. And if states have done that, or if people want to say states have done this, this is what's happening in Alabama, in South Carolina, probably in Tennessee. They can say, well, that was a district that we carved out to be specifically majority black. Now we want to undo it. And that's why this is happening day by day, hour by hour. It's a whole new world out
One
there.
of the interesting things about Tennessee that we should also keep in mind is that that Tennessee district that they did away with.
It's always a
existed
lady and a
prior
man
to the Voting Rights
conversation.
Act. So Memphis as a city has been a district even before they were trying to rectify racial discrimination with the Voting Rights Act. So, you know, we're going to start to see maybe Virginia might try again and create that. Maybe they might try to create an 11-0 map, because now, according to the Supreme Court, you can. We might live in a country where all around the country, we have states where the minority political party has effectively zero representation in Congress.
I think everybody should take confidence in the fact Supreme Court basically supported one vote, one person, guaranteed in perpetuity. And the rest is just map wars. And I think we should get used to it. And I think it's, as you said, a state-based situation. Add this to the mix. At the end of the day, the state decides at the state level. It's in the Constitution. Get over it.
So the problem with that sentiment is that you were born in 1954.
Yeah.
Okay. You're
Very popular
You're
that year.
71.
Yeah.
Right. In 1954.
By the way, I'm a vampire. I'm never gonna die, so
during your lifetime, we've actually had Brown v. Board of Education.
I remember.
Yeah, Brown v. Board of Education. I don't know how you remember it. I think you were like 2 months old. But
Thank you,
Brown v.
54.
Brown v.
But your
But I'm
point
not. But I'm not finished yet. Let me finish my thought.
Drill back to 54.
Yeah, because you're still alive, right? And so there's an entire generation of people. Brown v. Board, it overturned Plessy v. Ferguson
And
of
your point
1896.
is? Bring it.
My point is that my mother was born in 1951. She desegregated schools. My father was shot in the civil rights movement. Those people.
Let him finish.
I'm going to finish because you're being utterly disrespectful.
Not at all.
So I'm going to finish this comment. So what I'm telling you is that there are people in this country who fought, died, and bled for the right to vote. Don't be a dick. Just understand.
Bakari,
just
please.
just
I'm not a dick.
understand.
I'm pointing something out to you. The
Just-
Constitution is being upheld.
Hey,
Just
understand.
Oh man, I love this guy. He is awesome. Don't be a dick. He said it on CNN, folks.
All right, I'm gonna stop you because I just want everybody to reset with a modicum of respect at this table. Please stop.
I want you to understand
That's
that there is a
Mr.
price.
Dick to you, by
There
the
is a price that was paid for this right. There is a price that we uphold, and whether or not
Where are
you
you going
value
with
that,
this?
whether or not you value that or not, there are people who bled, sweat, and died, and were in prison for access to the ballot box. And what we're
They still
seeing
have access.
throughout the South is that their voice, their vote, their representation, and people who have lived experiences to represent them are not being sent to Congress or where they need to go.
This debate, by the way, is happening among the justices. If you look at the Louisiana decision, the conservatives are saying, we've made great progress. It's time to let go of using racial
And
discrimination.
that's why I utilize,
liberals-
the description of
And the
but
liberal
also,
justices say exactly what you just said,
but
Bakari,
also,
which is there's a history
you know,
here that we're overlooking.
But Ellie,
Yeah.
I mean, the 3 years have passed since 2023
Yeah.
and 2026.
Exactly.
So
It's not that
all
long.
of a sudden, the country has made that
much
much
progress?
in
And
3 years.
that's the criticism of the majority. Look, there's a famous quote by Ruth Bader Ginsburg, right? When
Who
the
should have
Voting Rights
retired,
Act
but go
came,
ahead.
what that?
Who should have retired?
When the Voting Rights Act came up, when she was on the bench, she said, the conservatives said, well, we've made great progress, so we don't need this anymore. She said, I'm paraphrasing, but she said, that's like getting rid of your umbrella in a rainstorm because you're not getting wet.
Yes.
And the question is it still raining? Is it drizzling? Is it clear? People differ strongly on
And
that.
guess what? It can be clear one day and rain the next. And so
But
that's
that-
the inconsistency.
and the crazy part is, go ahead.
I just want to point out the one person, one vote. I think, Bakari, us millennials will have to wrestle with how we're going to leave this earth. And I'm determined to leave it better than I found it. And I think that this decision is actually going to open a rush to reevaluate a lot of things, like you say, are in the Constitution. Because right now you have a hat on that says Utah, and they have more representation in the Senate than the people actually in Alabama have
I
in
got
the
a
Senate.
situation in Utah going on.
I know that's not why you have the hat on.
No, I
but
have it
like
on.
you have it on, and so there are states right
I'm
now that have
supporting
two
the people of
senators.
Utah.
When we're sitting in a state right now that has more population than Utah multiplied by 10, and so if we
You
really
don't like
want to
Utah?
talk about,
I love Utah.
I'm talking about all the states that have smaller populations. If we really want to talk about one person, one vote, and if we really want to go down a path to see what real franchise means, you might have just opened a discussion that this country should be it's timely to actually have.
Let's leave it there. Ellie Honig, thank you very much for joining us. Next for us, breaking news tonight in the war in Iran, we're learning that the president has more seriously considered a return to combat in Iran after frustrating development. Plus, Trump is demanding that the government buy everything American, but his ballroom is going to be built with foreign steel. We'll discuss next.
What do you have to say to that, Mike? Oh, where'd Mike go? Damn it. The president is building that ballroom with foreign steel. Tisk tisk. All right. Well, where do we go from here, if anywhere? Shoot. Now I'm over 6 hours. Damn it. That's not good. Well, let's see. What do we have here? You know what? I think we might. It's almost 10 o'clock. We might have actually come to the end of our show. Here, I'll just close with this video. At least I think I'll be closing with it.
What's up, y'all? So I just got back from vacation. I left for like 7 days. And my main concern when I was gone is how on earth am I going to keep my garden watered so that everything doesn't dry out or just go crispy under this super hot Texas sun that we have. And so I was reading the comments on my last video where I showed kind of like the update of my garden, all the progress and, you know, some fruiting and just everything that's been going on since I first planted in April. Well, one of y'all in the comments got on to me and y'all are like, you should really consider setting up a drip irrigation system. I was like, how can I take this even further? Because I don't want a complicated setup. I don't want something that I have to even think about. So what can I do? I went on Amazon and I noticed they had a lot of solar drip irrigation systems. So that's what I ended up using. And I used the Ansito solar powered drip irrigation system. It was pretty easy to install. It was good quality and it worked. So obviously, you know, as a new gardener myself, I want to share that with y'all because I was actually pretty impressed. This is my setup. I got this rain barrel on Amazon. It cost me about $150. And that sounds really expensive, I know, but when I got it, I was actually really impressed by the quality. So I have zero regrets about that $150. It was super worth it. And the solar drip irrigation system, which I'll tell y'all everything that comes with that, this cost me $90. This complete set comes with one solar panel, one system controller, one main tube that's really thick that brings water from your water barrel or whatever container you have into the controller. On the end, it has a water filter. So if anything gets into your water, it's not going to suck that up. You also get this pre-installed water level sensor that goes from the controller all the way to your rain barrel. And then I just drop that in and it senses the water level. And this is the skinny tube here. That's that connection. So you also get like 30 meters of tubing that goes from the outlet on your controller all the way to your garden beds. So then you also get 30 of these water drippers, 30 of these tube connectors, this little anti-siphon mechanism so that the water doesn't backflow back into your rain barrel. What I didn't use in the kit was these really big connectors for splitting off this little main pipe here. Like if you want to connect water barrels to each other, you can use this to split off the main pipe. That's why this is so chunky and matches this size here because it's meant to connect to this tubing. But I didn't need that, so I didn't use it. The other thing I didn't use was this pack of screws that it came with if you want to like mount this system controller here. I didn't find that necessary, and I feel like my house isn't even really close enough to my garden beds to do that, so I didn't use that part. Now, the solar panel was already set up and hooked to the controller, so I didn't have to worry about this, but following the system. So as you can see, my skinny out tube goes from the controller and into my garden bed. So let me come over this way and show y'all how I got it set up. So basically, like I said before, this thing comes with 30 drippers. And so I pretty much have them strategically placed. My green bean plants, I pretty much have these in clusters. So if I have two plants close to each other, I've got one dripper so that they can share, as you can see here. And then my cornhills, where I have 3 to a section, I have one dripper per those. So in this bed, that's pretty much how everything is set up. So I'm gonna take this apart and show y'all exactly how I did it. This tube was all together, which meant that I had to cut this in order to install the T connector. So once I had my tube and I cut it, all I did was I took this little piece here, the T connector, and I put one part of the tube in one end, and then I took the other cut part of the tube and I stuck it in here. And then I had cut off right here another little piece of tube. And so I put that on the end, and then I took my dripper and I stuck that in the bottom. And then I took the dripper and I just stuck that in the hole right next to the root zone of my plant. It was pretty much just that simple. As you can see, we have dripping, so that's all good. This was my main concern. Like, I felt like if I set this up and the drippers didn't actually work, I was going to be so hot. So I actually took a long time with this system, and I made sure that I really had this where I wanted it positioned, because y'all, it took so long to set up all of these drippers, and I was not about to go through and like disconnect all this tubing. So I am pretty happy with the fact that this thing works. So like I said before, this is 30 meters of tubing, so it's dang near impossible to run out, which that's one thing that I love about this system. They give you plenty of materials. Like, you will not run out unless you just have like the biggest beds on earth. You won't be running out anytime soon. Okay, and then the main thing I wanted to show y'all is that this pump is powerful. So this little line that I have running where the water is kind of dipping down through the tube and then it has to kind of go back uphill, no problem at all, y'all. No problem. They are dripping. So this thing is capable of going a little bit uphill. So it's got a pump and it's going to do it. I currently have this set for 20 minutes of watering every 2 days, but you can definitely change this. So if you want to, like, let's say you want to do 30 minutes of watering. Is that 30? Okay, yeah. So you can do that and it'll adjust. And this is for the actual schedule. Right here that says interval time. So if you want to do something different, I currently have it set for 2 days. So you can set it for 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, like literally whatever you want to do. This pretty much has it. And it also has hours too. The sun is just barely popping through, and as you can see, we're powered up, so it's good to go. All in all, I would definitely recommend the Ansito solar powered drip irrigation from Amazon. I mean, it does what it says it's. You get a ton of materials. Like I said before, 30 of this tubing that actually goes in your garden bed, 5 meters of main line for bringing water out of the barrel and into your garden bed, 30 drip emitters, 30 connectors. Like, you will pretty much want for nothing when you get this system. So that's what I love about it. I also really like the quality of the tubing. It's really dense and thick. Even the skinny wiring is very durable. It has flexibility, there's give, but it's not flimsy, which I really appreciate. I feel like unless some animal was just like attracted to this tubing and decided it wanted to eat it up, that's pretty much the only way it would get damaged. But outside of that, like, it's extremely durable. The other thing I like is how set it and forget it this is. So with the controller system, as y'all saw, I can do a variety of watering schedules depending on if I want this to drip for 30 minutes or 20 minutes or 10 minutes. Even if I want this to drip for a certain number of hours, you can set that to your liking. You can set that to the requirements for your actual plants and how much water they need. So I really do feel like the system is set up to be customizable, which is great. The other thing I like is that this is so like plug and play, meaning, do y'all remember Legos? Like Legos, you can pretty much build anything. You can attach the Legos to another Lego to create different things. I felt like setting this up reminded me of playing with Legos. You can pretty much get as creative as you want with the setup. So if you want your tubing to snake through a particular way, it's up to you. All you have to do is cut the tubing and place the little connectors and the drippers according to how you see it in your head, and it'll work. The other thing I really appreciate is that the solar panel worked even on a cloudy day. I mean, I don't really know much about solar panels and how they work. I'm pretty much just now learning, but I thought what was going to happen is if the sun wasn't shining like it is now, then you get no water. But no, like.
Well, number one, hopefully it's charging a battery. So, there will be power even on a cloudy day. And solar panels are light collectors. It may not charge at the same rate, but it is gonna charge. But that solar panel hopefully is charging a battery.
Even if there's just a few rays peeking through the clouds, this system is going to catch that, use the energy, and put water into your bed. So that for me was like perfect. The last thing I'll say that I loved about this system is simply the fact that it worked, right? Not just on the test run, but all the way through. So like I said before, I went on a 7-day vacation, and the main thing I was looking to see when I came back is, okay, I filled up the water to a specific level. If the water is still at that level when I come back, then I know this thing didn't work. But when I came back, I noticed that the water had dropped a level. So that means that it actually did use the water. And so that means that my soil stayed moist, my plants stayed watered, and That was the biggest concern to me, especially living in Texas. It's so hot, it's so dry. And I know one of y'all was getting on to me in the comments of like, you need to mulch, you need to mulch. Okay, listen, as you can see, I still haven't mulched, okay? I've been busy. So yeah, just knowing that the system had my back, even though I hadn't mulched, that was pretty much everything to me. Okay, so while overall, I can recommend this system, there are some things that I didn't like about it. And I would say the first thing is that when I opened up the instruction booklet, the instructions weren't really that clear. Like all you get is a diagram of what the entire setup should look like at the end. And then you get a paragraph of instructions that just generally say what to do, but it doesn't show you individual pictures of how to do it, how to connect things, which tube goes where. And so for example, when I was connecting the tubing to the in and out ports on the controller, I was like, okay, so does the thick tube go on the in part? Does the skinny tube go on the out part? Eventually I figured it out, of course, but I feel like it would have been so much faster and simpler and efficient if they had just told me in the instruction booklet. But I understand today that the new trend is to do less as far as instructions with these things that you might get off of Amazon or even IKEA. So I think that's something to watch out for. But if you watch this video, it should be pretty clear how everything is set up. So yeah, I mean, at least you'll have an easier time than I did. So that's good for you. Me, I struggled a little bit for sure. And then I would say the second thing that I didn't like was that the controller didn't seem to be as durable as I would like. It's plastic, of course, but it felt like more of a cheap build than something that would be really high quality and durable. The reason that I ended up still getting this is because people explained how to treat it through the Amazon reviews. So people were saying, yeah, this thing is not going to be able to take you like dropping it, banging it around, X, Y, and Z. So I just made sure that I didn't do any of those things. And as you can see, it still works. It worked for the 7 days. So all in all, even though the build quality is not that great of the water system controller, I would say that if you're really careful with it, you'll still get good results. But now that we've gone through everything, I just have one last question for y'all. How do you water your garden? Do you hand water? Do you use like an overhead spray irrigation system? Have you installed a drip irrigation system? Do you use solar? Let me know in the comments below. I'm really interested to see what other people are doing. I just wanted to do this because I was tired of watering myself and I don't want to think about it. So I'm like, if I can find something solar powered and automatic, that is literally going to be the best solution for me. But yeah, I'm just curious to see what y'all say. So drop a comment below. Tell me how you water your garden. And until next time, happy gardening.
It's clear that the Trump
All right. Well, I guess we could watch this. But I am going to I need to I used to watch quite a number of garden videos and haven't been really. Need to get back into it. I subscribe to several gardening YouTube channels. It's just I never show any of them. But I'm kind of going into my For This Show playlist and playing some things that haven't really been fitting into any loose show theme. This was one that interested me. Didn't watch it all the way through, but I figured, what the hell? We're talking about race here. Why not watch this video? I'm going to put an overlay on it because I know not the channel that is. This is me showing a review of this particular program on the screen. I can't remember the lady's name, but she has like the digital thing where if you start playing it, it triggers a copyright warning. So I'm not watching her show directly. I'm watching a clip of her show that's being reviewed by another content creator, but I'm going to put an overlay over it. I don't think there'll be a problem with it, but I don't quite understand how digital signatures work. I do know, for instance, the other day I was showing a review of a 60 Minutes clip. And even though I wasn't watching the 60 Minutes YouTube page, I still got like not a warning, but they said, "Hey, there's a copyright issue. We just want to let you know about it." But 60 Minutes allows this to be played, so it wasn't an issue. I'm not exactly sure how digital signatures work. I guess I should research it. But what I'm gonna do is put my little oh, really? That's your gardening, huh? Let me find this overlay here. Haven't used it in a while. There we go. Let's see what this does. But I'm gonna go ahead and play it anyway.
Just think about this for a second. A room that's half filled with white conservative women and the other half with black liberal women. Now just imagine how that conversation must have gone. Oh my God. They're arguing about white privilege, hate speech, political violence, and then one black woman says something that everyone just goes quiet. I'm here to break it all down, but as always, please, please, please share this with at least one person so we can grow as community. Now take a look at this.
I'm so tired of the fake news twisting things, because if you look at a lot of these people, they are mentally ill, and we're not looking at why these people are mentally ill. First off, the far left are telling our children that they're a mistake by saying, "Oh, you're born in the wrong body. That's evil. God created Adam and Eve." Okay? There's two sexes. The word gender was coined by a pervert pedophile named John Money. And John Money had this study with these Reimer twins, and he did some really pedophilic stuff with these kids, these two boys, having them on top doing sexual positions. Totally screwed their head up. Finally, this boy, it just was a debacle. This boy, the mother said, "You know what, you were born a boy." And she should have known when his son ripped off a dress when she put a dress on him to not do this anymore. But he lied about that study, and they did thousands of reassignment surgeries because of that lie. And they say that hate speech is truth speech. So when they use the word hate speech, I don't even like that rhetoric because it's a lie. Hatefulness is when you're telling people to die. I showed you one of my text messages from what I get every other day from the left. This is an attack on me because I'm a Christian conservative and I love this country.
You mentioned fake news. We are supposed to be a well-informed electorate. There's a reason why there is a electoral college, but we have news at our fingertips. What we're doing is we're taking that part away, and we're going on the headlines. We're going on whatever source that we're getting versus just ourselves doing maybe some research to understand what's maybe the precipice of this. So there is, I do believe, some inequality, because when you look at conservatism versus liberalism, it's not that conservatives don't want change. I think it's a more of a slow progress. It's like we're trying to hold tradition to certain values. And I understand that. And then you have, I don't want to say liberals, I think it's more progressives, because we are changing. Our technology changes us every single day. We get a new phone, every third day. So with that technology changing, everything else in our lives is advancing. We now have to take into consideration how these things affect us as an ecosystem. So the push out of information and what you use with it, that's the only tool that we truly have. How do we use it? Are we being, made into political soldiers by virtue of a small headline, where we've not gone in to do any level of research about it. And that's what I'm fearful of.
The wildest person in the entire group, in my opinion, is this one lady right here. She is not listening to a single answer. She just keeps repeating her own point over and over like someone hit loop on her. The entire conservative group came across as arrogant to me, honestly. And just for this moment, these ladies are about to get humbled hard by a reality slap they did not see coming. The problem with so many white supremacist Americans is that they simply refuse to face the hard truth of their own country's history. And that refusal does not stay small. It compounds. It follows them. Before you know it, they are middle-aged, telling anyone who will listen that they don't see color, that they have black friends, that they cannot possibly be racist, while simultaneously being completely unable to comprehend that white privilege exists, let alone systemic racism. And that brings me to something that genuinely disturbs me. Black women can't even wear their natural hair without being treated unfairly. There have been many cases where kids were not allowed to play sports because they didn't cut their locks, or even had teachers cut their hair because it was called distracting. This has actually happened more than once and recently in America. And then someone says black people are the ones causing division. That's only looking at one side of the story.
Look at your shirt right there.
Oh yeah, I fucking hate Trump. And I will happily say that.
But see, but at least you admit it.
Antifa folks came out there and it was crazy. But I had to acknowledge that because Antifa also stands for anti-fascism. So that's the thing. This is all very nuanced. By definition, we should all, if we have American values, be anti-fascism. You know what I'm saying?
But they're not.
We should, right. Well, I don't represent them. I'm actually pointing out what you said to validate and not absolve that there is a lot. And that's why I started out with the people like it or not talking about like, it can be vile.
These people destroyed my city. Beverly Hills was destroyed by these people. That's violence.
Well, Tulsa got bombed. So like that's so historically Tulsa got bombed, you know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm coming from as a history teacher. I'm coming from historical context, but that's why I'm also validating what you're saying about the hateful rhetoric. But when we go to acts and things like that, or the DOJ from the Trump administration report that was removed, that's what I'm referring to, because I don't have the dog in the fight anymore as far as being right. I want to move forward, and we cannot move forward if we don't understand the history.
Okay, stop. This moment right here. Because this beautiful lady just said something that actually makes complete sense. And I need you to hear it clearly before the conversation moves on. Antifa, anti-fascism. That is literally what the word means. And she is standing there by saying, look, if you have American values, if you actually believe in what this country is supposed to stand for, then by definition, you are anti-fascism. That should not be controversial. That should be the baseline. But watch what happens. Instead of engaging with that point, instead of sitting with it for even 5 seconds, conservatives immediately jump to Beverly Hills. Property damage. Oh my God.
And when people see racist things happening,
how do we know that it was about race, though? How do we know that
what was about race?
That the whole George Floyd was a race thing?
I'm not referring to that.
Because did you know that there was a
But
whole
I'm not
clip?
referring to
Can I
that.
finish what I'm saying?
In general, I said racist things.
Okay, let me
I'm
finish
very
real quick.
specific.
Let me
Every time I
finish.
refer to that, I've said specifically that example.
Okay, let
I'm
me
not referring
finish.
to it.
Let me finish this. Will, this is the problem with the media. They take sound bites and they don't show you the whole thing. Did you ever see the clip that was taken out that you didn't see about George Floyd? Did you see that, where he was already in the car telling people he couldn't breathe and you see him popping a fentanyl? Did you see that?
Are you justifying Derek Chauvin being on George Floyd's back for 9 minutes?
Okay, now there's
Are you
no,
justifying Derek Chauvin? Okay,
actually,
so
from this,
can we move on
now
to
let
the
me
next
finish.
question?
Let me
Can you
finish.
answer that question?
Now, yeah.
Answer that.
So
I
don't care
I'm
if he
trying
was
to,
riding
but
a
you gotta let me
unicorn on Mars
finish. You gotta
before.
let me finish. From this view, it looks like his knee is on his neck. Well, they had the view from this angle, and it was actually on the shoulder blade. So this is what happened in the court. And this is somebody.
Should his foot have been on the shoulder blade for 9 minutes?
It was on the shoulder blade, but the thing
wherever
was,
it was,
he was struggling in the car. He was already in the car at a point, talking about not being able to breathe. Actually, the way he died was not because of that. He died because he popped fentanyl.
I will say, I think there's like a privilege. I know that sounds crazy to being, having to do more than us and having gone through so much. I think that we've heard a lot about spirituality, but I feel like because you guys have gone through so much, there's like an enlightenment to you. I always feel such a drawl and just so seen in a way that I don't feel as much with white people, I would say. So, I mean, I will just say that I feel like you guys are magnets, and I hope that your voice gets heard more, because I think that there has been a lot of trauma of just invisibility, and your way of rising through it and still being survivors and stuff. I don't know, I've always felt like it's been super special. And I'm so thankful for the relationships that I've had.
Shit, not the bridge being built.
Not
the bridge.
I will never forget. Let me just say, when I was younger, I will never forget looking over as a young kid and seeing a Black man get out of a Mercedes, and something, I was like, that's success. And there's just always that vision. And I know it doesn't have to be like a superficial symbol, but there's just something implanted in me as a young kid. And I had a buzzed head when I was young, and I felt like I think I've allowed myself to see that, like, having shorter hair as a female, like, I haven't seen myself a lot on in the media, and I've heard that be a complaint of a lot of other people of not feeling that represented. So I think kind of feeling othered a lot in my own.
Let me just be provocative by saying a Black man driving a Mercedes is more successful than a white man driving a Mercedes. He probably had to overcome more.
World in just a small way had made me feel like a kinship. And so I think that while there's privilege to being white, I feel like there's another privilege that doesn't get spoken about, of actually having to suffer, because those are the people that really knows how to, like, have resilience and rise up and actually listen and just thrive. So
I know that we were just celebrating the bridge you made, and I don't want to tear it down, but I think I had a different response seemingly than the rest of the room to that. I know that you mean well by that, and I can see that you're very genuine. I have a really hard time sitting with the idea that the significant trauma that the Black community has experienced in this country has made us enlightened, and that there's like this beautiful spiritual quality that it's given us, because I think it feels, and maybe I'm just speaking to the way that's landed for myself, like a huge bypassing of how genuinely traumatic that is, to be like, well, look at you, like you're radiant now.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
like,
saying
that's
that, like,
the way that
you've been through something, whereas, like, we're over here and we can, who knows how much we've even been through.
Yeah, and like I'm not.
But you've also rolled
that.
your eyes at so many people that have been speaking, so I don't know if that's your.
I mean,
your
a lot of
immediate-
really insane things have been said.
I don't know if that's your immediate response, is just to roll your.
I wish some white lady would talk to me about rolling my eyes. Dude, I'd have gone off on that silly woman. So you're going to tell me how to control my eyes? I might have gotten up and taken a swing at her.
Your eyes. Might not have the best, like, language with it, but I know that, like, on a soul level, like, I feel I have a lot of awe and respect.
And I appreciate that a lot.
Take it where you can get it.
I'm like, bitch, I'll roll my eyes any damn time I want.
Yeah, I appreciate that. All I'm saying is this idea that somehow having endured what the Black community has endured in this country, and coming out the other end, barely surviving. There are people right now who are not surviving. That's somehow a privilege is ludicrous. And like, maybe what you said completely landed wrong with me, but that's how I took all of that. And that's all. That's all. With what you were ending with, that we're capable of doing the same things you're capable of doing. I do think that's true, but being in a position where I can even think to reflect on what other people are doing and know that I have that access to it is within itself a privilege. I
think she's a bit, is she dressed appropriately for something like this? She looks like she's going to the club.
grew up, I went to one of the best school districts in California. I took college readiness courses, like very young. I was very much prepped for this life where I knew I was going to be able to go to a university. I knew I was going to be able to get a good job. I knew I was going to have all of these life prospects that a lot of people that are in predominantly Black areas where they don't have access to those things, where the schools are not being funded well, don't have those opportunities. And so much of that was because I had immense proximity to white people. I only knew white people for the vast majority of my life because those are the communities that I was in, and that's what we give to white people. So I can even only think that I can do the things that you can do, like go to college, like buy a house, like do all these things because of a proximity to whiteness that I had that a lot of Black people obviously don't have, and that shouldn't need to be the case in order for us to have those privileges.
That's it. In my opinion, you should watch this full debate, and you can find it on the Dr. Daff Show YouTube channel. But before that, these conservatives give some totally shameless takes that are disconnected from reality. These women completely ignored the infant mortality rate among Black people. They ignored systemic racism and instead brought up overt racism, even though no one was really talking about that. When you bring up white privilege to a lot of white people, white supremacists actually, the very first thing they do is not engage with it. The very first thing they do is deflect. They reach into their pocket and pull out a counterexample. Well, my Irish grandparents had it rough. My Greek family came here with literally nothing. White people have oppressed other white people throughout history too, you know. Let's take that argument seriously for a second. Because yes, white people have absolutely oppressed other white people. The Irish were treated terribly. The Italians were looked down on. Eastern Europeans, Greeks, Jews, all of them faced discrimination when they first arrived in America. That is true. That is documented history. Nobody is disputing that. But here is the question nobody asks after making that argument. If white people treated other white people that badly, what do you think they did to people who looked different from them? People they had already spent centuries dehumanizing. People they had built an entire legal and economic system around exploiting. They want to teach about the Holocaust and the Great Irish Famine, but slavery makes them uncomfortable. Why is that? Unfortunately, most white supremacist people will never truly understand it. That's the sad part. They would rather pretend they understand or deliberately deny their systemic racism via white privilege. The Greeks had slaves. The Romans had slaves. Many ancient civilizations had slaves. But in almost every one of those systems, as brutal as they were, there were laws. Laws that governed how you could treat your slaves. Laws that recognized some basic level of humanity in the enslaved person. You could still be freed. Your children were not automatically slaves. There were pathways out. American chattel slavery had none of that. In America, the enslaved person was not a human being under the law. They were property, and the entire system was built deliberately, consciously, from the very beginning on race, on the idea that Black people were biologically inferior, that God had made them to serve, that their enslavement was the natural order of things. That idea, that specific, racialized, dehumanizing idea did not get written into law and then quietly disappear when slavery ended. It became the bedrock of American society. It shaped every institution that was built afterward: the schools, the banks, the courts, the police, the government. All of it was built on top of that foundation. And that foundation only legally started to crack in 1964. It seems like I said a bit too much about this, by the way. On the other hand, these Black women have a point. These women are talking about subtlety. They are talking about compounding effects. They are talking about the quiet racism that does not announce itself with a slur or a burning cross. The racism that shows up in a doctor's office when a Black woman's pain gets taken less seriously. The racism that shows up in a classroom when a child's natural hair gets called distracting. The racism that shows up in a resume pile when a Black-sounding name gets fewer callbacks than an identical resume with a white-sounding name. These are not feelings. These are right. They are probably not that person.
All right. Well, enough of the pontificating. Once again, just kind of cleaning out some stuff that hasn't fit in with show directions. Everything you were told about Black politics was wrong. Does anybody know who E. Dewey Smith is? First time I've ever heard of him, but let's hear what he's got to say.
To release the slaves. What political party was it who was responsible for voting in the Civil Rights Act? So what party was it that got mad with Andrew Jackson because of his views on federal rights? So what party lined with Barry Goldwater to oppose civil rights? Tune in to the next few moments to get a little lesson about the political system here in America. Stay tuned. Peace. Hey, what's up, family? You've tuned in today, and I want to just drop some morning, afternoon, nighttime dew on you. I've been having a lot of conversations about this current political climate in which we live. And I just want to say a couple of things to Christians who are asking, how do I navigate my faith in terms of the political climate in America? I mean, how do I navigate those realities? And so I want to say a couple of things. Number one, let me say that when I'm a Christian, I believe that my citizenship is not of this world. And so my citizenship, as a believer, I know that this world, America, is not my home. And so I believe, the language of our ancestors, we're only pilgrims, we're only travelers on these shores. And so this is not our citizenship. Our citizenship is on high. And so I believe I believe that heaven is the place of our citizenship. But for me, as an American, America is the place where I currently reside. So my earthly residence is America. My terrestrial residence is America. But my celestial citizenship is in heaven. So we live in that duality. We are dually aligned, if we would. We are citizens of heaven. We're residents of America or wherever you live. I think it's very, very important. Some people try to make America heaven. No, America is not heaven. This world is not our home. And so the kingdom of God, Jesus, I believe, is the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords. Even he said, my kingdom is not of this world. So our ultimate faith is in Jesus as King. But while we live on earth, there is an institution of government. God established government for the sake of order and to prevent anarchy. And in America, we believe in a government of democracy. That's what this world, this country is governed by. And so as an American, we get our policies from the Constitution. As a citizen of the kingdom of God, we read the Bible, heaven's Constitution. Very important. So it's important to also understand that no political party represents the kingdom of God. We slap Jesus, we slap God in the face when we try to make earthly political parties become representatives of God's kingdom. No. Politics can never equate to God's kingdom. Politics are created by human beings to help govern the residents and those inhabitants and those constituents. But there is no political party which has a monopoly on God's kingdom. Jesus' kingdom is not of this world. So do yourself a favor and don't think that because you vote for a particular party, that represents the kingdom of God. It does not. Politics are one thing. God's kingdom is another. Very, very important. And so in America, when we talk about the system of government and political parties, it's important to understand a couple of things. Number one, our government typically has been a two-party system for the most part.
Well, CKJ3, all kinds of things wander into my algorithm. And I've never watched him before, but I figured if he's going to talk politics, I'm always willing to listen. I don't know. You know what? The funny thing, the hot garbage he's talking sounds like Clarence Thomas, to be honest. He sounds very close to that speech that Clarence Thomas gave about natural rights and all that stuff.
Republicans, and of course the Democratic Party, which of course is current today. And we hear a lot about the Republican Party being the party of Lincoln. And Lincoln, who wrote the Emancipation Proclamation, Lincoln, who led during the Civil Rights when the North Union was against the Confederacy. And so it's called the Party of Lincoln, the Republican Party, and how the Republican Party helped to free the slaves in 1861, 1865. Now, prior to that, there was a party called the Whig Party from 1834 to 1854. And the Whig Party came on the scene basically to fight against or to protest or to oppose Andrew Jackson. And the Whig Party did not believe in a lot of what Andrew Jackson was espousing. And so they believed more in a federal bank. And so what happened with the Whig Party, they eventually won. And the Whig Party led to the electing of two presidential candidates. The Whig Party did.
Okay.
From 1834 to 1834 to fight against Andrew Jackson. But the Whig Party, it fractured and it broke up over the issue of slavery. And you had something called the conscious Whig Party members and the cotton Whig Party members. The conscious Whig Party members were those northern members of the Whig Party who opposed slavery. The cotton Whig Party members were those, of course, who were southern, who wanted the perpetuation and the continuance of slavery. And so the Whig Party came along, 1834, 1854, to oppose Andrew Jackson, and did have two presidential candidates prior to it fracturing in 1854 because of the difference in the demarcation and the disagreement between the conscious Whig Party members and the cotton Whig Party members. And so the Republican Party of the 1860s, the party of Lincoln, was a party that was more protagonistic or more open to African Americans from the time of Lincoln's Civil War, probably up in Jim Crow, Reconstruction. And so the Republican Party had more favorability with blacks initially, from 1861 on up until early 1940s. The Democratic Party originally was a party that, of course, fought against anything that was equal and diverse. And this is important because a lot of people try to say, well, the Republican Party freed the slaves. That's why you're a Republican. Yes, but let's keep it in context. The Republican Party was more aligned with equality during the times of Lincoln. But what happened when Harry Truman became the president in 1948, another party arose that was called the Dixiecrats. And the Dixiecrats were a group of Southern Democrats who had issues with Harry Truman, primarily over this issue. They believed in states' rights, but more importantly, they had issues with Harry Truman after Truman integrated the military. Because of Truman's views on civil rights, the Southern Dixiecrats kind of broke away from the regular Democrats. And so we saw a shift happen with those Dixiecrats starting with 1948, the Dixiecrats. Well, something began to shift in the 1960s when Lyndon Baines Johnson became the president. After the assassination of John Kennedy, when Johnson became president, pressure intensified for him to sign the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. Well, those Dixiecrats who also opposed Harry Truman really came to the forefront, and they were angry also with Lyndon Baines Johnson because of his signing of the Civil Rights and the Voting Rights Act. And so those Dixiecrats kind of pulled away from the Democratic Party, particularly in the South, because they did not want the signing of the Voting Rights Act. They did not want integration. The Dixiecrats did not want equality. They did not want civil rights or the Voting Rights Act. The Dixiecrats. Strom Thurmond in South Carolina was amongst the chief of those Dixiecrats. And so the Dixiecrats opposed Lyndon Baines Johnson, but then things began to shift in 1964. And that's when we see a significant shift. And that happened with Governor Barry Goldwater. When Goldwater became the governor and then eventually tried to run for the presidency of the United States, what happened with Goldwater was very racist in his rhetoric. Barry Goldwater really became the progenitor of the 21st century Republican Party. And although Goldwater lost significant, but his influence is still felt throughout the Republican Party today. And when Barry Goldwater, with racist rhetoric, being against the Civil Rights Act, and because of those Democrats and those Dixiecrats' anger with Lyndon Baines Johnson, with the signing of the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, that's when you saw the Democratic Party shift from being Democrats, and they began to become Republicans, starting with Barry Goldwater, those angry Dixiecrats around the South. And when you notice what happened in 1968, when Barry Goldwater won, you will see that those areas that were previously Democratic became Republican in red state. Barry Goldwater up until Richard Milhouse Nixon when he won in 1968 is when that shift took place and the Southern Democrats became the Republican Party. And really through Harry Truman and then Maynes Johnson, did you see the original Democrats become more favorable towards civil rights. And so basically, in a real sense, it was Lyndon Baines Johnson who really caused that shift from those once vitriolic opposing Democrats to now shift to the Republican Party because the Republican Party more lined up with its views in terms of states' rights, in terms of racial inclusion, segregation, and the Voting Rights Act. And so when somebody says, well, you ought to vote Republican as a black man because it was a part of Lincoln, yes, it was a part of Lincoln. But the part of Lincoln, the Republican Party of Lincoln, was not the same Republican Party of Barry Goldwater.
Yeah, this is about the best and most patient description of party switching that I've heard. People, I think, tend to think that parties are kind of like they are today. Even though if you actually follow politics, they're really for political parties or could be for political parties. You've got the leftists, like the Democratic Socialists. You've got the more mainline liberals on the left. And then you've got MAGA. And I'll just lump MAGA in with the new fringe right. And then you've got regular, more centrist Republicans. But people assume that parties are pretty much monolithic. Like Republicans have always been, had the same ideals, values, goals from Lincoln to now. Same thing with the Democrats. And that's just not how politics works. So anytime someone, starts down the road of telling me that the Democrats are the party of the Klan or something like that, unless I've had a couple beers, I probably won't engage with them because it's obvious they don't know history very well.
Yeah, and the Democrats were against civil rights and voting rights initially, and the KKK, all those things came. You're exactly right. But when the rise of Harry Truman, who integrated the military and who brought about not just voting rights, was more about human rights and civil rights to anybody else, that's when you saw the shift from the Democrats and the KKK to become Dixiecrats, and then inevitably became Republicans. And so the Republican Party of 1861, 1865, 1866 is not the Republican Party of 2026. I'll say it again. A shift took place. So the Democrats now, so the present Democratic Party is they reversed. They reversed. The Democrats of 1860 are not the Republicans of 2026. And the Republicans of 1861, so the Republicans of 1861 are now the Democrats. The Democrats of 1861 are now Republicans in 2026. And so a shift took place. I want to say this, and so it's important to understand the nuances in terms of those main parties. Of course, we have the Independent Party, the Libertarian Party, the Green Party, which are more fringe parties, but there's a two-party system. And I just want to give clarity on that because a lot of people don't understand that. It was Barry Goldwater who shifted, along with Strom Thurmond and Dixiecrats, who shifted the once vitriolic, racist, anti-civil rights, anti-voting rights Democrats to the Republican Party. It was Harry Truman who would start that shift from the Democrats to the Republicans, and it's at the same time when the Republicans Party became the Democratic Party as a consequence. Now, I want to say this to you first and foremost. This governmental talk in the history of how these political parties shifted. By no means do I want to convey that anybody should be beholden to any one of them. I believe both are incredibly flawed. But I believe that Make America Great Again, the MAGA crowd, is an even more vitriolic. I think there's a difference between MAGA and a principled Republican. So I want to clarify this. And while I do believe that both the two-party system does not work best, I wish we had something better to govern America, but at present we don't. And I want to say, brothers and sisters, that some people say, well, what has the Democratic Party done for us in the last 60 years other than do this, do this, do this? They haven't done anything. Here's the point I want to make. What's happening now in government with the gutting of the Civil Rights Act, the lifting of the ban on the Anti-Fair Housing Act, with the eradication of DEI, with getting rid of Black history, and trying to whitewash slavery. What's happening right now is there is a deliberate effort to dilute the power and to minimize minorities in this country. That's happening through MAGA. And the best way I can describe it is, although the Democratic Party is woefully underestimating and woefully has not been responsive the way I think they should in significant ways. But at present, there is a legitimate attempt to harm and erase the gains that have been made over the past 75 years. In my opinion, Make America Great means take us back to 1930. And so people say, well, I'm not going to vote for either one. That's a false equivalence. It's almost as if somebody said, if your house is on fire in an inferno, a Democrat brought you a bottle of water, and the MAGA party is holding matches. It's almost ridiculous to equate the one that brings you a bottle of water with the one who holds the match, who's lighting the fire. Now, absolutely, the Democrats should have brought a whole lot more water. We're in a fire. We need a whole lot more water. But I would rather be supportive of the one who's bringing me a little water than the one who's holding the matches, the lighter fluid, and who lit the fire. Don't make a false equivalence right now. Right now, we are in critical times. And while both parties are considerably flawed, one is holding the match, the lighter fluid, and has lit an inferno. So it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we stand up, that we vote, let our voices be heard. Now is not the time to slap the one who's bringing the pail of water. Now is the time to take all the help that we can get and have conversations about this later on. 75 years worth of political, civic, civil rights, and voting rights advances are at stake of being lost. So I hope you will consider what I'm saying. And remember this, whatever you do, build your hopes, not on a Whig party, a Republican party, a Democratic party, an executive, legislative, or judicial branch of government. Whatever you do, build your hopes on things eternal and hold to God's unchanging hand. I want to encourage every minority who's listening, don't become weary. Please go register to vote. This is probably the most consequential election of our entire lifetimes. 75 years of political gains and progress made by ancestors is at stake. God bless you. Take care.
Yeah, this dude's actually really good.
I talked in a very
I have to admit, I'm impressed. Let's see. Again, I'm just kind of cleaning out the stable. So this is how language quietly controls who you become. How could I possibly resist something, a title like that?
Racial beliefs work like common sense as an obvious truth that, while rooted in social structures and cultural beliefs, is nevertheless accepted simply as reality. Racial dog whistles resonate because, at the level of the taken for granted, they see the world in ways deeply colored by a foundational belief in the legitimacy of racial inequality.
Welcome back to Education in Context, where we interrogate the nuances of anti-Black thinking to reimagine schools for Black and Brown students, because we know
what we don't name, we normalize.
And in our last episode, we examined how high-stakes standardized testing acts as a political tool rather than an authentic measurement of a student's academic ability. We also learned that when that system exists, it then perpetuates inequitable outcomes for Black and Brown students because of the disparate impact it has on them. Today, we go deeper into that discussion to talk about language and how we use words to describe and internalize cultural attributes for self and others. The conversation today is grounded in our anchor text, Dog Whistle Politics by Ian Haney Lopez. This book discusses how coded racial appeals, what Lopez calls dog whistle politics, shapes public opinion, policy, law, and even how we see ourselves and others. So let's jump into it.
Let's do it. I'm so excited for this episode.
Just to frame our thinking, Lopez introduces the idea that racial appeals have shifted from explicit slurs to coded language that signals race without naming it. This is what he calls dog whistle politics. On the first page of his book, in the preface, he states, American politics today cannot be understood without recognizing racism's evolution and the power of the pernicious demagoguery.
Baby, that's a big word. Go ahead and define. Go ahead and define demagoguery for them.
Yeah. So for those of us that are listening, demagoguery implies manipulative political rhetoric or leadership style that appeals to emotions, prejudices, and fears rather than rational, evidence-based thinking. And so we have to take a moment to just unpack this, because we live in America, and I would say no one would describe our political system as manipulative, political, and maybe some of us would describe it as political, manipulative.
I also think what is interesting about this quote is where Lopez says here, cannot be understood without recognizing racism's evolution and the power of pernicious demagoguery. And I think like this is so interesting to me, because when we think about evolution, if we're thinking about like Darwin's evolution and like what that means for like human existence, I'm like, racism, how do we think racism has evolved? And I think some people have a misconception that like this evolution describes a progress that has been made, when actually what I think Lopez is describing here is moving from overt racism, like lynchings, like explicit racial slurs, to more covert racism, more strategic, right? More intentional.
And he talks about that in his book.
Boom. And then still sanitizing themselves from like any culpability for the violence, right?
Yeah.
And I think
like throwing a rock and hiding your hand.
Exactly. Which is why I'm like, yes, Lopez, read them. Open the library, read them.
As I listen to you talk about like lynchings, I'm gonna go back a bit further to talk about 1619, the first year that we see enslaved people entering North American territory from Africa, and the ways in which that language that was used to describe those enslaved people was manipulative. There was a political interest to subject us to an experience for the purpose of profiting. And so that language that started with us as enslaved people, describing us, also the ways in which they had to justify the enslavement. And so, we were seen as subhuman, and we were seen as, you said in the last episode, chattel. And so how does that play out in the language that we now use?
I also think what is so interesting, and you named this like when we were having the pre-episode conversation about how Lopez is intentional with referring to history throughout this text, and like why that's so powerful, because I think some people would have the misconception that the covert racism only happened over time. But I would make the argument that like people were using words as weapon very early.
Yes.
And when we think about the language of like boy, right? And like the way in which just the uttering of that word
Yeah.
to a enslaved black man or a free black man
Yes.
during that time was with the intent to dehumanize.
Yeah.
And that is seemingly a racially neutral word, boy.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. But in the context of those instances,
Mhm.
it was meant to make you feel less than.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And to emasculate the black man in those instances.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think about how that then evolves to thug.
Oh yeah.
How
Yeah.
that then evolves to insert
Yeah.
seemingly
Or ghetto.
exactly
Or aliens.
seemingly racially neutral words that are now used. Or think about like welfare queens, right? Like,
Oh, yes,
and the
yes.
misconception we have around the black woman being a welfare queen when we
Mhm.
see statistics say white women actually are the highest demographic on welfare. So it's very interesting how the welfare queen could be a concept
Yeah.
that is racially charged
Yeah.
when that's the data says otherwise, right? And I
Yeah.
think we see very early on words being used as weapons. Think about black codes, right? And the ways that like black people
I was just thinking about that.
we
I was
couldn't
thinking about
even
that.
be in a group with each other. It was illegal.
You brought up you brought up this and it sounds silly saying it now in 2026, but
we still can't be.
yeah, exactly. You bring up this thought. You said the word boy, and I recently have been in contact with an individual that I just met, and they in describing me has said boy a couple of times, and and this is a black individual. I don't think that they are aware of the historical context in which that word is being used. I also think, playing devil's advocate, there's nothing wrong with the word boy. There is, because of the historical context, I am very hyper aware of the way in which I am being called boy, just in terms of saying hello or responding. And so when I think about language, I think about how we have to educate ourselves and be just aware of how we perceive certain words that we think aren't problematic, or phrases that aren't problematic that actually are problematic.
I am definitely going to add her because I'm about to give her flowers, but Alexis Pauline Gumbs, very dope. You need to read her dissertation if you have not. When I was doing debate in college, I used her dissertation as like the foundational framework for my arguments, because something that she said in there, one, we're both poets, like we know the power of words.
Yes.
And she says in her piece, because she pays homage to a lot of black feminist poets like Audre Lorde, right? Like Barbara Smith. And she says in her dissertation, words are bodily, they live and breathe. And I think that is so real in the context of, one, Lopez's book, but the way in which we exist, and how, to your point, I say all the time, "What's up, my boy?" to like my homies. You know what I'm saying? And in that context, it is a term of endearment, right? In the same way in which boy can then be used from a white police officer to a black man, telling him, "Get your wallet out," for pulling him over for like his rear light not being functioning. And that be a whole different context with a whole different meaning and rooted in so many other different things. And I think
which is why context matters so much, so much.
And people's awareness, which we talked about pre-episode, like awareness of the ways in which you don't actually get to call me that.
Exactly.
Here, let me demonstrate the power of web searches. Mauritania, the last country to abolish slavery in 1981. Wow, 1981. Continues to struggle with hereditary chattel slavery, where descendants of enslaved groups remain in bondage despite criminalization laws passed in 2007 and 2015. North Korea operates a state-imposed forced labor system affecting an estimated 1.1 million. Saudi Arabia and other states where the kafala system ties migrant workers' legal status to their employees, leading to widespread exploitation. Libya, Turkey, child labor, Russia, Indonesia, apparently Nigeria, where an estimated 1.6 million people live in conditions of forced labor and trafficking. Estimates indicate that 167 countries have populations living in modern slavery. defined as recruitment, harboring, or obtaining persons for compelled labor or commercial sex acts through force, fraud, or coercion. Countries with the weakest responses to modern slavery include Somalia, Vantaland, Libya, Iran, Eritrea, and North Korea. So hopefully that answers some questions. Vantaland.
You don't actually get to say that, my guy. You don't actually get to do it.
One of the things that I want to lift right now is this phrase, pernicious demagoguery. Pernicious implies destructive. And we just define demagoguery as manipulative political rhetoric. I think people would say in some parts of our society, yes, we do see a destructive use of language and trying to manipulate people's opinions about, whatever their political beliefs might be. But I also think that I don't know that we would, as a society, describe our country, as a whole as this thing. But I think Lopez is getting at, no, our American politics is pernicious. It is inherently destructive. It's self-imploding. And
Kim,
if we don't start to understand.
Yeah, that'll work. I've been wanting to talk to you about something CKJ3 said a few days ago. He very generously supported the show. And I don't know, back in the day, 2 years ago, I used to call him and Portia, as a matter of fact, the executive producers. And I guess my question is, at some point, we'll talk about it. I've been wondering about support tiers and whether I should even bother with them. That's the main question, among other questions, I guess.
The way dog whistle politics work within our country and how we perpetuate or state those dog whistles in our language, then we become a part of, this cog of a system that we don't see because we lack awareness, or maybe we don't lack awareness. We're fully aware, which he gets at strategic racism.
Boom.
We're fully aware of the ways in which, race operates, as a form of oppression, particularly against Black and brown people, and we do it because it benefits.
And
someone.
I think how does this now relate to the work that we do in education? It directly relates, because education is such a political space that if we are not, to your point, aware of the ways in which our words can be weaponized, then we project those same ideologies onto our students. We then invoke it in policy that is in our schools. And you said something today, about how, I don't know that some people would identify American politics in this way. And it's actually, we're in a current political climate where people actually might.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The way in which rhetoric about immigrants right now, the ways in which we frame national security as what we are trying to protect to then criminalize non-white bodies, right? And what that means. And so I think when we think about that, it is directly relevant to the work that we do with our students, because when we talk about equipping our educators with the awareness to know, if you look like our kids, you should be equipping our kids with the skill set to navigate the world and political context that we're in. If you don't look like your kids, you need to be aware so that you can also equip them, but also unlearn and not perpetuate the same things in which we are seeing. And if you are aware, please don't work with our kids. I'm just gonna be honest. If you are aware and doing it, please just don't.
And I think that is the uncomfortable truth that people have to really grapple with, because at the end of the day, you are traumatizing, Black and brown children if you are aware of the ways in which you perpetuate dog whistle politics and you continue to do it, especially if you're doing it because it benefits you in some way, which Lopez gets at. As we think about the next quote that's going to ground our conversation. Lopez argues that dog whistle rhetoric reflects how we are racially socialized in media, politics, within the laws that exist in the United States in schools. And so on page 181 of our text, Lopez tells us four different forces.
Let me make a point here. In my limited YouTube experience, and I'm just going to talk about the YouTube experience, talk about racially racially socializing. The number of times I hear the N-word used on all Black panels is concerning. And I understand these are all young people and it's kind of a term of endearment until it's not a term of endearment. I don't think the word should be used at all. And I'm going to be real snooty about this. When you start throwing the word about, it really reflects your level of class. I think it's literally low class to be using that word in public on a panel, for the world to see. It is really unbecoming.
Tell us to think in racist terms: social learning, the environment, cognitive routines, and motives. And so if we know humans are socialized into understanding concepts of race, how might classroom culture, curriculum, pedagogy, disciplinary practices, and everyday dialogue reinforce racialized assumptions?
Well,
a big thing to unpack.
It's a trigger
right now.
for me.
Yeah.
It's a trigger.
Yeah.
Because I need us to live in the data. I need us to live in what the data says, because the data tells a story. And we talked about this in a previous episode, how I did not go to schools with students that predominantly look like me. And it still was people that predominantly look like me in all the remedial classes.
Yeah.
It still was people that look like me in school suspension.
Yeah.
It's still people that look like me in being expelled, right?
Yeah.
And so it shows that there's actually something in the fabric of how we are socialized, that then permeates institutions. Whether you go to a school in the suburbs or you go to a school on the west side of Chicago, something is in the fabric of how we understand who is a normal, compliant body and who is not, who diverges from that, and how we respond when they diverge from that. Which is then why we can see our Black boys being pushed out of schools, our Black girls being pushed out of schools. And the argument to me is really interesting because, for example, at the school that I'm at, our Black girls are the highest performing academically at the school that I work at currently, which says a lot to me because our Black girls are also still over policed and criminalized. Right.
Absolutely.
And so it's wow.
And they are seen as more aggressive and, prone to violence. That's a thing that I have heard specifically as being associated with a Black girl.
Which is insane because the argument for Black boys being pushed out is the system failed them. So they're not academically equipped. That's why, And it's the system failed Black girls.
Yep.
And they are also pushed out and criminalized and all these things. So what is the excuse there? How are we rationalizing the ways in which our Black students are not having an equitable experience in schools, regardless of the zip code that they are in? Right. And I think that is a problem for me when we think about this concept, is that people are unwilling to interrogate the ways they've been socialized to determine who fits and who does not fit.
I'm also thinking about my upbringing because I don't know that I had an awareness about the ways in which racial politics plays out. I don't think I had an awareness about how I was perceived as a Black male growing up because I grew up as one of Jehovah's Witnesses. I've told you this, and I grew up in a very religious household. So my life, my actions every day, knocking on doors, wanting to talk to people about the Bible and, share scripture. That was my life. And so I didn't have a concept of like race being a thing that was impacting me or my family or my community. And so, and I'm thinking about the quote that we just looked at, how we are impelled to think in racist ways. Part of that for me, I think, was the way I was socialized, how I learned to be social in that religious setting where race was not a part of that conversation. And to my not, maybe not detriment, but because I didn't have the opportunity to learn about that early on, I think that's why I'm so invigorated now as an adult that is in a doctoral program doing this research, because I want to learn more. I want to understand how I've been impacted, and I wasn't aware of it. It wasn't a thing for me until I got to college. And I, started taking classes that kind of exposed me to other types of material.
It's so interesting for me because I'm like, I actually grew up in a household that was very anti-Black American just because both of my parents were Caribbean immigrants. And I have always from a young age had like such a strong sense of justice. Like I remember like my parents had no understanding of like racism in America because they weren't taught it. Like they came here in their adult lives. Classism was mostly something that they experienced in Jamaica. And so
see, that's really weird because there was slavery in Jamaica before there was slavery in what became the United States. How has Jamaica sublimated its very, very brutal slave past?
So for me, being in schools where probably people didn't look like me and me telling my mom, like, these administrators are racist. And like her being like, you're going to school, you know, just go to school, just focus on school. And her not being able to advocate for me, I feel like even mobilized me more. Because I'm like, all right, I need to be equipped.
Yes.
Because my mom is actually able to advocate for me in the ways I need her to.
Yeah.
Because she had no semblance of consciousness yet. And it wasn't like an intentionally malicious thing. She just didn't know. She wasn't aware.
Yeah.
She later started to have experiences that made her more aware because she would have patients that would say to her, like, I don't want you to help me. Like, I don't want a Black nurse to help me. Like, and then she was like, oh, wow, like this is a thing in America,
So,
right?
Kim,
but when I was a student,
how is that possible? I would think Jamaica would actually be very much more aware of, it was a sugar plant, it was full of sugar plantations. How is, it's not taught in Jamaica? That's interesting.
at school, like I remember this really, I would say radicalized me because I went.
That's beautiful.
When I went to high school,
that's beautiful.
I remember my counselor, that's the person that's supposed to put me in my classes or whatever. She put me in remedial classes, and off of the strength of I was a Black girl, like she did not look at my test scores, nothing. Put me in remedial classes. I think I told you this.
Yeah.
At my first day in the class, the teacher was like, I did the do now, like the first little assignment.
Yeah.
And the teacher was like, you're not supposed to be in here. Like, this is brilliant. Like, you need to be in AP. Like, what is this? And I remember telling my mom, because the one thing about my mom, like, she was very anti-Black in the concept of like her relationship to other like Black Americans.
Yeah.
But Jamaicans are very prideful people. So like for her, it felt like a dig. It felt like a dig. Like, you put my child in a remedial class and that made her mad. You know what I'm saying? But for me, I'm like, hey, remember when he said that this wasn't a thing? Now let's look at this. And I think that for me was like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
Y'all will literally go as far as preventing Black students from having access to the things they deserve access to because they have the brilliance to do it off the strength of your racist.
Yeah.
Like, that's it.
And you're already operating off of the stereotypes, the dog whistles that you also spew to inform why you're making this decision to, keep these Black children, i.e. you in this instance, in this remedial space.
Boom. And it's also like shows the illogical nature of racism, because it's like ever since I was in kindergarten, I was performing above average, all my test scores, etc. I've always been like on track to literally at one point in my elementary career, they wanted to have me skip a grade, which means you did not look at my data at all.
Yeah.
You just said, Black student, remedial,
but
which
that's
is
what
insane.
And so one of the things that I'm thinking about in this conversation is how we were viewed during the slavery era. So think about, we're viewed as childish, we're not viewed as human, we're viewed as someone that needs a paternal figure or guardian, and Lopez talks about this, or master or owner. And we were joyfully enslaved. It was something that we took pride in. It was something that we needed, because God said, you need to Christianize these savages, as, you know, is described in, you know, historical literature that talks about the ways in which language was used to describe us. And interestingly, post-emancipation era, now we have, we're not joyfully enslaved. We're now a threat to the community. We are vengeful. We are lust-filled. There's this other narrative that is now swinging in a particular direction because of when the 13th Amendment was enacted. One of the things that, and I have the language here, is one of the things that it states in the 13th Amendment: neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except as punishment for a crime. And so, yes, slavery is abolished, but now we have people that have a loophole. Now we're going to catch you doing something that is against the law.
Now we're going to criminalize being Black.
Yes, we're going to put you in prison, and you're going to be leased as a convict to person that owns a plantation. And so slavery continues. And so, you know, I think language, for at least as it relates to Black people and Black culture, is always shifting to benefit the dominant narrative or the dominant group, which we know to be white and whiteness. I think about our environment, because our environment is also propagating this narrative about us. So
absolutely. And I think that the way that this bridges to the classroom is we actually are the people that have to equip our students, specifically Black and brown students, to either interrupt or reproduce. Like, that is where we're positioned to do. And that, like, my kid, I used to tell my students that all the time in class, like, if you cannot read, you are setting yourself up to be a follower, because you do not know what is actually being put in front of you. So you're going to have to blindly trust someone that you do not know has your best interest, which is why, as educators, as Black educators, as Black administrators, it is our responsibility. We have a responsibility to equipping our students with access to reading and writing, because people that have access to reading and writing right now are writing narratives that are rationalizing the violence that's happening to you, right? And this is a prime instance of that. If we write in the law this loophole, and Black people can't read,
they have no way of advocating for themselves, standing up saying, nope, this is not right. We need to. And we know we have Black intellectuals in that time period that was doing that work, but we also know that when the masses cannot read or write, that's problematic. That's problematic.
Yep. And it's so interesting, because one of my homegirls, she posted on her story for Black History Month the first day and was like, this month, please read nonfiction Black text. And I'm just like, people don't realize how much like that is a site of resistance, to be able to read and to read nonfiction texts about what has happened in the world, what is happening in the world, to mobilize you to do something in the world. And not to say that we have this like liberal understanding of progress and change, but to say, if you are not equipped, you are not able to advocate for yourself or anyone else. Because listen, I'm quick to be like, oh, hey, love that we had this conversation. Can you go ahead and follow up an email, put this in writing? Because I will refer to it. And I don't care. Like, I will respond to an email, because I'm going to be able to, you have to be able to do that. And I think not enough of us are able to do that. And that's why we are then manipulated
Dog whistle politics manipulated into situations where we are either being taken advantage of, we are being coerced through that manipulation and doing things that actually are harmful to us or harmful to the students or the staff members that we work with. And, you know, there is the guise of, oh, this is all in the best interest of children, or rigor, whatever you want, whatever the excuse is, when it's just like, nope, this is just harmful.
Boom.
This is just
And
pernicious.
I'm good to be like, hey, no, this is illegal.
Yeah, this is just pernicious.
This is illegal. And
demagoguery.
Listen, and
That's all
maybe
it
people
is.
love to be like, you know, they have to be on their toes. Yes, you need to be on your toes with me as it relates to these kids.
Yeah.
Like, I don't play
Because
that.
I'm on your neck about how you're showing up with them.
On your neck.
Yeah.
Because it's somebody else's kids, not mine. Like,
Yeah.
I really think that people need to recognize that, like, it is okay to be a disruptor.
It is.
It is okay to be a disruptor as it relates to the students that we serve, because unfortunately, politics as usual is dog whistle politics.
Yes. Yes.
Politics as usual is dog whistle politics. So if you're standing for politics as usual, just to clock in, clock out, and you're in the work of urban education,
Yeah.
we are not aligned.
Yeah, one of the things Lopez says in his book is how some people perpetuate the dog whistle politics because it is beneficial for them. It's a thing that, you know, protects their image or protects their association from a thing that that is inherently anti-Black, but that they can't explicitly name because maybe they're a white principal at a Black school. And it's just like, okay, so you can't do that. You actually cannot center yourself. It's not about you. It's actually always about the Black and brown children that we serve. And if that is how you are moving for the sake of your image or, you know, whatever title you hold, then as you've said multiple times before this episode, this is not the work for you. You can work at a school teaching kids that look like you.
And honestly, you can't. Just don't do education, because what's going to happen is you're going to perpetuate that in those spaces, and then you're going to raise
Thank you
children.
for that push. Yeah,
then you're going to raise and teach children to show up like you, who don't look like our kids, and now then they become policymakers and invoking this in laws, and I think people need to understand that we all have a responsibility to interrupt our decision-making calculuses that are rooted in the ways in which we are socialized.
Yeah.
If we are not interrupting it, we are perpetuating.
Yeah.
It is a binary.
Yeah.
You are either interrupting or you're perpetuating.
Yep.
There is no in between.
Lopez, he brings up categorizations, autonomy, loss aversion. When I think about categorizations, I think about how we are always trying to label people, places, things. We're always trying, it's so that we can make meaning of it. But how the way in which we categorize things within itself can be racist, because once again, we've been socialized through our environment and through our upbringing, social upbringing, to associate certain ideas. I also think about this idea of autonomy, like how our brain will automatically, if we're not aware of a particular thing that may or may not lend itself towards racism, our brain still tries to put it in a category, you know. But all of that, we have to have the skill set of interrogating in that moment. Okay, I'm associating a Black person or Black culture with this idea or this thing. Where is this coming from? Is this true? If it's not true, why am I saying it? Why was it said to me? And then just really getting at the thought of is this dog whistle? Is this racially coded appeals? Or is this rooted in fact and truth?
And I think about just the concept of non-binary, right? As a concept, it is to repel this idea of definition. And I think that we want to constantly define things because it is a very ego-centered way of existing. If I can define it, I have control over this, which is why Audre Lorde, this quote's literally in my bathroom on my wall. If I did not define myself for myself, I would be crushed into other people's fantasies for me.
Oh,
right?
wait,
Eaten
hey.
alive. And that's just
I actually used that quote on one of my closing theme songs. Interesting.
the
Ooh,
real
that's so
thing.
deep. That's
That's
so
like a
deep.
real thing.
That is a real thing.
Is this is why
It
it's
is.
important for specifically Black and brown children to be literate, because then they can define themselves.
Yeah.
They don't have to succumb to the world's definitions of them. They can define themselves and navigate this world in a way that is rooted in their own definition of themselves. And I think that when we are not equipped with enough language or a complex enough lexicon, we don't have the skill set to define ourselves. So then we just succumb to whatever society says you are. That's who you are now. And it's like, no, who are you? Who show up as who you are? And I think that that's the pieces, to your point, is not only about comfortability, but a lot of people that benefit from dog whistle politics are also afraid of who then they are if they had to interrogate the ways in which they were complicit in the violence. So if I just ignore it, then I don't have to confront the ways in which I've been complicit in it.
Yeah, Lopez gets at this idea of color blindness. And this idea of color blindness.
I hate a colorblind queen. Like, come on. Hate a colorblind queen. Hate a colorblind queen.
Our quote is on page 45 of this text that is grounded in our conversation from Lopez. States, "It's not race our minds naturally seek out, but difference generally. Because race infiltrates our minds so thoroughly, even persons deeply and genuinely committed to humane engagement with others often, nevertheless, draw upon pernicious racial stereotypes." And so I think we have to understand that, we are drawn towards and appreciate and embrace like the difference of people, of things, of life. We have all kinds of colors and outfits and difference is great, but it's interesting how, then when we think about race lends itself to, because of the way in which we naturally think about differences and attach meaning to it and look for it and look forward to it, how it allows us then to engage in this very real, pernicious, racially charged stereotypes that we perpetuate.
Absolutely. And I think I shared this analogy with you.
Yeah, we may finish this up tomorrow. Coming up on 8 hours, and I have not eaten dinner yet. So I think it's time to sign off. I am going to be back probably, I think the show's scheduled for 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. I will probably, at least for a little while, review the panel I was on last night. I enjoyed the panel, but there were a couple things that I probably want to talk about, and then other odds and ends. So everybody have a good night. Please make sure you hit the like button. If you catch this on a replay and you've made it this far, go ahead and make sure you hit the like button, leave any comments. Most of these videos are actually in the show notes. I guess I'll have to add this one because this was just kind of an audible. Oops. Oh, so we'll do that. Control C. And then and just a reminder, especially if you're hearing this on the replay, support the show by supporting the host. The information for supporting the show, I'll drop that before I sign off. Let's see here. Give me 1 sec. I got to add this link to the show notes. And then we also, if I can, want to look at Shara's cooking and baking. She did a Mother's Day cooking video on TikTok, and I have the little short for it, but she did a live, and I don't know how to find her full show on TikTok. So hopefully I'll run into her. And I need to drop this. Where are you? Oh, there you are. So copy that, and then we will start this back. Drop this into the chat. There's all the information supporting the show. I'm sorry, show ideas are show support. So bear that in mind. So I will see everyone tomorrow afternoon. And yep, Kim, 3:30 is when I'm starting. So anytime is good for me. Just a couple things I want to talk about. And then everyone else, I will see you tomorrow, hopefully. Have a good night.